Walking in Another World, Chapters 106 to 156, 106 Tenso Village. It was all going smoothly. Yes, was. The rain stopped me dead in my tracks. I can protect myself against the rain itself with magic, but it's hard to walk through the sludge. I don't get physically tired, but I'm not used to this, and having to be careful not to slip and fall is mentally taxing. I make a hut with earth magic, about big enough to fit 6 tatami. I pack it with a kitchen, sleeping quarters, and a bath, so it feels like it would be pretty cramped, but it's not like I actually have anything to take up space, so it's not that bad if I'm staying here alone. All I can do while I'm here is test my magic, practice alchemy, and cook, so I'm actually pretty bored. My one real problem is air circulation. I try cooking without doing anything about it, and it becomes hard to breathe in here, so I use wind magic to circulate air out of here. As for the bath, let's just say preparations are going pretty smoothly. I end up staying here for 3 days, and I'm sure Hikari and the others kept advancing through the rain in the meantime. I don't think I'm going to get there before them anymore. The day after the rain stops, the ground isn't quite dry yet, but I push through. I don't think it's going to be dry anytime soon, because the trees are blocking the sunlight. I do 1 day's worth of walking in 2 days, because I have to walk on mud until I leave the forest. But once the forest is behind me, it's not a long way to Tenso. I can see the main road, and even some wagons here and there. I activate map, and spot Hikari and the others, already in the village. Is Dret the two? When I finally reach the village too, people look at me like they're suspicious. Were these people sent here recently? I don't remember them. I guess it's natural for them to think I'm odd, because I have few equipment, no luggage to speak of, and came here on foot. I show my guild card to the gatekeeper, and see a face I recognize in the back, but I'm still talking to the gatekeeper, so that person doesn't say anything. But once I'm cleared to enter the village, she jumps onto me like she was anxiously waiting for it. Master, I was worried about you. Were you? I'm glad to see it looks like you made it here without any problems, Hikari. But it looks like Dret is still here too. What happened? He's selling slaves. A lot of merchants ran from Mesa to Rent. Many stayed in Rent to camp there, even though it's becoming very crowded, and others decided to head to Loyot. And even though so many stayed in Rent, that's still a lot of people passing through this village that's still in the process of rebuilding. But still, they can't go without resupplying, and they want to rest here even if it's for a short while. That's leading to some quarreling. But among all that, the Howless Lava Company is getting preferential treatment. Some people aren't too happy about that, but the village chief himself came out and bowed, so the other merchants assumed Howler just has some sort of connection here. That's not quite the truth, but oh well. And so, there have been talks and discussions about the undermanned village buying slaves to help them with labor. They have the funds for it, but the village is split between people who aren't so sure about hiring slaves, and people who want to speed up the reconstruction of the village. That means the argument is still going on. If it isn't Mr. Sora, he sounds pleased. You brought the 3 girls just like you promised. Thank you. No, it was rewarding for me as well. I found good business here, so it was well worth the trip. Looks like they decided to do business with slaves. So Mr. Sora, I happen to hear you are in the market for a wagon. Is this true? I look at Hikari, and she tilts her head. I heard it from Sarah. And since I sold many slaves, 1 wagon should be enough to get us to the next town. So, how about it? Of course, I will offer you a discount. He then shows me the wagon, and tells me its price. Isn't that too cheap? You offered me some things as well, like the item bag, and considering the cost to maintain it, it is more than profitable for me. I can't tell if he has good intentions or if there's a catch. Should I assume it's the former? The wagon doesn't look bad, at least not as far as I can see, and I have no complaints about its size either. Master, are you buying it? Asks Hikari just before I say I will. It will make it easier to get from place to place, right? But you like walking. I guess I do. It gets me experience points too, but walking at my pace is hard on the others, especially because I can't gauge how tired they are. If you're walking, I'll do my best too, she says with a strong tone while making a fist with both hands. Master, if you're doing this for us, you should probably reconsider, says Sarah, as she comes along with Mia. It's easier to move around in a wagon, but it's harder to protect it with few people if monsters attack. There's a smelling salt for horses used when monsters attack, but apparently it puts a big strain on the horse, says Sarah, and Drett nods. What do you think, Mia? I will agree with what you decide. That's the biggest issue here, but maybe they're holding back their true thoughts because they're slaves. Master, if we're going to be bringing Mia along, we really shouldn't travel by wagon. I'm not trying to be nasty about it, but I think she should work on her stamina a little. That's a good point. What if we go to a dungeon or some place like that? We can't travel by wagon there. We have to rely on our legs and nothing else. Sorry, but I'm going to hold off on buying it this time. No problem. The village chief also talked to me about buying it, so I will just sell it to him. He really is a good merchant. Then can I ask you one last thing? If it is something I can do, I'm looking for someone. I think this person might be a slave, who may have been sold to someone already. An elf by the name of Iris. If you find something out, please send a message addressed to Sarah through the Adventurer Guild. I'm still a member of the Merchant Guild, so you can send it through the two if it's more convenient. This is a quest fee. If possible, send me results of the investigation periodically, like every 30 days. An elf? I have been in this business for a long time, but I have never dealt with an elf. They tend to stand out, but I have never even heard of Sir Darius. I give him an additional 10 gold coins. Sarah, who is standing behind Drett, looks surprised when she hears that name. I see, then please just do what you can. Tell me any information you can get your hands on, even a small rumor. I didn't know about that, but it does make sense. I've been going around Slavers, but I haven't seen a single elf in any of them. Dredd nods, bows, and leaves. So, what have you all been doing? Mia has been helping? Why did you phrase that as a question? She wasn't an asset. Mia drops her shoulders when she hears Hikari. I hear more about it. And I get it. She tried, she really did, but she got in the way. But I hear women have been kindly looking after her. One of the villagers hears us talking and comes over. I remember her. She was there when we took down the Orc Lord. I'm sure that was awful for her, but she comes at me with a smile. Once one comes, others follow, to thank me for saving them, even though they thanked me enough when we left. Then I asked to be taken to the village chief, to greet him. Chapter 107, Confession, Part 1. I go greet the village chief, and I'm not only welcomed, but also provided a room in the inn for free. It was provided to me, but it only has 3 beds. Are they actually looking out for me? I sit down on a bed. Hikari sits next to me, and Mia and Sarah sit on the one in front. Mia has been pouting ever since I spoke to those villagers. Is she upset because I go in the way of their work? I'm glad we managed to meet up without any problems. Did you have any problems on the road? Not really, Master. We weren't attacked by monsters either, and we didn't have problems with the other slaves either, says Sarah. That's good to hear. Then I want to decide a few things about what's to come. That said, our destination is already set. Sorry, but I won't be able to hear your wishes. I'll go with you, Master. I will follow you, Mr. Sora. You're the one who gets to decide, say Hikari, Mia, and Sarah. HN. This feels so stiff and formal. I wish they could be friendlier. I get that they're slaves, but Mia in particular sounds weird. It feels like I turned her into a slave with no choice in the matter. Mia, can you stop it with the Mr. Sora? No. You're Mr. Sora. I'm a slave now. She really got that into her head. Was the shock of people going after her life that severe? You should talk normally, like you did before. You were only made a slave because it was a good way to escape the holy city in the first place. Probably. But you have saved my life multiple times. I don't remember those multiple times. I try to argue, and she shows me a necklace. I remember this. I would have died for sure back then. I'm only here because of you. It's a magic stone with such a fresh blue color that it could be confused for a gem. It's cracked. I gave it to her as a charm, but I think she might have noticed something else was up. In reality, this has a magic barrier effect attached to it. That's why it's broken. I thought I made it well, but Mia was injured. Is it not like skills? Does it activate when certain conditions are met? Or did I just not make it right? I need to look into that. Then this is an order, Mr. Sora, and that sort of weird formal speech in general is prohibited. I liked you better the way you were before. You were easier to talk to. But understood. Mia looks down with her face bright red. I don't think it will happen right away, but I hope she can slowly go back to normal. That's one problem down. I hope. Next, Sarah. I think she has a lot to ask. Her tail won't stop fidgeting. Our next destination is the magic state of Ifar. More specifically, the town of Majolica, where the Magius Magic Academy is. Hikari's eyes are shining. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's attending that academy. Does she know that? Why Majolica, you ask? That has to do with Sarah. Ah, and I guess I want to go to a dungeon too. I want high-quality magic stones, so I can live a comfortable life with alchemy. Well then, it looks like you have a lot of questions. I cast silence to soundproof the room. Let's go from the start. But first, I want to give an order. You are not allowed to talk about this with anyone else. It doesn't leave this room unless I allow it, alright? And save all your questions to the end. The three girls nod, and I start. First, I talk about how I'm one of the heroes summoned into the kingdom of Elysia. But I had no fighting power, so the ones who summoned me threw me out. I tell them how I became an adventurer and decided to make a life for myself in this world. How I met two girls named Rurika and Chris, who taught me the ins and outs of being an adventurer, and eventually they told me their goal. Then I talk about meeting Hikari, and a demon right after. From there I tell them about meeting Layla and her party, fighting an orc lord alongside them, and my explanation cleanly ends with me meeting Mia and Sarah in the Holy City. That's honestly unbelievable. I've never heard of an otherworlder before. Mia is shocked. I've heard from Grandma about people wandering into this world from other worlds. But to think you're one of them, says Sarah. Master is an otherworlder, that much is certain. And you were a spy, Hikari? That sounds tough. I don't really remember that. And I met Master, so it's fine. It feels like Hikari lost a good chunk of her memory. Probably because of the slave mask. So you've really met Rurika and Chris. Are they doing well? Sarah's words feel age-appropriate, I guess. Like the thorns were removed from them. Like they lack that distant attitude. We're kind of taken aback by this sudden change, especially me. They're both well. It's like Rurika has energy to spare, and Chris is getting dragged along. But they've become adventurers and are going over different countries to look for you and Eris. In a way, they're the ones who taught me how to walk in this world. I see. She nods, looking relieved. I guess she was also worried about her friends. By the way, do you have a charm? Something that tells a person is alive somehow if they're holding it? I don't have that anymore. It was in the dark forest, when I suffered wounds severe enough to be fatal. And I think you need magic energy to check that. I'm a beast person, so my magic energy is weak. And I don't know if I would be able to check even if I still had that, and I never even knew you could use it like that in the first place. I see. She doesn't have it, so she doesn't know if they're safe or not. And she doesn't even know how to use it. Then how come Rurika and Chris know? And why did they think Sarah was alive if Sarah lost her charm? I'm so confused. Sora, if you defeat the Demon King, do you go back to your world? Number. To be more precise, I can't harm the Demon King. What do you mean? My heart is bound with a restrictive curse. Remember how I said I met a demon? I formed a contract so he'd let me live. Basically, I'm not allowed to harm the Demon King. Was that demon really that strong? Strong enough that I wouldn't be able to do a thing to it? Hikari's body is shaking. I guess she remembers it somewhat. But he didn't really come across to me like a bad guy. From our short conversation, we just talked normally. But it felt like he would stop at nothing to accomplish his goals. Mia's face contorts. I mean, she was almost killed without question. It's like with people. There are good and bad people. I'm sure demons are all different from one another too. Yes, that's it. And well, that means I won't be fighting the Demon King. And I have no means to go back home for now. That's why my goal is to live safely and comfortably in this world. Their faces look strange. It's not like I said anything weird, is it? Chapter 108, Border City Sate, Part 1. We depart from the Tenso village, 3 days after meeting up again. I received a nice welcome. I was asked all sorts of things, and people were worried about my physical condition when I told them I walked all the way from the Holy City. We arrive in the neighboring town of Loyot a day later than I thought. We would have gotten here a bit faster by wagon, but it can't be helped. Part of the reason why we had to slow down was that Mia kept pushing herself even after she started to struggle, and she popped a blister. But then she was healed with magic, and our pace improved again. She apologized a lot, but stopped when I told her it's fine and to not push herself so much. I think that actually had a lot to do with Hikari telling her about how she tried to keep going despite struggling too, and ended up causing problems because of it. Her testimony is a lot more convincing than anything I have to say. I thought I was looking out for her, but Mia is even less stamina and experience walking than I thought. At least now I know that. I'm sorry Sarah, but we're going to have to bring down our pace until she gets used to it. We spend the night here in town, and then follow the western main road on the way to Sate. Can't forget to pack enough food either. We can take it easy on the road, because there are no people around and I'm using map too, so we're all set. Map doesn't show me any monsters either. That's where bad adventurers were taught a lesson by wolves, Hikari says while pointing. Yes, that's where those merchants and adventurers were attacked during the night. Mia asks more about it. It's not like we have anything to do besides chat anyway. I can see a forest far to the right, but we still have a long distance to cover. If everything goes smoothly and we keep this pace, we should reach our destination in 10 days. We've been walking for 3 hours in the morning, then we have lunch, and then we walk for 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon. The fact that there's no elevation means it's easier to walk, but on the other hand, looking at the same unchanging scenery is kind of unnerving. It's like we're not sure if we're really making progress. At night, we go off the main road a little and camp. 2 people keep watch at the same time. It's when we keep watch that I start wishing we had more people with us. I can actually keep watch while I sleep by making use of parallel thinking, but that wouldn't be fair to the others. It's bad enough that walking is so easy for me. We just had dinner, and we're relaxing and chatting, but then I ask something that's been on my mind for the last few days. Hey, we've been traveling together for a bit now, so I've been thinking. Are you anxious about something? After we met up, Mia started doing her best to help with all sorts of things. At first I figured she was just curious, but that's not it. It feels less like she's just working hard, and more like she's kind of desperate. I can't really do anything, so I want to be able to do more. You don't have to try so hard. Even in the village, when I tried to help it never went well. And I tried to cook on the road but kept failing. So she sounds frustrated. I guess it's true that I thought a village girl would be able to do more when it comes to everyday stuff, but she probably forgot a lot after being a saint for so long. Master, big sister Mia has been trying hard for you. I look at Mia, and she looks kind of embarrassed. Hikari might have been too straightforward, or maybe her answer is missing some nuance. Don't try too hard. I'm sure you're going to say you aren't, but remember that no one's good at something right from the start. Just learn a little at a time. But you can do anything. Cooking, magic. Magic is just because of my skills. As for cooking, I did it in that other world too, so it's down to experience. You can do it too if you keep practicing. Then I pat her head. We changed the color of her hair and her eyes back to normal after we left Loit. As for the length of her hair, can I make something like a hair growth formula and grow it back to how it was? If that's possible, maybe I can sell it too. Not that I know how to do it. Sora, are you thinking something weird again? I'm not. Let's stop there and just go to sleep. I think we can reach Sate tomorrow. The conversation comes to an end, and we split between 2 groups. One goes to sleep, and one keeps watch. I guess I'm with Hikari today. She's interested in food from my world, so she usually asks me about it while we watch out for threats. I'm not actually the most knowledgeable person when it comes to cooking. I can talk about what I remember and what I saw on television and on the internet, or heard here and there. But can I replicate those things? I guess it depends on whether or not the cooking skill can do it. Master, we should be reaching Sate soon. I hear Sarah say. Cooking has been on my mind, because we talked about it last night while keeping watch, but while I was distracted with that, all of a sudden we can plainly see Sate in front of us. I guess I've gotten too used to using parallel thinking to think and walk at the same time. The border city Sate. There are actually more towns and cities nicknamed Border City, and they're seen as sort of neutral places. They're mostly built when the 2 countries are on good terms. If that's not the case, one side builds a checkpoint, almost like a fortress, and controls who can get in. The gatekeeper's checks are a little more strict than usual. That said, it's mostly just me. Slaves don't have to be checked like that. It would be a lot of trouble for slavers if they were. In a way, slaves have a clear identity precisely because they're slaves. But if a slaver is coming in with a lot of slaves that committed serious crimes, that makes it tougher to let them in. Slaves become slaves for a reason, be it crimes or debt. Although special slaves are a little different. What will you do, Master? We have food, so are we going straight to the next town? Asks Sarah. I want to do some information gathering, so so we'll take it easy for today in an inn. That's good. Let's look for tasty local cuisine. I'm the one who taught Hikari that term. Or rather, I started using it and she liked it, and I told her what it means. I'm thinking tomorrow we'll go to the Adventurer Guild to see if we have any messages, and to check the quests. There's a forest nearby, so if it's possible to go pick herbs and return on the same day, I might want to do that too. If not, we could do a hunting quest and take care of Sarah's obligation to do a quest every 30 days. At night, we eat in the inn's dining room. I don't know if it's because these three are slaves, or because they're cute, but I feel like we stand out. But I can't let that get to me. I'm actually getting used to these sorts of stares. I'm developing a heart of steel. Actually, I'm not. I'm not that used to it at all. The girls are actually less bothered by it than me. Hikari in particular only has eyes for her food, and seeing her enjoying it so much is actually a healing sight. Chapter 109, Border City Sate, Part 2. One of Sate's distinctive features is that it has many inns. A lot of travelers pass through here on the way to the neighboring country, so the city has taken on a sort of intermediary point role. Maybe that's why not a lot of adventurers actually live in Sate. The Adventurer Guild itself is smaller than what I'm used to. It's small, but it has quite a lot of quests. Most picking quests aren't actually about medicinal herbs, they're about picking food like berries. As for hunting quests, there are the usual quests to hunt monsters, but regular beasts too. Everything is connected to food. There are even quests to help out with farming. Looking for heirs? That's a bit different, isn't it? This one is looking for a wife. There are all sorts of quests here. No, Mia, this isn't the type of quest that adventurers usually accept, I think. Master, I asked to send a message. Also, apparently wolves have appeared in the forest. They said we can take care of them if we want. Do you know where? It's relatively close. Apparently it's possible to hunt them and come back on the same day. Maybe I'll go take a look while I look for medicinal herbs. Hikari and Mia, do you want to go around seeing what this place has to offer in terms of food? I want to go with you, but I might get in the way, Mia says, although her voice gradually loses its strength as the sentence goes on. Hikari looks at Mia, and nods a few times. Then let's all go together. Walking in a forest will probably be a good experience. Yes, Master loves walking in the forest. Well, I guess I do. Sometimes I find a lot of medicinal herbs. That means a lot of money. Are you going out? I show my guild card to the gatekeeper. He seems surprised to hear me say I'm going to walk around the forest while looking for wolves, but understands when he sees Sarah's weapon. That two-handed axe is no joke. It really projects the image of a strong guard. It's hard to walk here, especially because of the roots. Be careful not to trip on them. Mia is walking nervously, and only looks down at the ground. Hikari is holding her by the hand and guiding her so she doesn't hit her head on any branches. It can't be helped. This is what it will be like until she gets used to it. I used to trip and almost fall a lot too at first. I decide to let Hikari look after Mia, and look around while using map. I can spot monsters and animals in this area even if they aren't near us, but unfortunately, I have to be near medicinal herbs for map to show them. That's why I always have to ask where they are in the guild. I can feel the presence of wolves. Sarah unsheaths her dagger and looks around. What about the axe? She says swinging it in the forest isn't ideal, so I'm holding it for her. I hear Mia gasp, as Hikari also takes out her dagger and stands ready to protect her. I also bring out my dear sword, and prepare myself to deal with them how I always do. I don't think they can sneak up on us, thanks to presence detection, but it never hurts to be too careful. Mia is holding her staff and shaking. Sarah takes the lead, followed by Hikari, Mia, and then me. Sarah and Hikari can probably walk faster, but they're keeping their pace slower out of consideration for Mia. 5 minutes later, we encounter 4 wolves. It's mostly Sarah who takes care of them, and by that I mean that I don't get the chance to do anything. She waits for the first one to attack, and then counters it. We, and even the wolves, are taken aback by her skill for a moment. She takes advantage of that opening to cut the necks of all the other wolves in one go. The wolves are now hanging from a tree, having their blood drained. Mia is squatting near a tree, and when I talk to her, her response sounds weak. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. It might have been better to accept a picking quest instead. I tell Sarah I'm going to look for medicinal herbs. If I can't find them within 1 hour, we can go back. I use map to look for an open area with no trees. I'm excluding places with dense concentration of trees because they block the sun. I go around a few places, and I pick a lot of medicinal herbs. There are so many that it makes me think not a lot of people come to this forest to pick them. I'm glad I get to pick at will. By the time I come back, they're taking the monsters apart. Mia is being taught by the other two. It looks dangerous. Just looking at her makes me nervous. Is she alright? Her hand movements look strange. I get near, and silently watch her work. Her ability to concentrate is great. She finishes peeling the skin, and moves on to taking meat from each part. The meat isn't that hard, but it feels like she's really putting her strength into it. Probably because she's not used to doing this. There are big beads of sweat forming on her brow. After about 30 minutes of this, it's done. Good job. What did you think of taking apart monsters? Mia looks surprised when I talk to her. It's not easy. All adventurers do this, right? If they pay a fee, they can have the guild do it for them. I guess that's why new adventurers who don't have a lot of money do it themselves. But doing a bad job brings down the price you can get for the monsters. So I guess people do what's best for them. I see. Can I do it again sometime? Sure. We'll deliver 3 and keep 1. We can never have too much meat. Hikari nods deeply. We might as well have it for lunch. Everything is already set to start cooking. The vegetables are already cut too, so now all that's left to do is boil everything in a pot. As for the soup, I can ferment soybeans with magic to make something that tastes like miso. So I throw that in. The taste is getting pretty close to regular miso soup, but I still haven't seen rice in this world. There's noodles, so should I try to make miso ramen? But then I have to make the miso taste stronger or its taste is going to get overpowered by the noodles. It's good. I'm sure part of it is because it's the meat from a monster she worked hard to take apart. But Mia looks like she's really enjoying it. The fact that those words leaked out on their own says everything. At first she looked pale when she saw those corpses, but now she can face them and take them apart. I just hope she's not just pushing herself and just acting like everything is alright. I should probably keep that in mind and pay close attention to her for a while. Chapter 110, Border City Sate, Part 3. We finish eating, and encounter 5 more wolves on the way back. Sarah and Hikari take care of them, and I put them as they are in the item box, taking only their magic stones. I decide to deliver these 5, mostly because Hikari is very adamant about it. Hold on a second, we're going to deliver them. We reach the guild, and Sarah and I walk towards the reception. When I tell them all I did was put the wolves in the item box, I'm taken to a storeroom, where I give them the wolves. I also don't forget to mention that I took the magic stones. I receive the reward, minus the fee for taking them apart and for taking the magic stones, and give half to Sarah. Sarah refuses at first, because she's a slave, but I tell her it's not a good idea for all the money to be in one place, in case something happens to me. We might have to split up at some point too, like when we escaped from the holy city. It's also better to have her hold on to it than Mia or Hikari. But I keep that part to myself. When he come back, I hear a lot of fuss in the guild. Then I see adventurers talking to Hikari and Mia, with more standing around them and watching. Do you need anything with our girls? I jump into this volatile environment. It feels like Hikari is about to explode at any moment. Anne, are you their master or something? Don't you teach them any manners? Slaves should obey everything humans say. What's this guy talking about? Half the people looking on agree, and half also look confused. That's right. Slaves are only half human, so they should obey full humans, shouldn't they? Is he his friend? Ooh, so there's cattle lower than a slave here too. But now that I get a good look at you, you're not that bad. Hey, come over here and service me. Think of it as a favor, he says while looking at Sarah and letting out a sadistic laugh. My head is starting to hurt. Sorry, but go mess with someone else. These girls are with me. If you keep insulting them, I'm not going to let it pass. Hey, the kid thinks he's hot stuff. Are you trying to go against Light Sword, B-ranked adventurers? Is he famous? Other than the ones I think are his friends, every adventurer here looks like they have no idea what he's talking about. I've never heard of you. Are you famous? Ah, that turned his face red. I hear some snickers too. You country bumpkins. What's your rank, kid? Come on, tell us. Ooh. He bounced back. This guy can take a hit. I'm not even an adventurer, He says he's not even an adventurer. Then what are you doing here? I just followed along on a wolf hunt and carried the luggage. Carried the luggage? Yeah. You're looking weaker by the minute. So where's your boss? I'm going to have him pay me for all the crap you're saying to me. 3 people that look like they're his friends nod. So it's a 4-person party, Can you please stop fighting in the guild? It's prohibited so, says someone from the reception desk, with a weak tone of voice. It was said so quietly that if the fuss from earlier was still going on, no one would have heard it. Everyone's eyes focus where that voice came from, and the receptionist shrugs and looks around helplessly. It reminds me of a small animal, but it does have an effect, as the 4 adventurers click their tongues and leave. HMPH. We're going to be in a dungeon eventually. Remember this when the time comes, he says as they leave. You're the ones who started trouble with us, you know? The nerve of that guy. But he wasn't just talking to us. It spread to all the adventurers around us who have nothing to do with this. That was unfortunate. But be careful, people like that are everywhere. You shouldn't let slaves come to the Adventurer Guild alone. I know you were just elsewhere doing something else, but it don't take your eyes off them, warns a veteran adventurer. I guess he has a point. It would be one thing if the slaves were guys, but this sort of thing is bound to happen with girl slaves. There are too many hot-blooded guys here. Thanks for the warning. No problem. It's nice for a young guy to be sincere like that. He sounds like a cool-headed guy. I feel like in this world, a lot of people that look threatening are actually nice people. Those other 4 were more like pretty boys. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I should have stayed with you. I was surprised, but it's fine. Master, we should punish those things. Bear with it, but go for it next time they mess with you. Hikari looks happy about that. I won't hold back next time either. Those adventurers are probably from the Borshal Empire, says Sarah as we walk back. They don't treat slaves like people, and care a lot about adventurer ranks. It's just like people from that country to do this. And they called Sarah cattle. It would be better if we could at least do something about those slave collars. That doesn't matter, and I'm pretty happy anyway. I get to see my friends thanks to this. Sarah's smile tells me she's serious. I'm actually scared of those 2's reactions when they see her call me master. The slave contract is rescinded if Sarah manages to earn 500 gold coins. But can she do it? I should have looked more into how to rescind slave contracts. Apparently it's not as simple as cancelling it if both parties agree. Then I start thinking about how even though those people were acting so arrogantly, they immediately obeyed when a guild employee stepped in. Apparently the Empire has a lot of people like that, so guild employees that tend to be fighters too. Chapter 111. Lockyer. We depart from Sate 2 days after we were supposed to. We didn't want to bump into Lightsword again, so Sarah also bore with us despite wanting to hurry. In the meantime, we accepted another wolf hunting quest, snacked around town, and practiced controlling magic energy. We also borrowed the guild's training area to do some mock battles, mostly for Mia's sake. She's going to be traveling with us, maybe even exploring dungeons with us, so I think she should at least be able to protect herself. Mia is looking languid right now. Her believers might pass out if they saw her now. I would say something, but I'm feeling kind of sorry for her, so I let her be. She must be having a lot of muscular pains, but I have to steel my heart when it's time to start walking again. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't leave the resting until nighttime. Master, what's the next town like? Asks Hikari. Apparently Lockyer is an agricultural town. Agricultural? Vegetables? Pretty much. I heard its northern region in particular is a grain-producing region, and 60% of the food from the Magic State comes from there. Apparently the grain-producing region is dotted with villages too. There are villages inside the town? I don't really know a lot about it either. I guess the land is too big to manage, so they separated it, and then they gather all the cereals and vegetables they harvest in Lockyer, and people lump it all together and call it an agricultural town, I guess. They say there's a big river flowing from the mountains to the north, and they can't take food directly to the west side. This makes me wonder why they don't just build a bridge, but then again, I don't know how big the river actually is, or the level of engineering in this world. There's magic, but apparently not a lot of people who use it for engineering work. 2 days after leaving Sate, we see a big wooden fence to our right, built about 1 kilometer from a forest. I see what looks like cabins for people to keep watch too. But what really catches my eye is what looks like wheat, covering the whole area in front of us. Casting appraisal on it tells me it's in the wheat family. So it's not posy? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Master, can we eat that? Probably not as is, but it will probably be processed and turned into things like bread. I want fluffy bread. White bread? Yes, that. The darker ones are hard, but they get softer if you dip them in soup. Yes, but it's not that good. Yes, they're dipped in soup not to give it taste, but to make them softer. I should make soup that's more rich in flavor. Maybe I'll buy more vegetables and cook all sorts of them together. They should be cheaper in this area, since they're produced here. I think about this while looking on at this peaceful sight. I see people doing farm work in the distance, but I still don't understand how seasons work in this world. I asked about this before, and I was told that there is a yearly time cycle in this world, and each year has 400 days. Apparently it differs from place to place, but there are warm and cold seasons too. But Mia and the others say that they don't really have a general concept of time. They generally wake up when the sun is up, and go to sleep when it goes down. But the magic state is rumored to have magic items that can tell time, so maybe they know more. Incidentally, I'm not very accurate when it comes to getting a feel for what time it is. Should I look into if and how I can make a watch with alchemy? Then again, if no one else cares, there's not much point in only me knowing what time it is. Master is thinking about something hard again, says Hikari, pointing to the space between her eyebrows to really get her point across. Sorry, I was thinking about a recipe for something nice. From your world? Yes, but I don't have those ingredients in this world, so making it the exact same is going to be impossible. Don't give up developing it. She really is a glutton. But I get the feeling that Mia and Sarah have been going the same direction lately. Mia has been facing down due to being tired, but I can see her reacting to this conversation. Sarah's tail is shaking a little too. This kind of slow, easygoing time is really nice. It would be nice to stay safe, find myself a cute wife, and live out the rest of my days in peace. But I need to at the very least look for Eris, and I also need to get magic stones to make the items I need to live comfortably, and things never really seem to go as I expect. 2 days later, we reach Lockyer. This town is a connecting point with the Holy Kingdom of Frion and the Dragon Kingdom of Hafer, so it's actually more like a small city. There are large storehouses in every direction. That's probably where they store their harvests. When I show the gatekeeper my card and we are let in, I'm warned that there are a lot of people gathered here, and to not cause any trouble. I don't think anyone really likes to get in trouble. It just comes on its own. We're told of an inn that serves nice food, and make reservations for 3 days. Master, let's go check out the stores. The sun is still high up, so I guess we could go have a look around this area. But Mia looks like she's having trouble moving around, so she's staying behind with Sarah. Why is Mia still having trouble moving? Because she's been doing mock battles every single day. She's a hard worker, but I have to be careful not to let her push herself too much. Although she's pretty stubborn. Hikari, I want to stop by the Merchant Guild first. Is that all right? I grab her hand, and we go to the Merchant Guild, because I'm scared that she'll wander off if I let go of her. Then again, I could find her pretty easily with map and presence detection. I'm going to the guild to withdraw money, because I'm starting to run out of physical money. It looks like there are a lot of stores that take cards, but still, the vast majority deal in hard cash. That includes the type of cheap inns we usually use. By the way, does this town pay more for potions than Majolica? I don't think there's much of a difference in regards to high-quality ones, but we probably pay a little more when it comes to potions that aren't so good. Why is that? Majolica has a magic academy, so the students there make a lot of potions that are regularly shipped, driving down prices. Does that mean supplies outweigh what's used in the dungeon? This town on the other hand has a lot of people coming and going, so demand for potions is high. That makes sense. So how much do you think I could get for these? I show one of each potion. Hold on a second. These are good quality potions. So much so that I wish we could purchase them consistently. As you can see, I'm a traveling merchant. I actually acquired these while traveling. I see, that's a shame. As for prices, 10 silver coins for each healing potion, 1 gold coin for mana potions, and 15 silver coins for stamina potions. Prices really do change depending on the place. What is the matter? I was just thinking that prices change a lot depending on the location. These prices are different from what I got in the Holy Kingdom. That's right. So, What will you do? How about I sell 50 of each? That will be fine. But can we check them first? I hand all the other potions I'm selling, and someone else is called from the back. Everything is in order. Do you want to get paid through your card? Only half, please, and split it between gold, silver, and copper coins. I hand over my card. Apparently my money won't be gone even if I leave the merchant guild, so I leave half the money there. But I'm taking the other half and storing it in an item bag in the item box. I can't have it all in one place, just in case. Chapter 112, Reunion, Part 1. After buying a lot of vegetables from a street stall, I find eggs stashed away in a corner. I can't remember seeing any dishes that used eggs ever since I came to this world. I even find cheese too. I have to stock up. I ask the old lady who owns it if there isn't any milk, and she tells me I can buy it on site. She also tells me where it is, so I decide we should go there tomorrow. And so, the next morning, it's time to walk to that village. Walking away from the town leads to a vast, quiet landscape, and I can hear cows mooing. I see what look like pigs too. And are those chickens? I've been to a few villages before, but I've never seen a place with such a lineup. It makes it hard to choose. I should probably stock up on meat too, and bones for soup. But can I try to use wolf and orc bones to give soup flavor too? In the end, I managed to get my hands on a variety of food, and I even buy vegetables with a less than perfect shape at a discount. Applying preservation magic might be the hardest part. I need to max out my spatial magic skill soon. From there, we look around the farm. Mia says she used to help out in the field when she was younger, so it looks like the old lady's explanation resonates with her. She has a lot of bad memories from that time, because farm work was tough, but she looks nostalgic when she talks about it. A little lonely too. When we get back to town, we check out the stalls again and we all get something different to eat. When we find something particularly good, I buy more and keep it in the item box so we can eat on the way to Majolica. In the afternoon, we head to the forest to the south, not really to collect medicinal herbs, but more to do mock battles and magic energy training. But there is something even more important. I use earth magic to make a kitchen of sorts, and start experimenting. I have several pots at my disposal: bones, vegetables, milk, tomatoes, and all sorts of other ingredients that I can use to cook multiple things at once. Having to tend to multiple things at the same time would be difficult if it wasn't for my cooking skill. As everything starts simmering and a nice smell starts filling the air, I pretend I don't see the other three constantly peeking over here. Bear with me here, it's not like I'm keeping you waiting to be mean or anything. But eventually, even with my skill to help me, it gets to be too much to take care of at once. Even parallel thinking can't keep up. I taste everything, check that there aren't any clear problems, and put all the pots but one away in the item box. I take that one, add seasonings, and serve its contents on plates before calling everyone to try it. What I attempted to do with this one is something along the lines of corn soup. So I asked for their opinions and no one responds, but the frantic way they're eating tells me there's no problem. Master, you're not getting more even if you hold out your empty plate. Hikari, if you eat too much you'll be too full to eat dinner. I say no softly while explaining why. This is going to be something I'm going to save for when we're traveling, so I can't have her asking for more prototypes one after the other. Mia is more interested in the cooking itself than how it tastes, so maybe I'll teach her while I cook next time. If she can learn how to do it, I can do something else in the meantime. We end up talking a lot about what food, until it's time to go back. I hear all sorts of things about the kind of dishes Sarah and Mia know about, and I'm sure there will come a time when that information will be useful. We clean up everything, put the kitchen I made with earth magic back to the way it was, and head back. The sun will be setting soon, and there aren't many people walking around town, but I can see light coming from people's homes here and there. Sora? Suddenly, I hear someone call out to me. I see it on presence detection, but it still catches me off guard. I turn around, and what I see is Layla, not dressed in her battle gear, and instead in traveling clothes. She looks surprised to see me too, with her eyes and mouth wide open. It's a bit improper really. Layla, why are you here? Surely it's because she's going back to the Magic Academy, but that's not the issue. She accepted the quest to deal with the stampede. It's not like we were in any hurry. but I still didn't think she would catch up to us. Does this mean there wasn't actually much time between the stampede starting and settling? Layla shakes off her surprise and walks over to me. Realizing we're in the middle of the street probably has something to do with it too. There is a lot I want to ask you. I assume since you are here at this hour that you are staying in this town? Yes. We're planning to leave tomorrow. On foot? Yes. I was told there won't be any omnibuses leaving tomorrow. Walking has become so common that I don't even consider omnibuses. Then we will also walk. You really shouldn't push yourselves. Apparently it will be a while until we can travel by wagon, since they are all being used to transport produce, so it won't be an issue. If that's what they want, then I guess it's fine. There's a lot I want to ask too. Can we meet up by the southern gate tomorrow morning, or is it better in the inn? Where are you staying? It seems to be a different inn, so yes, we should meet up by the gate. We will talk more tomorrow. She sure left in a hurry. Didn't even notice Mia. It's not going to be a quiet trip. I'm going to have a hard time explaining, for better or worse. We're out of the Holy Kingdom, so I'm sure it will be fine if we tell her. And we're going to be staying in Majolica for a while anyway. Chapter 113, Reunion, Part 2. Meeting up with other people can lead to arriving at very different times. I guess that's what happens when you don't use watches. After having breakfast, we leave the inn right away. A lot of people are leaving at the same time too. We advance leisurely through the street as people are setting up their stalls. I can hear angry yells too, because the morning rush is an especially busy time. We exit through the gate and stand where we won't be in the way. It doesn't look like Layla and the others are here yet. I don't know where they're staying, but if they had breakfast at around the same time we did, it should take some time for them to get here. I think they're staying relatively close to the western gate. Master, I think they're here, says Sarah. It's still early, but there's a lot of traffic. 5 merchant caravans leave while we wait. Layla's party seemed to have mixed feelings when they see me. It looked like Layla accepted it. But even though we left on good terms, things are still awkward because of what happened with Mia. We will bother others if we stand here, so you should complain while we walk. Don't just assume I'm going to complain. I start walking with an awkward smile on my face. Mia is covering her face with her hood. Is she embarrassed? Is she having trouble facing them? Let's go then. Layla's party starts moving after I give the signal for some reason. We walk silently for a while. There are wagons passing by, so no one says a word. The mood feels heavy, and I can feel how nervous Mia is even though I can't see her face through the hood. Hikari and Sarah on the other hand don't seem to be feeling any different. The scenery around us is peaceful, covered with wheat fields. It can't be helped. It can't be good for Mia psychologically to drag this out any longer, so I propose we take a break and face the 6 girls. It's been a while. They nod unconvincingly. Is the stampede over? There was not much damage, except to the adventurers themselves. The monsters pushed close to the holy city, but they lost steam against its defenses, and from there it felt like it naturally ended. So their rampage was settled. Apparently there are some in the church and guild that say that since the monsters were being manipulated by a demon, the demon's orders rescinded once the demon left, and the stampede came to a close. Apparently normal stampedes don't end until there's nothing left once they get going. In the end, the situation resolved itself in 6 days. We were cautious for a few more days after that, but there wasn't really any noteworthy movement from the monsters. But even though the damage was kept to a minimum, a different problem arose. Yes, Master. Once word got out to believers and other people that the stampede wasn't a big deal, they started complaining about Mia being killed. One must wonder if the demon actually thought that far ahead, and controlled the scope of the stampede to drive anger towards the church. I see, I get it, but I think they're jumping to conclusions. Isn't it just a coincidence? Still, you got here pretty quickly. We left about 10 days after you did, but yours further arranged for us to travel by wagon, and a fast one at that. That shortened the time it took for us to get to the border quite a bit. Even though they were tired, she says. I see. Well, I'm just glad to see you're all doing well. Now it's my turn. Silence. I imagine 4 walls around us, and cast silence. I also make it so noise from here won't leak, but we can still hear noise from outside the boundaries of the spell. I feel like I'm getting good at using this spell because it's been getting a lot of use lately. We get a little further away from the main road just in case, because wagons pass by every once in a while. Mia might be in trouble if we leave it be for much longer. Layla and the rest of her party make dubious expressions when I say this, like they're asking what I'm even talking about. This isn't something I can talk about starting from the beginning, so I'll just come out and say it. Mia isn't dead, she's here. I turn around and push her back. It's been a while, everyone. Mia greets them while pulling back her hood, feeling embarrassed and troubled by all this. Incidentally, I told Mia last night that they thought she was dead. Eh? Miss Mia. Trisha is the one who's most surprised. The other 5 can't even react, and look at Mia with dumbfounded expressions. What is the meaning of this? Layla, being the oldest one I guess, is the first to shake off the shock. Although I wish she didn't grab me by the collar. Her face is too close to. Mia steps in and pulls her away. Ooh, thanks. But when I turn and look, her mouth is smiling but her eyes aren't. I'm going to have to explain. Let's start from the beginning. We learned of the demon's plot later, but I learned from Dan that Mia's life was in danger, and so I prepared a double and made it look like Mia died. So who died instead of Mia? An assassin out to kill Mia, I think. It showed she was an assassin when I cast appraisal. She must have done something bad. I see, Master. My father thought she was Miss Mia too. How did you manage that? All I can really say is that I used alchemy to make a disguise that fooled most people, and then I burned her so no one would discover the truth. They would know for sure if they checked the body. Then you should have just said that. I wanted to tell Dan too, but the fewer people know the better. At the very least, it's possible that people might come after Mia if they find out she's alive, right? And Dan is kind of soft-hearted, isn't he? I don't know what's going on in the church, but I can picture him blurting out the secret because he feels he can't go on letting people think she's dead. They don't argue with that. I'm sure they've heard all about what happened in the holy city. And she's technically my slave now, but there are reasons for that. Yes, a lot happened. I thought it was the best way to smuggle her out of the holy city. Who knew the whole slave contract process had such a loophole? Not that I'm complaining. And, well, Mia is all right, but we can't tell anyone she's a saint. I'm telling you this because you're going to stay in Majolica for a while. I say this while looking at you. I understand, Master. I won't tell my dad. She seems strangely convinced. Did she picture in her mind what would happen if she told him? I'm trusting you, you know. Chapter 114, Majolica, Part 1. Majolica has 2 faces. It's known as the city with a magic academy, and the city with a dungeon. There is another one like this to the west, called Prex, so it's said that to the west there's Prex, and to the east Majolica. Are there any conditions to join the academy, besides the entrance exam? Like, if you're a slave you can't join? There is no such restriction, although I don't think there are records of any slave enrolling. Yes, it's hard to imagine a slave going to school, although Hikari would probably be a special case. And do you need documents or anything when you go into the dungeon? You do need an admission card, so you need to register. It registers when you go in and out, and what floors you have been through. Why does it need to register when I go in and out? If someone goes in but there is no record of them leaving after a certain period of time, a rescue team is put together. I feel like this is mostly applicable for students of the academy. What about students who are also adventurers, like you? I believe they would send a rescue team. Most students that venture out into the dungeon are students anyway. This system was put in place after an incident when a lot of students didn't make it back. This is what we talk about while going from Lockyer to Majolica. We need to walk for 4 days. I don't know if she's used to walking by now, or if her stamina is just improving, but Mia doesn't seem to be pushing herself anymore. Then again, we do get to rest more, because having more people means having more people to keep watch. We do some mock battles here and there too, but what Mia is most interested in is learning about holy magic from Trisha. Mia can only use heal and recovery, so she's learning about offensive magic, like Holy Arrow and Turn Undead. I hear a bit about it too, but don't get it at all. For some reason, I haven't learned any other holy magic spells besides heal and recovery no matter how much I level up. I don't know why, but I guess at least for the time being the only benefit to leveling up this skill is to increase the effectiveness of its spells. For example, if we consider just the amount of healing itself, my heal is better than Mia's. Not that I've been using it a lot lately. Mia has been practicing along with Hikari when we rest. She used to be bad at controlling her magic, but she's getting a lot better. She'll probably be able to use it freely soon. My cooking keeps getting a favorable reception too. They're not just being polite, are they? They aren't. Are they? It's praised so much that it rolls back around to making me feel insecure. I've been accepting that praise without thinking anything of it, so I've been getting confident. But I need to not let that get to my head, and remember that I'm still experimenting. Then again, I have to consider that I have the blessing of my skill, and they're eating things they've never tasted before. We reach Majolica eventually, and I show my guild card as usual, and I'm let in without any issues. But when it's Layla's turn, the gatekeeper's expression changes when he sees her card. Layla doesn't seem too bothered by it. What are you going to do now, Sora? We're going to stay in an inn for now, but is there a way to rent a house here? House? I answer Layla's question with a nod. I don't know when Rurika and Chris will be coming here, so if renting a house is cheaper, we could go for that option. Staying in an inn comes with its privileges, but we'll probably have more time in a rented house, if Mia is going to practice her cooking. I see. I will be going home for now, so I will ask if they know anyone who can help. Thanks. And are there any inns you recommend? Especially ones with nice meals. I do, but it might be a little expensive, you know. Are you alright with that? Yes. And so, Layla guides us to an inn. This city gets a lot of monster meat from the dungeon, and apparently this inn is popular in Majolica because of the refined meals they serve. I ask for a room for 4 people for 3 nights. I'm not wasting time resisting. I've learned my lesson. Thanks. I will have to go to the academy tomorrow, but I will come visit again at night. Then I'll take care of some things during the day too. And so, we say goodbye to Bloody Rose for today. They all live in the academy's dormitory, but Layla and Casey are going to be visiting their homes. I'm sure their parents are worried about them going to another country, even if they are B-ranked adventurers. The other 4 aren't from here, so they're going straight back to the dormitory. I head to the Merchant Guild the next morning. People in the inn told me where it is. This world doesn't have guide maps or anything, so if you want to go someplace, you have to look for it yourself. That's why I end up asking gatekeepers and people in inns a lot. Map shows me buildings, but I can't tell what they are. Once I know what they are, it just sort of learns it too. How may I help you? I was thinking about renting a house. Is it possible to do this through the Merchant Guild? Yes, no problem. What kind of house are you looking for? A detached house that can accommodate at least 6 people, preferably with a separate room for all of them. Are you planning to stay here long? I'm a traveling merchant, so I'm thinking of going to the dungeon to gather materials. That is why I need a base of sorts. I hand my card. Very well. We have a few options. Would you like to see them in person? That would be great. Understood. Please wait while I call someone who can guide you. This person is very competent. It all got taken care of really fast. After a while, a woman that kind of reminds me of a small animal walks out, who will be my guide as I check out the houses. Chapter 115, Majolica, Part 2. I'm shown 4 places in total. 3 are built pretty much the same, with the exception that they have 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, and their proximity to the center of the city varies. The bedrooms are all pretty much the same in terms of size too. The other has rooms for everyone, and they're all relatively big too, but that comes with a steeper price. Every place I'm shown comes with a bath, which in a way is pretty important. That is all of them. What do you think? I can rent them for 20 days. The longer I rent them, the cheaper it gets, but just renting for 20 days seems cheaper than staying in an inn. But is it still a good deal when we take into consideration food and water supply? It depends on how good the inn is, I guess. I want to think about this if I can. Or do I have to give an answer right away? No problem. However, they are rather popular, so please remember that they might be rented out to other people. Apparently a lot of adventurers come here to challenge the dungeon, and they need to rent houses too. If what the guild employee says is true, I say thank you, and go check out a slaver. I come out empty-handed, but it looks like demand is pretty high around here because of all the people looking to explore the dungeon, so there are a few more slavers. They're all pretty high level too. But I don't find any information about Eris. I've been keeping my eyes open to see if I can find an elf, but so far I haven't had any luck. Next comes the Adventurer Guild. At first I'm not sure if I should bring Hikari and Mia along, but I want to register everyone for the dungeon, so we all come together. But this time I'm careful not to leave them alone. Sarah presents her guild card, and is told she has a message. It's from Rurika, saying they are heading to Majolica. Apparently the message came from the Beast Kingdom of Layth, and was sent 10 days ago. We asked to convey a message to Roriko and Chris if they stop by this guild, telling them we're here and the name of the inn we're staying in. I also check out the quests, and see a lot requesting materials from monsters found in the dungeon. There are a lot about teaming up to take down monsters or challenging the dungeon together. Some mention wanting to team up to take down variant species that appeared in this and that floor. If they appear in the upper floors, they might end up killing beginners and newbies, who aren't strong enough to stand up to these monsters, so the guild wants them taken care of as soon as possible. These also serve as warnings. I see we can register for the dungeon in a corner of the Adventurer Guild. It makes sense, the entrance to the dungeon is here too. Are those soldiers I see there? I guess they have a station here. There have been reported cases of monsters creeping out of other dungeons, so they're keeping watch just in case. I pay for 4 cards and ask to have them made. Then we hear about a few precautions we need to keep in mind when entering the dungeon. First, any quarrels that happen in the dungeon are our responsibility. However, malicious acts like attracting the attention of monsters and then setting them on other people carry severe punishments if it's proven someone did them. That goes for a lot of actions deemed unfair. Second, this dungeon is based around having different floors. There is a boss every 10 floors, and only those in the same party can enter at the same time. Parties are registered in the same card used when entering. Also, party members on the same floor can communicate through their cards. Third, once a party enters a boss room, there is a 5-day waiting period before they can enter it again. This is just how the dungeon is, and it rejects people trying to enter before that cooldown period. Fourth, people can register what floors they've been through, and they can move to floors they've been in the next time they explore the dungeon. However, this can only be done at the entrance. Fifth, by using a device near the staircase of floors that are multiples of 5, it's possible to be transported to the surface. There is a similar device near all staircases, but those only register when you've reached that floor, and can't transport people. But for example, if one starts on the 5th floor, they can't use that device right away to come back. Investigations have concluded that it takes at least 3 days for the device to be used in that case. Those are the most important rules. Also, there is a special field every 5 floors that's not a cave. It could be a forest, mountain, grassy field, among other things. Floors have different sizes too, and routes and location of staircases changes periodically, so even though maps are sold, no one knows how long they'll be valid. Monsters, on the other hand, tend to always be the same. It's possible to consult the reference room or check out quests in the guild if you want to know what monsters are where. I don't think we can casually go in and return on the same day. It really looks like we need to be prepared. Yes, we need plenty of food too. Can't fight on an empty stomach. How do others carry and retrieve things? Maybe they hire someone just for that. Maybe that's why slaves are in high demand. I say, thinking about how slavers seem to thrive here. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing that having an item box means people will want to have me in their parties. Is this part of the reason? But once we go in, we won't have contact with the outside. We might miss Rorika and Chris if they happen to come here while we're in the dungeon. How about we fight on the upper floors and walk back every day? Yes, that might work, depending on the monsters. But the rewards are probably not very good in the upper floors. If we're going to come back every time we update the floor we reached, we're going to gradually have more floors we can go back to, not counting every 5th floor. But it would be nice if there was a simpler way. I'm going to need to look up what monsters appear on what floors too. And since there's a different environment in every multiple of 5, I might be able to pick medicinal herbs too, depending on what environment we get. We visit the reference room, and find that upper floors are caves with either goblins or wolves. But the 5th floor is a grassland or a forest, so it's possible to pick medicinal herbs and rare fruits. However, that floor also has snakes and bees. After that, the dungeon is back to being a cave, with monsters known as killer bees, blood snakes, wolves, and goblins. After the 8th floor, monsters start showing up in packs. We might be able to go down to the 5th floor, pick rare things, and come back. I say, and 2 of the girls nod. Hikari got bored of this halfway through and is in her own world. She's still a kid, so I guess it's normal that quietly investigating things gets boring fast. Chapter 116, Guardian Sword. After leaving the reference room, we see things have suddenly gotten very noisy inside the guild. Master, look. Sarah turns my attention to where the noise is coming from, and I see faces I recognize, although they aren't the ones I want to see. It's the 4-person adventurer party we met in Sate, Light Sword, and they're causing a ruckus again. Are they yelling at that person to be their carrier? It feels less like they're being overbearing in how they ask it, and more like they're outright ordering it. The person being yelled at is arguing back, but I don't think either party is listening to the other. Light Sword talk like they're so good that it's only natural that others will obey them. People watching don't seem to like this either. But don't step in to stop it. I guess they don't want to get involved. I don't get why you'd even say number. You should be thanking us. You get to come with us and have a taste of the privilege of exploring the dungeon. That's right. And you just have to carry things too. Easy, right? They're just saying whatever they want. Isn't anyone from the guild going to put a stop to this? Or is it just that this sort of thing is so common that they don't bother? Is it your first time in this city? But then, someone approaches them from the entrance. It's someone wearing all white equipment, with an emblem of a sword and shield near the chest. What's it to you? We're having a chat with this one here. They're not happy about the interruption, and snap back at the intruder. We have a way of doing things here. If you need partners, ask the guild and they will put it on the recruitment board. We know that, but that has nothing to do with the likes of us. He then looks around, looking for the approval of his fellow party members. But everyone else around them looks exasperated. Do you want to take over for him and carry our stuff instead? HN. Unfortunately, I am affiliated somewhere else. I have to decline that offer. They can't be that good if they're going to hire a weak-looking guy like you. It feels like the mood changes after that phrase. I don't think the members of Light Sword realize this, as they keep laughing away like idiots. But everyone watching just gulped. HN? What? You got something to say? The man being made fun of walks forward, and grabs the other guy's head. His scream echoes throughout the entire room. It all happened in a second. He was suddenly near him and grabbing a hold of his head. The guy tries to escape the other man's grip, but his arm doesn't flinch. His friends try to help, but the moment they start to move, they're glared down and can't take another step. Say what you want about me, but don't you dare insult my comrades. The man is still struggling and trying to get away, but it's to no avail. His face is red, then white, then blue, and he struggles less and less. Ash, what are you doing? Captain, the man says while tossing the guy who by now is completely limp. I turn to where that voice came from, and see a middle-aged man with the same emblem. I asked what you were doing. I'm sorry. The man lowers his head and apologizes without so much as an excuse. Forget it. Is this your first time here? He asks the 3 men, who meekly nod. For just a second, this man exudes bloodlust that goes well beyond the air of intimidation around Ash. I guess the others are skilled enough to at least feel that. If you can't follow the rules, you should leave. This is your first and final warning, is all he says before he talks to someone in the reception desk, and disappears into a back room, followed by Ash. Light Sword pick up their fallen comrade and run away in the opposite direction. Not that anyone blames them or cares anymore. Who was that? I ask someone standing next to me. I haven't seen you around here before. Is this your first time here? Yes, we arrived in this city yesterday. I see. That's Guardian Sword, the biggest clan in Majolica. Clan? You don't even know what that is? Number. I never heard about that in the countries I've been to. So you came from abroad? I guess there are things that exist in some countries and not in others. Clans are basically like the expanded version of parties. Like a group of people brought together because they have the same ambitions or goals. So they use those kinds of foreign words here too. Not that it matters. And those two are the number 1 and number 2 of Guardian Sword. But something must have happened if the big shots in the guild called them here. That sounds ominous. I say thank you, and leave the guild with the 3 girls. It's lunchtime already, and the smell coming from stalls revives Hikari. We listen to her request, and decide to have lunch there. There are lots of things here I've never tasted. Probably because of the dungeon where rare monsters appear. Is this fish? The texture of the white pulp of the soup feels like white fish meat. Did I just find yet another reason to explore the dungeon? Chapter 117, Majolica, Part 3. We walk around the city after having lunch. First we visit item shops, and then shops that sell foodstuffs. We'll be able to cook if I rent a house, but this is also going to come in handy when we're in the dungeon. As we go around the shops, I notice there's a lot of variety when it comes to portable rations here. I spot a corner in one where we can try samples, and I've never had one this good before. I would still say that it's better to take the time to cook, but it feels like it would be a great thing for people without anything like an item bag to carry things with them. It should decrease the amount of things they have to carry around by quite a bit. There are a lot of solid bars too. But is there anything like dry frozen food? The type that you soak in hot water and eat? I would be able to make soups pretty easily, and with a wide variety of flavors too, if there was something like that here, but I don't see it anywhere. Do I sense a business opportunity? Is something bothering you? I ask Mia. As we go around the stores, I notice there are times when it seems like her mind isn't here. It's nothing. I'm just tired because we visited so many places today. It's true. We've been walking a lot today, starting from the Merchant Guild. Traveling has been improving her stamina, but it's still not great. And there was the time we spent investigating things about the dungeon too. She's probably not too used to that either. I see. Maybe it's time to go back to the inn. Hikari and Sarah look concerned too. I'm fine. It's not bad enough that I can't walk. Don't push yourself. We can continue tomorrow. Sarah suggested that it would be a good idea to get equipment for Mia, so I wanted to check that out too. But it doesn't have to be today. After a bit of a back and forth, we decide we're going back. Mia looks like she feels bad about it, but I wish she didn't. If anything, I want her to not be afraid to speak her mind more. I'm not very sensitive when it comes to these things, and I'm not good at picking up on small details either. She's become pretty meek ever since she was made a slave. That might sound like a charming change for a girl, but I liked her better when she was more energetic and a bit of a tomboy. To be more precise, I liked how she was easier to deal with. We go straight back to the inn, and take it easy there. Layla shows up when we're having tea in the dining hall after we've had dinner. Casey is with her too. They're wearing matching outfits, or rather, the uniform of their academy. So this world has school uniforms too. It's a bit strange how they kind of look like military uniforms. Have you had dinner, Layla and Casey? Yes, in the dormitory. That is why we arrived here a little late. If that's the case, I'll just order something to drink for them. Of course, I'm buying. What did you do today? Since she's asking, I tell her about going to the Merchant Guild, checking out houses, going around stalls, and all the stuff we did today. So you are planning to go to the dungeon? We might as well test our skills while we're here. And I want some magic stones too. That means your house won't get much use even if you do rent one. Maybe. How do you, or rather, how do most people explore the dungeon? Well, let's say you start on the 23rd floor. You will most likely advance to the 25th floor, register it, and then use the device to come back. Of course, you could also advance further if you felt you could still go, or you could go back to the 20th floor and use the device there if you felt you could not get through the 24th floor. Sounds simple enough. I ask if there are items used to come back, and Layla says there are. At least in theory. There is an item called Return Stone. However, it would cost at least 300 gold coins, although it also appears rarely in treasure chests in the dungeon. If put up for auction, it is guaranteed that one of the major clans will buy it. It can also be acquired in treasure chests dropped by defeated bosses. We have gotten our hands on one before. Of course, there are some people who won't sell them. It's an item that could save their lives after all. Apparently the guild has a few in case of an emergency. You will probably be staying in the dungeon a lot. Some of the people who rent houses do so because they are afraid they won't find an inn when they return, or rent one together with people they know. Layla and her party stay in a dormitory, and worst case scenario, they can go home. And also, while this isn't common, some people hire others to take care of the houses they rent while they're away. They cook, do laundry, and all sorts of other chores like it was an inn. This can be arranged through the guild, and some adventurers, mostly veterans, even buy slaves just for this purpose. Mia, who has been quietly listening this whole time, looks up and reacts for a second, before returning to her original position and quietly listening again. Also, I'm sorry, but I asked people about renting houses, and no one I asked was very familiar with it. Thank you for asking. I'm sure you're busy since you just returned to the academy. You have done more than enough for us, so don't worry about it. We will have to attend the academy for the time being, so we won't be able to explore the dungeon with you. But how about we go together when we have some time? Sounds good. By the way, How far have you gotten? The 27th floor if I remember correctly. Then that will be our goal too. I'm sure you can do it. But don't overdo it. The dungeon is not like a normal hunt. It's getting late, so I propose that I accompany them back, but they say it's fine because they will be going by wagon. Apparently there are wagons going around the city at specific intervals. They sound like regular buses. Still, I leave the inn with them and accompany them to the wagon. I feel people's attention on me, but I don't really know why. Chapter 118, Majolica, Part 4. The next day, we head to a weapons and armor shop just as we planned, to get our equipment in order. It's important to strike a good balance between tough equipment that will keep you safe, but also doesn't restrict your movements. If it's so heavy that just wearing it makes you tired, it defeats the whole purpose. Mia listens to what Sarah and Hikari have to say very intently while looking for things she can try. She's getting a feel for how comfortable various things are, and how well she can move in them. We can also ask to adjust the size, so that's what we do. Mia looks like she has mixed feelings when she sees me pay for everything with a few gold coins, but this is actually an investment. We're going to be making this money back. And it's not like her equipment was actually that expensive. Master, I'm hungry. Is it that time already, Hikari? I guess shopping with girls takes a long time. Part of it is because equipment for girls tends to focus not only on functionality, but also on the visual aspect. Most equipment for guys is more boorish, although there's also stuff that looks cool. Is there anything you want in particular? Meat. I follow Hikari's eyes, and see a stall grilling meat on skewers. The nice smell of burning sauce is being carried this way by the wind. I ask for 4, one for each person, and Hikari immediately digs into it and stuffs her cheeks. I also take a bite. It's a little hard, but once I start biting into it and the flavor starts spreading, it's good. This is amplified by the sauce and the meat juices mixing in my mouth. Sarah looks like she's enjoying it too, but Mia takes one bite and stops moving. What's wrong? I ask, and Mia realizes she stopped. She slowly takes another bite, and then notices that Hikari's mouth is dirty with sauce and wipes it. I see that, but then turn to where she was looking before, while being careful not to let her see me doing it. I see a shabbily dressed girl. No, there's another, smaller kid in her arms. They have disheveled hair, and their faces are dirty. Mia is still glancing that way. Something on your mind? I ask Mia, but she doesn't say anything. Hikari looks like she hasn't had enough, so I give her some money and ask her to buy something else. She grabs Sarah and Mia by their hands, and pulls them as she charges the other stalls. Hey, old man. HN, do you want more? Sorry, number. Is that sort of thing common around here? I ask while looking at the kids that have been staring at me from behind cover. I guess. I feel like it's been getting worse in the past few years. The feudal lord has been building orphanages, but it feels like it's not enough. Even if they get built, there's no one to run them. A lot of people gather here because of the dungeon, but a lot of people die too. That's probably what happened to their parents. I'm told it's even more noticeable if I walk through the back streets. Some work as carriers in the dungeon, but only a fraction of them manage to find such work. So what should be done about those two? Asks Mia, who is standing behind me. All of a sudden, Hikari and Sarah aren't here, so I guess she returned on her own. There's nothing that can be done. We're not wealthy enough to take them in or support them. All we can do is see if the feudal lord or nobles do something about it. Even if he gave them leftovers, it's not like he can do that every single day. And once they get a taste for it, they'll be here asking for more all the time. It sounds like he feels guilty, even though it's not really his fault. I sense that he wishes he could help. I guess Mia is picking up on that too, because she apologizes for her harsh tone earlier. What do you want to do, Mia? I'm sure she wants to help. It's clear as day. But she knows she can't help everyone on her own. Even if she did something for the two in front of us, there are many more in the same situation. Mia bites her lip hard out of frustration. It looks like it hurts. What's wrong, Master? Hikari and Sarah are back too. It looks like they bought soup. Both have bowls in her hands, with steam rising from them. I take one from each, and turn to Mia. Mia, what do you want to do? I want to reach out to them if I can. Then take these. I hand her the soup and tell her to go. Hikari looks confused, and then notices the two girls. Sarah also notices them, but doesn't say anything. It's not like she doesn't feel anything, It's probably more like she's holding her tongue because she's a slave. Are you sure about that, young man? I don't know, but I can't pretend I don't see them. And it's fine. It's just two. I thought you were going to say just leave it to me or something like that. I'm just a poor merchant. Oh, and give me 2 more. I ask for 2 more skewers, and he says these ones are on the house. Who are you to talk, old man? I turn around to see Hikari bringing one girl, along with another little girl. I can give you a job. Do you want to work? If you do, I can provide you with a place to live and hot meals. I feel shady, like I'm about to kidnap them or something. Like I'm luring them with the meat in the skewers. They look wary, maybe because I look extra suspicious with the mask on. They look back and forth between Mia and the skewers, and after Mia smiles, they hesitantly take the meat. They immediately dig into them and eat them frantically. It actually looks kind of dangerous, like they're going to start choking at any moment. So, what do you intend to do, master? Asks Sarah. Rent a house and have them take care of it. Can they do it? They're smaller than Hikari. Depends on if they're up for it. They're struggling to survive, so I'm sure they'll give it their all towards anything. I look at Sarah, and she gets embarrassed and turns away for some reason. Is she speaking from experience? Chapter 119, Majolica, Part 5. Here is the key. How long will you be staying? 22 days, at least to start with. If I don't pay when the time comes, please extend it another 20 days. Can I pay by card? Yes. No problem. But is there any reason why you won't extend it personally? I might be in the dungeon at the time. I haven't really made plans yet. I see. Then I will keep that in mind and put the contract together. But please come see me at least once within 100 days. If you can't, you can send someone to represent you. Just make sure to have the representative bring something that tells me you sent them. If you can't follow this procedure, I'm going to have to terminate the contract. I'm renting a house with 4 bedrooms. A gold coin for 20 days. It would be cheaper to stay in an inn if it was just us, but oh well. Let's go then, I say, and the younger kid is surprised, and hiding behind Mia. The older one looks exasperated, but follows me. The first thing to do is to clean this place. And you two need a bath. I have Hikari and Sarah go out to buy clothes, and Mia give them a bath. Although I'm the one who cleans the tub and warms the water. I'm impressed by how swiftly she undresses them, and she gets mad at me for looking. In the meantime, I do what I can. Check things around the kitchen and clean rooms. We have furniture, but not enough. We don't have enough beds for example, but I already knew about that, and we're going out to buy what we need tomorrow. Sarah and Hikari come back while I'm cleaning, so I tell them where the bath is. But Hikari starts cleaning right away, and very well. Like she's used to it. It's like her body knows how to do it, even though she herself is surprised by it. When the two finish their bath, they're unrecognizable. Their disheveled hair is neat, and so are their faces. Their clothes aren't exactly the right size, but that's to be expected. I'm Sora. This is Hikari, and this is Sarah. I'm sure they already know Mia. I introduce myself while kneeling, so I can look them in the eyes. I think I remember hearing that you should do this with kids. Although technically our eyes aren't really meeting, because I have a mask on. I'm Elsa, and this is Alto. Are you two brother and sister? No, we're not. We are not. But we used to be together a lot, so. I see. Did Mia tell you what's going on? Yes, she did. I don't expect you to be able to do everything right from the start. Mia is the same. Elsa looks up at Mia, who seems embarrassed and turns away. You're going to be living together, so I'm sure they would find out sooner or later. Mia, you can take your time learning. And Alto, you're younger than Elsa, so there's probably less you can do compared to her. But no one's going to get mad at you for not being able to do something, so I don't want you to quit just because of that. Are you up for it? Alto looks at me, or rather, my mask, and nods. I ask how old they are, and learn that they're 8 and 5. I think they're a little small for their ages, and Mia confirms it by saying she also thinks they're smaller than average. I'm sure that's down to poor nutrition. Their arms and legs look thin too, like they would break if I grabbed them a little strongly. I give Mia instructions, and she tells them to sweep and scrub the bedrooms. I ask Sarah to do one of the rooms too, while I drain the water from the bathtub and fill it again with magic. I can heat the water just before it's used, so I let it sit like this for now. The house has a small backyard, but it looks like it's been neglected. I guess the people that rented this place before didn't care about it, because there's weeds all over the place. We can leave this for tomorrow too. It doesn't look like we'd finish today. After cleaning the house to a certain extent, we take a break and go shopping. We need pots and plates to use here, and along the way we notice we need forks too. We also need blankets and spare clothes. The ones they're wearing are already dirty because they've been cleaning. For now, I can cast purification magic. We go back after we finish shopping, and there's a person I know standing in front of the house. Where did Sora go? We went through the trouble of finding this place, and then we get here. Big sister, please be quiet. Think of the neighbors. It's a noisy Layla and a level-headed Casey. How did you find us? We stopped by the inn, and were told you left. I figured you were going to follow up on your plans to rent a house, so I asked the Merchant Guild. And they told you? Is that really the kind of information that should be passed along so casually? Let's not talk here. Come inside. I invite them in and let Mia and the others handle what we bought. Who are those two? Layla asks as she sits down. I explain why the two kids are here. In a way, they're the reason why I decided to rent this place. I understand. I see Mia is still the same. Layla looks at Elsa and Alto with a certain gentleness in her eyes, but she quickly sits up straight and asks another question. You said you are going to challenge the dungeon, correct? What are they going to do in the meantime? They have been living alone, but aren't you concerned? She's right. I could ask Mia to stay, but I want her to experience the dungeon too. There's a lot to learn, like self-defense, how to handle magic, and all sorts of other things. And I want her to level up too. And it doesn't seem like Mia herself feels any differently. I think I know someone who might be able to look after them. Should I ask them? I should probably rely on her. If I have to look for someone myself, I'll have to ask the Merchant Guild, because I don't have any connections here. And I can trust someone Layla knows more than a stranger. All right. Thank you. And I'd appreciate it if you asked how much it would cost me. Come on. Are we not friends? Did you not save my life? Did I? She refuses when I offer to pay. I look at Casey, but she tells me to just give up. I don't remember doing anything that important, but if it makes Layla happy, I'll leave this up to her. Somehow I feel like Layla is too stubborn to back down. Chapter 120, Majolica, Part 6. My name is Talia, and I will be under your care. Layla has explained everything to me. Thank you for having me. A young woman wearing a long maid uniform with an apron in front politely introduces herself and gracefully bows. Impeccable. Is she a pro? Talia the maid and Talia the adventurer have names that are pretty easy to mix up. It's kind of strange. Likewise. Thank you very much for coming. She's laughing. Mr. Sora, you are my employer. Please speak normally. I have heard a lot about you from Layla. Her smile feels piercing for a moment. Is that an adult's charm? It makes me kind of nervous. Layla's stern eyes are kind of uncomfortable too. Generally speaking, we will be under your care while we're in the dungeon. But what are you going to do while we're around? Layla has told me how your cooking has a unique taste. If possible, can you teach me? If you can, I would very much like to sleep here. We have 4 rooms, so that shouldn't be a problem, should it? But then again, I need space. I can't practice alchemy in everyone's living space. I can share a room with Elsa and Alto. It will be more convenient that way for me to teach them. All right. Hikari, can you call Elsa and Alto? They're out removing weeds with Mia. We explain the situation to them. If they say they want to stay in the same room as Mia because they're attached to her, I'll consider it. But Elsa actually bows to Talia and says they'll be under her care. Alto looks nervous and grabs Elsa's clothing, but does the same as Elsa. We take the opportunity to assign rooms to everyone. First, me. I'm alone. Alone, not lonely. Hikari and Mia will stay in the same room. I guess Mia is interested in hearing Hikari talk about all the secrets about how she fights and whatnot, although I get the feeling that those conversations tend to veer away from fighting monsters and focus more on how to look for the tastiest food in stalls. I guess for Hikari that's a sort of fighting style. Sarah has her own room. Like me. It's perfect, because if Rurika and Chris come here, they'll have a lot to talk about, and this way they can stay together. For better or worse, they'll have a lot to say to each other. She'll be on her own until then, but I guess she'll stay with Hikari and Mia from time to time. Sarah, Rurika, and Chris should talk about what they're going to do from then on when they meet again. Then there's Talia, Elsa, and Alto. Elsa looks very motivated. So much so that Talia says she's going to get her a maid uniform too, so I leave that up to her. The next day, Alto is wearing a maid uniform too for some reason. Should I say something, or should I just not touch the subject? No one seems to care. Is it just me? This is also when Talia starts educating them. They focus on all sorts of domestic chores. But she also teaches them to read and write in their spare time. I get in a way that's necessary, because they won't be able to do things like go out and buy food if they don't know how to handle money and do simple calculations. I'm thinking of going to the dungeon once Elsa and Alto are settled in. What if Sarah's friends pass by this city while we are not here? I asked the guild to relay a message, and told them about this place. Plus, we're getting to the point where we need to start earning money. I keep spending it, and I'm starting to see the amount of money I have in hand go down. I wasn't really that serious about conquering the dungeon, but the situation is different now. Of course, I'll be careful not to overdo it. I'm not thinking about going to the front lines, but it's important to save up money for living expenses and for the future. Mia looks like she feels guilty, because she probably understands the reason, but it's not like I wasn't on board with it. I also check where Rorika and Chris are, and see that it will probably take them a while to get here, so I figure it will be fine. It's too bad I can't use this more, because I have no idea how long it will last. I think I should at least be able to use it 1 or 2 more times. The next 3 days are very busy. We buy more furniture that we're missing and fix up the placement of everything in the house. I teach my style of cooking, mostly to Talia, check what monsters appear and what materials can be picked in the dungeon up to the 10th floor, check deliver quests. Then at night I do alchemy, and make a replacement necklace for Mia. Apparently the last one activated a barrier in response to long-distance attacks. It seems to be because the first time she was attacked, it was from a long distance. I guess I unconsciously got it in my head that a sneak attack has to be from a long distance. This time, I make sure to think about a close quarters attack too. But this magic stone isn't a good quality one, so I have to tell her that this won't completely stop an attack. The most it can do is weaken its momentum to lessen the damage. I also make sure to warn that it's dangerous to rely on this, and to be careful. Other than that, I also make magic items that I think might be useful. I end up with few magic stones because of this, but it's necessary. Well then, we are planning to stay in the dungeon for about 10 days. I'll leave the rest to you. Elsa clenches her fists, ready to do her best. I still don't really understand Alto, but he sees us off while waving his hand. Talia says to take care with the same attitude as always. We're heading to the dungeon early in the morning, and there are already adventurers and explorers here ready to go. I see people carrying a lot of luggage, and others pretty lightly equipped. Most parties range from 10 to 20 people, and some groups have matching equipment. Me, Hikari, Sarah, and then Mia. We all take turns touching the jewel an employee is holding with our cards. Party of 4. Name: none. Do we have to pick one? It would be easier for us to remember you if you did, but it's not strictly necessary. Should we talk about that later? Maybe after we meet up with Rorika and Chris and decide what to do. We might even say goodbye to Sarah then. Speaking of Sarah, she takes the lead as we enter the dungeon. It feels strange when we step inside, like we just crossed some sort of boundary. There's one suspicious-looking path stretching straight ahead in front of us. Is the gate to hell, or a vault with dormant treasure? I feel anxious, but excited too. I also feel like I'm really experiencing a fantasy world right now. Chapter 121, Majolica's Dungeon, 1F. What is it, Master? Nothing, Hikari. I was just caught off guard because the scenery suddenly changed. Yes. What happened? Mia touches a wall with a puzzled look on her face too. Sarah then scolds her for not being careful, because there might be traps. Apparently there aren't any until the 10th floor, but it's nice to keep in mind that we shouldn't go around touching things randomly. But what I'm really surprised about is this map function. It's mapping everything like a certain game, and when I use presence detection, oh wow, it even displays the monsters. Is this alright? Am I playing on easy mode? Am I overpowered in the dungeon? Then again, we just got here. Maybe map doesn't work on every floor. And our formation has Hikari and Sarah in front, Mia in the middle, and I'm in charge of watching our rear. That means Hikari and Sarah are going to be the ones deciding where we go for the most part, so I'll keep quiet and try not to look at map as much as I can. That's what I think. But deep down I know I'm going to end up looking. If I remember correctly, the first floor has goblins, right? Mia, calm down. We're all here with you. I know you probably can't not be nervous no matter what I say, but you'll feel better as we go on. She's nervous, and gripping her staff tightly. She's following Hikari's advice to take deep breaths, but I think she should be more comfortable with relying on her partners. Yes, thank you. I feel better. I'm all right. It feels like she's saying that to herself, but she does seem a bit more relaxed. Hikari nods in response too. After checking on Mia, I look around again. The way the paths are made reminds me of ones inside Rocky Mountains. They look rugged, and bumping into them would hurt for sure. I'm pretty sure these walls can be scraped, but not outright destroyed. No, they're self-repairing, right? And it would take a very powerful attack to even scratch them, let alone destroy them. At least that's what I read. I guess no matter the world, there's always going to be people who won't be satisfied until they investigate these sorts of things. The cave is illuminated by light being emitted from the walls. What a strange place this is. Master, forward. Yes, Sarah. Apparently there aren't any traps in the first few floors, but let's be careful just the same. Be careful about monsters' sneak attacks, and let's head to the second floor for now. But if we come across a group of goblins, kill them and leave one so we can have Mia fight it. Wolves are quick, so they aren't ideal for a beginner. If possible, I want her to experience fighting just a goblin. Sarah was also thinking the same thing, and Hikari agrees. I don't know if we should call it good or bad luck, but we soon find 3 goblins halfway through this path. Are they not smart enough to plan an ambush? It feels like they should be hiding in the shadows as we cross the path. Or are they just overconfident? It doesn't matter. The moment we find them, they're downed in the blink of an eye by a knife and axe. Then they keep going and get behind the goblin. It starts looking back and forth with a wooden stick in hand. Is it shaking because its friends were killed instantly? If this was a game, it would be using the run option right now. But its path is blocked from both sides, so it can't escape. It looks nervous, but Mia isn't any calmer. Calm down, Mia. Remember your mock battles with Hikari and Sarah. Why yes. Your voice cracked. In this situation, would a hero touch or rub one of their breasts to ease the tension and put the focus on something else? That's just sexual harassment. Never mind getting a lecture. They probably wouldn't even speak to me again if I did something like that. No, that's not possible, because they're slaves. It's all a matter of feelings. What am I even thinking about? My mind is going in weird places. I guess I'm the one who really needs to calm down. But we're getting nowhere at this rate. The goblin is kind of bewildered too. I give Mia a light push on the back. I have to be a bit mean here. This makes Mia step forward, and the goblin gets ready to fight too. It's fine. Just fight like you always do and it won't stand a chance. Remember that we'll protect you if anything happens. If she's in danger, I'll use a magic barrier with a lot of magic energy. Mia looks like she's ready to, and takes another step forward, this time on her own. That's the signal to start, even though there's no gong sound. The goblin runs and jumps, but is easily smacked down. I think Mia is the one most surprised by this. Mia evaded the attack and hit the goblin with her staff. The goblin then faints in agony, and Hikari puts it out of its misery. What do you think? I don't really know. Apparently she was struggling even more than she showed. And it seems it still doesn't really feel real to her. Mia, you moved like you always do. If you can always do that, you won't have a problem. Yes, you were pretty good. Big sister Mia, have more confidence. The 2 girls compliment her, and Mia's stiff expression softens. I guess she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In a way, we were even more nervous than her. The battle is over, so it's time to collect materials. Not that there's much to collect, just magic stones and right ears, that serve as proof that we defeated them. We don't get rewards for defeating them, but they count as achievements and add points necessary to rank up. Sarah is the only adventurer here, so only she needs them. How are these things judged when unrelated people are accompanying adventurers? Inside the dungeon, after we collect the magic stones and get outside of a 10-meter radius from the monsters, they fall apart on their own and disappear. A common theory is that the dungeon itself is absorbing them. Because of this, if people want to take monster materials with them, they need to leave the magic stones, keep someone near the materials at all times, or not let them touch the dungeon directly. Of course, there are exceptions, but it seems weapons equipped by monsters disappear too. It's so strange how they disappear on their own. We keep going after seeing the corpses disappear. Who knows how far we'll make it in one day. Our dungeon exploration is just starting. Chapter 122, Majolica's Dungeon, 2F. Wolves appear on this floor. There are no obstacles, and the paths are narrow. I say narrow, but they're about 5 meters wide, which still makes it a lot easier to fight here than in a forest. If we can match the wolves' speed, that is. Mia, take a good look at how they move. Focus only on defending from their attacks. They attack by biting, slashing with their front legs, and tackling. Those are the 3 main attacks at least. But when people get distracted by their speed and panic, they end up misjudging how to deal with them. If you stay calm and defend, they'll come to attack. And if you don't get flustered and focus on blocking each attack one by one, it's easy to defend against them if you focus on protecting yourself. Of course, I'm talking about a one-on-one scenario. However, our current foe isn't a wolf, it's the maze of the dungeon. We just reached another dead end, and we got through the first floor so easily. Mia looks like she's about to crumple down. The other 2 also look tired, especially mentally. How about we eat? It's getting to be lunchtime, I say while looking at a round thing that's about the size of the palm of my hand. There are marks positioned east, west, south, and north, and 2 needles, one big and one small. It's like a slightly oversized pocket watch. The big needle represents hours, and the small one days. I made this so we don't lose track of time even in the dungeon. I've heard from Layla that the special fields in every floor that's a multiple of 5 have a day and night cycle, but the others generally don't change. Because of this, it's common for people to lose track of time and not take breaks, and end up overexerting themselves. Exhaustion lowers concentration and inhibits calm decision-making. It's possible for people to completely freeze at an important time too, and suffer heavy damage because of it. It's important to rest when necessary. Master, that is a wonderful suggestion. We move to a dead end and start cooking there, starting a fire to roast meat and warm soup. It doesn't take a lot of time, because it's all already cut and placed in containers. I also have baked bread in the item box, and since I put it in here when it was freshly made, it's still warm, just a bit colder than when I stored it. Let's eat, says Hikari while putting her hands together. She copied the gesture from me. What a strange place this is. I follow the smoke with my eyes as it goes up. It slowly rises all the way to the ceiling, and disappears as if being sucked in by it. What if I threw something there? It would bounce back normally, right? And we didn't come across any other parties, says Mia while looking around. I guess the soup is helping her relax. Apparently there aren't any people working on the upper floors. Map doesn't show me anyone. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. There are others who come to this place from elsewhere, like Lightsword. I'm sure everyone is working deeper inside the dungeon. There are also parties who head to the exit to leave the dungeon too, so I'm sure we'll come across someone sooner or later if we head for the staircases. The floors from the 1st to the 10th are seen as beginner floors, and it's rare for people who made it to the 5th floor to explore the ones that come before it again, unless they are newbies who aren't too confident in their fighting skills. However, since there are newbies in this city who register as adventurers, there are periods when people can be seen in the first handful of floors more frequently, especially around the time when students of the academy start exploring the dungeon. Some adventurers concentrate their efforts on harvesting materials from the field on the 5th floor too, and some focus on bosses and jump straight to the 10th floor to defeat them. But sometimes, adventurers hit a wall on the 8th or 9th floor, because the amount of monsters increases, or rather, the number of monster encounters increases. This tends to happen a lot with people who come from elsewhere to challenge the dungeon, especially since in other towns and countries it's customary to form parties of around 5 people. But there are ways to get around this. Some people hire guides or guards to push through, and I've even heard of adventurers who turn this into a business. Basically, monsters that would otherwise be easily defeated become a problem when their numbers are increased, and it can become exhausting. It's actually easier for these parties to fight monsters from the 11th floor on than the 8th and 9th floor. Another thing, hunting a lot doesn't mean much when the amount of materials people can carry back is limited. If parties don't have item bags or item boxes, they're better off going for higher grade materials than to collect a lot of the cheaper ones. That means that even if they go to the 8th or 9th floor to hunt, they're going to end up with materials right in front of them that they can't hope to bring back. Magic stones are worthless when they come from low-rank monsters too. They can be profitable if people collect a lot of them, but not a lot of people are so inclined. And of course, there are people who want to become stronger as they go along, and they tend to look for like-minded people and face the dungeon with more partners. That's how clans become bigger. How far are we going this time? Until the 5th floor, as we planned. Then we'll stay there for a few days and come back. It would be great if there were medicinal plants there. We can head to the 6th floor if we find the staircase, but if we don't, we'll just choose the device on the 5th floor. It looks like I can sell my potions here, so that's going to be a way to raise funds. The problem is what I'm going to say when I sell them. I can't keep using the excuses that they're family heirlooms or that I bought them along the way forever. Should I say that a mysterious potion maker suddenly emerged out of nowhere and started making these? Or should I leave the city for a while to create an alibi? Master, how much are you bringing back? Asks Hikari. The item box can hold a lot more, so that won't be a problem. I can store 200 or 300 wolves easily, I think. I haven't hit the limit since I leveled up. I think its capacity increased again at level 9, but I don't remember hitting the limit at level 7 or 8 anyway. I guess I should check how much I can store, but can I even save up that much? Sarah looks exasperated, and Hikari has a sparkle in her eyes. Mia is focused on recovering her energy and doesn't really care. For now, let's just finish this floor before dinner. We rest for a bit after eating, and Hikari, Sarah, and Mia work on a map. The dungeon changes at regular intervals, but a simple map is useful for making sure we don't accidentally end up going down the same paths multiple times. I watch them work from a distance. If I try to chime in, I might accidentally blurt out the answers, so I restrain myself. If it was a more complicated floor, or one with stronger monsters, I'd feel more inclined to interject. After they're done, we leave. The map is simple, but pretty accurate from what I can tell. I guess they also talked about where we should go, because we keep going with no sign of hesitation on their part, and so, after about 2 more hours, we finish the 2nd floor without much issue. Index Chapter 123, Majolica's Dungeon, 3F/4F. We've made it to the 3rd floor, and this is where we'll be camping today, in a dead end to be exact. This is normally not recommended, because it leaves us with no way out if monsters appear, but we've decided it's better this way because our party is small, and there's a chance that we could be attacked from multiple directions. Otherwise, only 2 people will keep watch at a time. We could have only 1 person so everyone slept more, but there's always a chance that they wouldn't be able to deal with whatever comes to attack, or even fall asleep. I start wondering if I can fortify our position with earth magic, and I guess I sort of can. I can't use dirt from the dungeon as is, but if I spend more magic energy to refine and maintain it, it's possible to build defensive walls. Then I start thinking that I might as well block out the entire passage. I could probably do it with a few mana potions, but in the end, I can't build something on a scale that would actually be helpful for our defense, so I abandon this idea. We start a fire, eat, and 2 of us go to sleep right away without chatting for a bit first. We're in for the long haul, so resting is also work in a way. The crackling sound coming from the fire echoes in the quiet dungeon. It's actually a quiet sound too, but it seems louder when it's the only sound I hear. I'm standing watch with Mia. It looks like a poorly balanced combination at first, but I have skills. This way, Mia can go to sleep if she can't stand to be awake anymore. How was exploring the dungeon today? I'm tired, but I feel like I'm just a bit, more confident. I guess Mia can fight goblins and wolves one-on-one. She didn't finish them, but she definitely held her own. I'm sure knowing she can keep up with the wolf's speed gave her a boost in confidence. Hikari and Sarah are actually faster than wolves, so Mia was probably used to that level of speed before encountering a wolf anyway. We keep talking, and I see her get drowsy. She's trying, but she's starting to doze off. It's no good. I keep talking to her to help her stay awake, but eventually she can't even talk properly and is knocked out. Fell asleep sitting down. That's not going to be good for her body, so I help her lay down. By checking map, I can see that there are clearly less monsters here now than during the day. Some don't even move. I guess their activity dies down during the night too. I figure it will be the opposite for undead type monsters. But it's not like monster activity has stopped completely. so we still need to be at least somewhat alert. Maybe other people use the monsters to tell the time, or maybe there are actually less monsters at night because they're hunted during the day. I think back to the monsters we fought since we reached the 3rd floor. Goblins appear on this floor sometimes, but rarely. There will be a fighter or a mage mixed in those groups, but most of the time they're hunted the same way as the ones on the 1st floor. What needs special attention are those mages. We have to be careful not to let them use magic. Hikari and Sarah can use throwing attacks, but I asked them not to so Mia can practice her holy arrow. We've come across 4 mages so far, but she only used holy arrow once, or rather, she only completed it and fired at a monster once. The other times her concentration was broken halfway through, or she stopped it because she thought the monster was about to attack her. I'm sure she'll be able to activate it on the spot once she gets used to it, but it's still hard for her. Trisha was teaching her, but she can't quite get it. From what I can see with magic energy detection, it feels like she still can't control her magic energy very well. Mia can use her magic if she's calm, so I guess it's just a matter of doing it until she's used to it and her concentration won't be broken. The problem is all in the time between starting to cast a spell and the spell being activated. I asked her if she can't use it without an incantation, like with heal and recovery, but she says she can't. She says she doesn't know why, but she feels she can't do it, at least not yet. The next day, Mia apologizes profusely when she wakes up. I just tell her not to push herself too much. We camped on the way to Majolica, but we were pretty relaxed then. And of course, the same can't be said for the dungeon. Hikari and Sarah are in front, but it's hard for Mia not to be nervous. Walking around feeling nervous the whole time, something I'm sure she's never experienced before, and having to fight monsters on top of it must be pretty tiring for her, even if she doesn't notice it. Hikari and Sarah saw this coming, so they've been giving her advice. After a while, we find the staircase to the 4th floor, and take a break before we go down. The 4th floor is a wolf floor. The difference between this and the 2nd floor is in how many appear at the same time. Before, we used to encounter 2 or 3, but now they walk around mostly in packs of 5. We come across a wolf wandering around alone, probably because it lost sight of the others, and packs with more than 5, but those are rare. That said, it's still not a problem. Did they actually overlook 2 of them on purpose so they would attack Mia? I try to step in and help, but they urge me with their eyes to stop. I do just that and just watch Mia, deactivating the magic barrier for now. The necklace I gave her before is broken, and I still haven't given her its replacement. I talked about it with Sarah before, and she told me that Mia would probably rely on it too much, so she should go without it for the first few floors. Mia's equipment is good too, so maybe it will be good for her to feel what it's like to be attacked. Yes, I know, it's kind of rough. Mia moves her staff skillfully, and that combined with her footwork restricts the movements of the wolves. She's moving around in a way to make it so she doesn't have to fight both wolves at the same time. She can't land the decisive blow, and she's attacked by the wolves a few times, but she doesn't waver. Mia just grits her teeth. This goes on for about 10 minutes, until one of the wolves goes down to a clean hit from Mia's staff, and the other is finished by Hikari after being blown away. Mia lets out a sigh of relief and crumples to the ground. There's sweat on her forehead, and her cheeks are bright red. But she has a proud smile on her face. The other 2 approach her. Are they congratulating her? No. They're pointing out things she did wrong and giving her advice. Mia is listening with a serious look on her face. I don't quite find the right words to say, so I just tell her she did well, but that's enough to make her happy and bring a smile back to her face. That night, we find the staircase to the 5th floor. It's relatively close to the last one, but we're not going down today. We move to a place a little far from the staircase, and set up camp. I haven't heard of monsters moving from floor to floor, but adventurers might come through here. I thought about using the device on the 5th floor and going back to the city, but we're advancing faster than I expected, so we're going to stay here to get used to camping in the dungeon. Chapter 124, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 1. Floors that are a multiple of 5 are special areas, forests, grassy fields, rocky mountains, the kinds of places that don't feel at all like they're in a dungeon. These floors also have a day and night cycle like outside the dungeon, and they're large. It's said that it would take over a day to walk in a straight line from one corner to another. Also, The location of the staircase to go down changes when the dungeon changes. Some people say that the fastest way to reach it is to go to a wall and follow it. But even that isn't perfect, because there are trap holes here, and they appear all throughout the field from time to time. This floor is said to be the bane of explorers. That's why almost no one comes back once they get through it. After we go down the stairs, we are met by a lot of adventurers with rugged faces. HN, I haven't seen you around here. Are you rookies? Yes. This is our first time here. And you made it to the 5th floor? With only 4 people. That's crazy. I'm Fred, by the way. And I'm Sora. So, why are you all gathered here? From what I've seen, you don't look like the kind of people that would be on this floor. Yes. Actually, a superior species has been spotted here, and the guild put out a hunting quest. Everyone here accepted it. I look around me. There are about 20 people here, I think. We were thinking about collecting medicinal herbs on this floor. Is that a problem? He's making a weird face. Actually, it's not just Fred, it's everyone listening. I mean, you're free to do what you want. But there's a superior species here, you know. Are you all right with that? He asks a suspicious masked guy with 3 slaves. Not to mention that only Sarah looks like she can fight. By the way, what kind of superior species are we talking about? A wolf. It's been reported that it's a dark wolf. I remember reading that it's a C-rank monster that uses dark magic. It's not very strong on its own, but it has high commanding abilities and can use support magic. The more wolves it has under its command, the stronger it is, and the harder it is to hunt. Conversely, if all the wolves around it are defeated, it's not a big deal. Do you think you'll hunt it today? That's tough to say. We're not planning on spending a lot of time here, but we don't want to overdo it either. We just got here, and we're splitting into an exploration team and a base camp building team. After that, we'll wait to meet up again. So they're getting ready for a long battle. Are they setting up base near the entrance so they can run back upstairs if things go badly? What do you think we should do? You're the boss, Master. Please decide for yourself, Sora. That's the worst kind of answer. I turned to Sarah, looking for a veteran's opinion. I don't think it would be a problem if we explored while being careful with our surroundings, and remember to retreat if we see wolves. The best case scenario would be to find territory belonging to other monsters. There aren't just wolves on this floor, there are also goblins and killer bees. That means we can harvest honey. Oh, and there are also blood snakes. I've heard their meat is tasty. Monsters have territories based on species, so if there are monsters other than wolves around, that's a sort of safe zone. Of course, we can't be 100% sure of that. Are you actually going? We're not going to stop you, but it's your responsibility. Don't count on us to help. Yes, don't worry. But should I report if I find it? If you can deal with it on your own, you can take it down. Just tell us if you do, says Fred with a serious tone, but everyone around us laughs. They think we can't do it. Hikari is starting to look annoyed, so I think it's time to go. I open map and use presence detection and magic energy detection. Map doesn't get filled, so does that mean this field has an area of over 1 kilometer? I guess that makes sense. If walking from one corner to another takes over a day. How about we go check out that forest first? I take the lead and start walking. The 3 girls follow me, leaving exasperated, mocking, and concerned looks from the adventurers behind us as we head for the forest. In the meantime, we see what looks like signal smoke in the distance, in the opposite direction from where we're going. After walking for 10 minutes, we're standing in front of a thick forest. At least there's a good amount of space between trees, so we can probably walk without tripping on roots. It doesn't feel like there's anything special here. Looking at it from the outside, it just looks like a regular forest. I try cutting a branch and leaving it behind us, and it stays there, instead of disappearing like the monsters. Master, what do you plan to do if we find a dark wolf? Do you think we can hunt it, Sarah? I'm sure you can do it if you really try. So are you telling me to just do my best, Hikari? I guess I will if we come across it. Dark wolves aren't that strong on their own. The problem is the number of wolves with them, so you really might be the decisive factor. I've told Sarah about magic I can use, but she's never seen me fight outside of mock battles, so Hikari's great confidence in me leaves Sarah with a dry smile on her face. I see. So let's just hunt it instead of letting it get the drop on us. On the other hand, if we notice it and it doesn't notice us, we could retreat and go tell those adventurers. We have to consider that we have Mia with us too. Of course, If we have to fight, I'll do my best, and chug mana potions if I have to. All right. Then let's proceed with caution. I'm counting on you too, Hikari. Yes, leave it to me. We keep our guard up and advance. I feel like there are a lot of trees here I've never seen before, and a lot of them have fruit. That one looks like an apple, and oh, that one looks like a mandarin. I use appraisal on them to check if they're edible, and ask Sarah to pick the ones that are. There are also a lot that are completely unfamiliar to me. I'm not so sure if they're edible, even if appraisal tells me they are, but I believe it after taking a bite out of one. It's sweet and a little sour, and hits just right on a tired body. Ah, this one has to be preserved in sugar or it's spicy. I don't want Hikari to bite into one and complain that I tricked her. Strangely enough, eating something tasty made us forget about the superior species or even looking for the staircase, and we start gathering food. When they bring things we've never seen before, I check if they're all right. If they are, I taste them, and if they pass, we go to where they're growing and pick more. In the end, we don't find any monsters, and after working hard picking fruit, we get ready to camp. The sky here in the dungeon has stars and a moon, making it easy to forget that we're basically inside a room. Chapter 125, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 2. It's morning, and I feel myself being shaken awake. I open my eyes, and see Sarah's face. She has a finger in front of her mouth, gesturing for me to be quiet. I nod and sit up, before I sense something through presence detection. It's still a little far, but it's definitely coming this way. I'm surprised Sarah noticed it this far away. We wake up Hikari and Mia too, but they're still half asleep and their reactions aren't great. Was I also more tired than I thought? I haven't been fast asleep like that in a while. Something's coming from that way. Only one. Sarah is already prepared to fight, and I get up and grab my weapon too. Calm down, Mia. Your dear staff is right there near your feet. The magic's barrier I put up when we went to sleep is still active. Master, can you undo that wall? It's hard to fight like this. Sarah's right, it would get in the way. I release my magic, and the wall turns back to dirt, unable to hold its shape. In this field, it's possible to dig and make holes, which can be used with magic. I discovered this yesterday when I had to dig to get food buried in the ground. Mia, stay near him. I'm going first. Hikari, follow me after you see the monster. Sarah gives instructions, and we get into formation. It moves about as fast as a wolf. I see a cloud of dust as it gets near, but am I just imagining that? Blood snake. I nod and face forward. Snakes are kind of scary. I'm a bit traumatized, because when I was a kid I saw on TV one wrapping around a performer tightly and the staff rushing the stage to help. But I can't run away from this. Hikari and Mia are right behind me. Hikari also figures she won't be able to attack it with her dagger, so it looks like she's going to try that instead. She's going to be defenseless while she focuses. Sora, what should I do? That thing attacks with poison, so you might have to cast recovery. But prepare a holy arrow first, and shoot it to keep the snake in check. When Sarah moves away from it, but the blood snake's size and speed is making her eyes spin. I'm sure this being the first time she sees one doesn't help either. You don't have to hit it. Think of it as practicing shooting a moving target. It probably won't do a lot of damage even if it does hit. It's more just to get her used to using magic in the heat of battle. I'm not too confident that I can hit something with magic when it's moving that fast either. I've been using magic mostly at close range, other than area of effect magic. From this distance, I think the gun would be better. With the aim correction of the throw, shooting skill, I could probably hit it even if I can't aim very well. What I really need to do now is stop it if its attention is diverted away from Sarah. I draw my sword and hold it, and increase its attack power with magic energy. It won't be much of a threat if it doesn't do damage. Alright, everything is set. Now I just watch Sarah fight the blood snake. Is it fending off Sarah's axe attacks? It feels like it's being hit, but moving along with the attacks and lessening the impact. It's also using that recoil to bite and sometimes attack with its tail. Sarah mostly dodges these attacks, but when she can't, she crosses her axes and blocks them. She can't quite kill the impact though, and gets thrown back, but there isn't a hint of panic on her face. It actually feels like she's leading the blood snake around so we have a chance to see how it moves. Ah, the snake breathes in deeply, and expels fluid that looks toxic from its mouth. Sarah jumps back to dodge it, and when it hits the tree that was behind her, Smoke rises as it changes into a weird color and melts. Is it acid too? I feel a disturbance in the flow of magic energy behind me. You're right, Mia. That really is scary. Master, I'm going. Hikari erases her presence and moves forward. Sarah senses this too, and bangs her axes together to draw the blood snake's attention. The monster takes the bait and attacks Sarah. It goes in a straight line, but faster than we've seen it move so far. Sarah simply faces it head-on and strikes with her axes, first with her right hand, and a second later with her left. The blood snake screeches as it's blown back, and Hikari runs towards it and slashes what I guess could be called its neck with a knife. Scales are torn off and red blood sprays, but it's not a deep wound. The blood snake soon notices Hikari and opens its mouth widely to swallow her small body. Holy arrow. Mia fires her magic. It doesn't shine as much as it should. Probably because the magic energy isn't concentrated enough, but it flies straight towards the blood snake. It's going right towards its mouth as it flies, but veers off just before it hits. But that actually makes it an effective attack. The holy arrow hits the blood snake near its eyes and bounces, and Hikari uses this opening to attack again and retreat. Finally, Sarah aims for the wound caused by Hikari and cuts its neck. That was tense. But now that I think about it, I didn't do anything. I should work extra hard making breakfast. Blood snake meat can't be used right away, so I use orc meat from the item box instead. I cut the meat into thin slices and roast it, and we eat it with bread along with soup. Chapter 126, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 3. We're done taking apart the blood snake, but we're not used to it, so it took some time. We struggled with it together while I tried to remember what I saw in the reference room. I roast some of its meat, just to have a little taste, and it doesn't disappoint. Hikari looks very happy with it too. This meat is expensive, so I'm going to sell half, and save half for us to eat. Blood snakes are big, so that won't be a problem. But apparently I can get more money for the skin, because people say it's a great material to make equipment. It's light and tough, and resistant against not only poison but also acid, so it's popular with people who stay back in their party's formation. The fangs can also be used as materials to make weapons. Big sister Mia, that was some nice magic. Hikari looks like she has mixed feelings about being complimented so directly by Hikari. I think she feels she didn't earn it. I think the nerves got to her in the middle, and she panicked a little and lost her concentration. But I want to praise her for being able to rebound and use magic anyway. But Hikari is handling that. So what are we going to do today, Master? I get the feeling that Sarah has sort of caught on to the fact that I know where monsters are. Sarah herself also seems to be good at tracking monster presences. Is it a characteristic of beast people? Are her senses just sharp? She's not as accurate as me, but still. I want to pick medicinal herbs, if I can. Yes, you're incredible at doing that. You seem to be the opposite, Sarah. Yes, I know I'm not delicate enough, says Sarah, looking embarrassed for once. What are you two talking about, Master? About how fun it is to pick medicinal herbs. Weeding is boring. I guess medicinal herb picking and weeding are pretty much the same thing in Hikari's eyes. I turn to Mia, looking for a different opinion, and she turns away. You too? Is this why so many medicinal herb picking quests tend to go unaccepted? What about digging for potatoes? That one is very necessary. I ask, just to see what she'd say. I guess it's different when we're talking about food. By the way, their actual name is Ojiaga, but they're clearly potatoes. They're usually boiled and accompanied with salt or butter. After I let it slip that they're used in all sorts of dishes, I end up saying I'll try to make them sometime. I mean, I'll try, but I'm not too confident that I'll do it well. I just have to rely on my skill, I guess. You can watch out for any threats, or look for berries and stuff like that. I hope we can find killer bees too. They're quick, but their honey is popular, and I think I remember a quest asking for it too. In the end, they agree to do as I want. I guess I am the leader of a party of slaves, although in practice it's more complicated than that. But that means I'm pretty much free to decide what we do, except for what we eat. But even though we are in a forest, that doesn't mean we'll come across a field of medicinal herbs right away. As we walk, we pick fruit, hunt the monsters we encounter, and this pattern repeats, meaning we're actually going pretty slowly. I get my wish, and we find killer bees too. They're about as big as an adult man's head, and the sound of their wings is really annoying. It would be one thing if it was just one, but it's so loud when they all make the same noise. I can see Mia's face contorting, but I think that's more because she thinks that swarm of killer bees is creepy. Hikari and Sarah don't seem to mind, and take out one after the other. I take down a few myself, but the targets being that small and fast means I have trouble swinging my sword accurately. How does Sarah manage to hit them with an axe? I've read that we can harvest their wings, but I didn't check what they're used for. What we need to present to prove that we hunted them is their stingers. Of course, we make sure to take the honey after they're all down. The area surrounding their nest is like a stockpile of food too. I also get my wish to pick medicinal herbs, because there's a field not too far away. There are many magic energy herbs here, so I take care to only pick the ones that are ready to be picked. Conversely, I don't find a single vitality medicinal herb. We take a break to have lunch, and talk about what to do after we're done here. We've kind of accomplished our goal here. Should we go back? Don't you want to go to the next floor, Master? Asks Sarah. It would make things easier if we registered there, but we don't even know where the staircase is, and looking for it would take time. I think I have a good idea of where it is. You do? That's the first time hearing of it. Even my map doesn't know. Remember that smoke signal we saw when we got to this floor? That's probably where the next staircase is. She explains it further, and it makes sense. The hunting party came from the 5th and 6th floors to search for the enemy, probably because this floor is so big. And according to the adventurer we met before, they don't want to spend a lot of time here. So I guess they split into two groups. I'm thinking since there's a superior species around, splitting your forces actually sounds more dangerous, but there's a chance that they might evolve further if left alone, so it's also recommended that they be taken care of as soon as possible. I do remember Fred saying something about meeting up with the others, but it's great how she got such a good grasp of the situation from that small conversation. But if the wolf isn't in the direction where we came from, that makes it more likely that it's in the opposite direction. Isn't that dangerous? My map isn't totally filled out yet, so there's more to explore. It could be but this place is actually bigger than I expected, so exploring the whole thing might be too much effort. It's up to you, Master. Thinking about efficiency alone, we should keep going. It's like that's on a scale with safety on the other side. Let's go back to the entrance and check things out there. If the Dark Wolf's territory is near where that smoke signal came from, they might have encountered it. Whether we advance or go back, we should check things first. If the Dark Wolf has been defeated, that makes things simple, and we should just go register the next floor. Chapter 127, Majolika's Dungeon, 5F, Fred's Point of View. My name is Fred, and I'm a B-ranked adventurer. Despite what you might think, I'm not a first-class adventurer like an A rank just yet, but I'm proud to say I've been steadily getting better. After returning from the 22nd floor to take a break, I receive a quest about a superior species that appeared on the 5th floor, a dark wolf. At first I don't think there's really any need for me to go hunt it, but unfortunately it looks like they just don't have the hands to spare. Bloody Rose just got back from a long excursion, but they can't do it because they took a long break from the academy. And so, we gather 50 people, among them B-ranked parties I know, and C-ranked parties. It might be overkill, but we need the numbers, because when a superior species of wolf appears, the number of wolves explodes and they tend to form a pack. Fighting packs of wolves in the forest can be tricky, so we should try to lure them outside if we can. After the guild explains everything, they also supply 2 return stones to be used in case of an emergency. The 2 groups going to the 5th and 6th floor each get 1. I'm on the 5th floor by the way. Only 20 people can enter a boss room, but this is a regular floor, so we split into 2 groups of 25. The 2 return stones we were supplied play a part in making this decision. After discussing our plan, we decide to make a base camp near the entrance to the 5th floor, while also searching for the territory of the Dark Wolf. Apparently there's a party that just came in from the 1st floor. In the unlikely event that they make it to the 5th floor, we're going to have to explain what's going on. I also heard that other than the party that reported this in the first place, there aren't any records of adventurers entering the dungeon from the 5th floor and above. Incidentally, these adventurers usually hang around the C-ranked boss room, so they entered through the 6th floor, went back to the 5th floor to gather some materials as usual, and then encountered the monster as it was attacking. They ran back to the 6th floor and straight to just before the boss room, and returned to the surface to report without fighting the monster. They ran all the way to the 10th floor because they couldn't use the device on the 6th floor. It would be faster to head to the 4th floor and continue from there, but walking near a wall to find the staircase could take a long time if they were unlucky. I think neither option was great, but they just really didn't want to stay in the field where a superior species is. We head to the dungeon first thing in the morning, and start splitting into an exploration team and a base camp building team. But then, a 4-person party arrives from the 4th floor. The fact that they're here at this hour tells me they must have camped near the staircase on the 4th floor. But still, not bad, making it here right after entering the dungeon. There's a guy wearing a mask and 3 slaves, but only the guy and the beast person look like they can fight. The kid and the other girl really don't look like they can put up much of a fight. They tell me they're rookies, and it's their first time in a dungeon. I tell them about the superior species, but the guy asks me if they can explore anyway. The people with me all look at him with iffy expressions when they hear that. Still, 3 slave girls. One of them is a kid, but the other 2 are good looking. I'm sure those guys are jealous. Yes, I'm kind of miffed too, but they're not bothered by any of that, and seem unconcerned as they disappear into the forest. Oh, there's the signal smoke. That's where the staircase is, in the opposite direction of where the rookies went. First we need to mark the place where they raised the signal smoke and explore that area, and we'll have to meet up. We also release signal smoke, but we need to be on alert, because it might attract the attention of the Dark Wolf. Afterwards, people come back from the forest, and report that they spotted the wolf's pack. They say they didn't get a good look at the superior species, but it was bigger than the others, and had black fur. That's the one. If they say it isn't what they thought, we'll still get paid, and it's the guild's loss. Maybe the adventurers who reported it suffer a penalty. No, that's not really done unless they decide it was on purpose. If adventurers got penalized for stuff like this, no one would report anything. Fred, we're ready. Everyone's here, so we spend the rest of the day investigating the area that the wolf made its territory. The wolf is in an open area, but it's surrounded by densely packed trees. Some people here swing long weapons, so I don't think they'll be able to fight to their full potential. So we come up with the idea of having fast runners attack with long-range weapons to lure wolves to this side. Worst case scenario, we can burn the forest, because forests are where wolves are at their best. The next morning, we put that plan into action. We stop near the forest too, but maintain some distance. We need to be able to run to the 4th floor if we find ourselves at a disadvantage. But from what we've seen, there's the Dark Wolf and 15 normal wolves. Considering the skill of the adventurers we have with us, it shouldn't be a problem. It's starting. I hear the explosive sound of magic from far away, which serves as the signal for arrows to fly from multiple directions, as everyone retreats this way. It's a good thing we have a lot of people here who can use a bow. It should take about an hour of running to get here. It's kind of annoying to have to stand here and wait, but not doing so could lead to us having to fight in their favorite environment, so we just have to deal with it. The sounds are getting closer and closer, and sometimes we hear trees being knocked down by the shockwaves of magic. They're coming. Someone yells, and an adventurer comes stumbling out of the forest. He's been running and evading attacks from those fast wolves, so he looks exhausted. We move in to back him up right away, and fight back the wolves that jump to attack. We don't follow them too deeply. If they decide to turn back, we'll have to use items to bring them into the open. Wolves do retreat, but meet up with the others and jump out of the forest. I can't help but smile at a plan going exactly as we anticipated. Wolves fall one after the other to our strong and well-coordinated attacks. The wolves also seem well-coordinated, but they can't bring their full force to bear, as they're crushed one after the other. This wouldn't be so simple if we were in the forest, but we have the advantage here. It's easy. They all think so, and so do I. The wolves look shaken, as they see other wolves going down one after the other. I can't really tell their emotions, but they seem scared and cornered. My experience tells me they're going to try to run. But then the mood changes. A wolf with black fur emerges from the forest. It walks slowly, but each step feels heavy. The wolves seem terrified, and before I can even question why, it kills a nearby wolf. Wolves are monsters that feel deep kinship towards others of their kind, and it's the same for superior species. And yet, it killed it like it was kicking away a stone from the road. We're taken aback by this, but then it kills another. The wolves run at us at full speed, like they're trying to get away from that other one. They fight fiercely, but are no match for us. One goes down, and then another. But this is where the nightmare starts. The dark wolf starts moving again. I think that party that's fighting closest to it is a C-ranked party. They fight well together, and are a balanced party. An adventurer carrying a shield blocks attacks, as the back row and the vanguard work together to take advantage of these openings. It's exactly as it should be. Yes, should be. The shield blocks an attack, an arrow flies, and a sword is swung. These attacks should be damaging the dark wolf, but everything is repelled. There isn't a scratch on it. Everyone stops and looks, as the dark wolf slowly swings one of its front paws. Darkness comes out of it, and splits both the shield and the person holding it in two. The swordsman is too shocked to move, and the darkness then turns into a spear that impales him. What kind of attack is this? A dark wolf doesn't do this. And that defensive power too. A dark wolf isn't that tough. That party is trampled in the blink of an eye, and falls silent. Next, it attacks a B-ranked party, and the result is the same. They die without putting up much of a fight. Is that actually a shadow wolf? That's a superior species that's said to be similar to dark wolves. Why didn't anyone notice? Did everyone just assume it was a dark wolf because that's what we were told? The way to tell them apart is, before I can remember, someone screams, and everyone runs away in panic. Terror spreads, and I call for everyone to regroup, but it's no good. There's no order or anything here. Everyone's just running in a mad dash. They don't even know where they're running, or turn around when they hear screams. They just run. That's all anyone can think about now. Chapter 128, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 4. Master, something's coming. Is this noise a person? And just as Sarah says, it's someone we saw by the entrance before. Actually, it's 8 people. Are they still looking for the wolf? These guys appear like they're jumping out of the forest, and look like they're in tatters. I recognize one of those faces. I think his name is Fred. He flinches when he first sees us, but quickly looks relieved and crumbles to the ground. Some of these people look badly hurt. Mia has a concerned look on her face. I'm not sure if I should tell her to use heal. I didn't really think about it before, because Layla's party also had Trisha, but not many people can use holy magic. Or to be more precise, not many people who can use holy magic join parties. Sora, can I heal? I figured you'd ask that. Mia is so nice. I take Mia aside with me, and tell her what I was just thinking about holy magic. She lived in the church, and around people who could use holy magic, so she never noticed that it's actually an uncommon thing. That's why I have to tell her about the risk that it carries, because it stands out. We're in another country, but it's never good to encourage weird rumors. If that happens, save me again, Sora. I can't say I won't. Normally I'd stop her, but we're in the dungeon, and there's always a chance that people might see her using holy magic anyway, so there's really no point in hiding it in this place. I ask Hikari and Sarah to watch out for any threats, and start treating them. We treat what we can with heal, and use potions to treat wounds when it looks like that will be enough. For some reason, they're more surprised by the potions than the spell. Thanks. You saved us. So, what happened? I can sort of picture it, but yes, the hunt failed. It was a disaster. Then why are you here? Shouldn't you run to another floor? Everyone closes their mouths and focuses their eyes on Fred, who meekly nods and starts speaking. The thing we thought was a dark wolf is actually a shadow wolf. He says to start with. Shadow wolf is on a higher rank, right? A rank like the Orc Lord. It was all going smoothly at first, but once that thing joined the fight, our group collapsed. It happened so quickly, and we all ran without thinking of anything else. I was standing before the staircase to the 4th floor before I knew it. There were already a few people there, but everyone was standing still for some reason. We couldn't go any further. The staircase was right there, but it was like there was an invisible wall blocking us. I took out a return stone I was given, and despaired. Normally a return stone should shine, but that shine was completely gone. I listened quietly as Fred keeps talking. He takes out the return stone and shows it. Yes, at first glance, it just looks like a normal stone. I cast appraisal, and it lists brings people back from a dungeon as its effect, but there's a note saying it's unusable right now. There are rooms in the dungeon where return stones become unusable, boss rooms. That means this fields is now a boss room. Why? I don't know, but to be blunt, this effect will only be lifted if the Shadow Wolf is defeated, or we all die. Well, I understand. Boss rooms are inaccessible from the outside, right? Yes, so we can't expect reinforcements either. Something like this has never happened before, at least not that I've heard of. That voice sounds like it's coming from a man whose heart is broken, and it's painted with despair. By the way, what happens when the dungeon changes? The dungeon periodically resets its interior. Boss rooms don't change. Now he sounds like he's at his wit's end. Then tell us how to defeat a Shadow Wolf. Sarah might know, but I ask the adventurers in front of me. It doesn't look like Fred knows a lot about it, but another adventurer does. According to him, Shadow Wolves have higher resistance to physical attacks and magic. Only a powerful attack can get through their shadow armor. They're weak against light and holy magic, and there are items like holy water that can give something the holy element. Apparently weapons made of silver work too. That girl can use heal, can't she? Can she use holy attacks too? She can, but I don't know if she's reached the level where she can use them in an actual battle, and they lack power anyway. If she can hit it, that could remove its shadow armor temporarily. Do you think that will work? I see, but it might be hard for her to hit it. It would be one thing if we could immobilize or something, but she could hit the Shadow Wolf if it was still. But can you take it down if it doesn't have that shadow armor? We can. We should be able to. What about items? You said holy water works too. Don't you have any? I ask, but no one responds. They don't even look at me. Dark wolves are also weak against it, and they didn't bring any. They say they don't have it. At least the ones that are here don't. But when I ask if we can't return to their base and look there, they tell me no one brought any. Are these people all right? I guess no one has any. Sarah, have you ever fought a Shadow Wolf? No, I've only heard about it. Do you think you can hit it with magic, Mia? From what I've heard, it sounds hard. It sounds like a whole other level of pressure compared to the monsters I've fought. Even the magic I fired at the blood snake barely worked. You heard her. But we can't get out of here unless we defeat it. All I can tell you is good luck. Why are you acting like this is someone else's business? You're in this mess too. There might be a secret path somewhere, right? And the guild should notice something's wrong and take measures. I don't want to go out of my way to put myself at risk. It would be one thing if we didn't have food, or had some other reason to hurry. But there's another problem. If left alone, that Shadow Wolf might evolve. I could fight, but my instincts tell me it's not a good idea to fight in front of other people too much. Master, we should at least move away from here for now. It might come here after them. Sarah's right. We're done treating them, so we should move. If I register it with map and use presence detection, it should be easy to spot when it's close. Well then, we're off. Whatever we're going to do, we need to prepare. Wait, you're just going to leave us? We're not in the same party or anything, right? What do you expect from rookies like us anyway? They forgot that sadly. We're just beginners. But they're following us for some reason. It doesn't even look like they have any camping equipment, although anyone who looks at us would think the same about us. Are they after our food? Hikari is going to be furious if they are. Chapter 129, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 5. It's been 5 days since we found those guys, and we've been doing our best fighting monsters under the leadership of Commander Sarah. How did this happen? We encountered a group of goblins and Sarah mowed them down like they were nothing. There's a clear difference in levels, and Sarah is definitely strong, but some are even calling her big sister out of respect. She seems kind of annoyed by that. Others don't look too happy about this arrangement, but don't say anything either. We've been looking for survivors, while map is being filled out. We picked up 2 more people along the way, meaning there are 14 of us now. Where do I stand among all this? Am I the cook? Someone said leave it to me one time, and so I did, but Hikari was very upset. You're wasting ingredients, it doesn't taste good, she said. She stood and watched with her arms crossed until they ate everything they ruined. It was quite a sight to see some of them swallowing that food with water welling up in their eyes. Of course, the 4 of us just ate what I made. After Hikari asked me to just cook for them too and they tasted it, they never asked to cook again. Oh well, I'm eating too, so I'd also rather have good food. Mia has been practicing her holy arrow on the monsters we've been encountering, but despair painted their faces when she first did it. Get it now? That's where Mia stands in terms of power. You're the ones who had weird expectations and troubled her for no reason. From that point forward, I've been seeing Fred and the others give her advice when they have the time. Master, are we heading to where the staircase to the 6th floor is? Yes, Sarah. We should at least check how it is. Maybe casting appraisal will tell me something. But what do you plan to do in the end? If you want me to fight, I will. If we have no other option, we'll have to fight. I don't intend to rot away down here either. I feel like we could easily spend a long time here if you're around. We're the only ones here now, because Fred and the others are taking turns keeping watch and resting a little far away. The problem is whether or not your weapons will damage it. Maybe we can count on me, but worst case scenario, I'll do my best to. Hikari looks concerned. She knows I don't want to draw attention to myself like that. Maybe I should come up with excuses. Mia on the other hand is smiling. Why? I'm just thinking that you're nice. You keep saying I'm too soft, but the same goes for you, Sora. Really? I think you're way off the mark. I'm just looking out for myself. Also, we're locked here in a boss room. There's not much we can do. If we do fight, should we do it in an open area, or would the forest be better? Both have merits and demerits. An open area would make it easier for me to fight, but harder for me to aim. The forest is the opposite. It brings wolves with it, so a field or a plain should be better than a forest. By the way, we've been defeating monsters in the dungeon, but when's the next repop? When will new monsters appear? I don't know much about dungeons either. You should probably ask them. You're right. I'll ask tomorrow. Let's rest too. We'll be walking again tomorrow. I lay down, and after confirming that the other 3 are asleep, I check my stats. Name, Sora Fujimiya. Job, Magic Swordsman. Race, Otherworlder. No level. HP, 660 plus 100. MP, 660 plus 100. SP, 660. Strength. 650 plus 100. Stamina. 650 plus 0. Agility. 650 plus 0. Magic power. 650 plus 100. Dexterity. 650 plus 0. Luck. 650 plus 0. Skill, Walking LV66. Effect, user won't get tired no matter how much they walk. Get 1 experience point with each step. Experience points, 7,028. 66,000. Skill points, 15. Skills learned. Appraisal LV Max. People Appraisal LV7. Appraisal Obstruction LV7. Parallel Thinking LV9. Sword Master LV9. Physical Strengthening LV9. Presence Detection LV Max. Magic Energy Detection LV6. Natural Recovery Boost LV9. Status Ailment Resistance LV5. Pain Reduction LV3. Presence Concealment LV9. Night Vision LV5. Throw, Shooting LV5. Magic Energy Control LV9. Basic Daily Life Magic LV9. Fire Magic LV6. Water Magic LV6. Wind Magic LV5. Earth Magic LV6. Light Magic LV5. Dark Magic LV3. Spatial Magic LV9. Holy Magic LV5. Alchemy LV Max. Effect Attachment LV5. Cooking LV9. I don't pick any new skills. I take out a spare sword from the item box to infuse it with magic, holy magic to be precise. Now I have a sort of fake holy sword, but it took quite a bit of magic energy. Then I cast appraisal to check it. Defective holy sword LV1, holy element attached. Effect, sword infused with holy element. Durability 1. Will break after 1 swing. So I only get 1 shot with it. And I need to swing it while infusing it with magic energy. But still, this durability. This is a normal sword you'd buy in a normal store, and while I've used a sword infused with magic energy, this is the first time I've infused one with an effect. So does that mean infusing weapons with magic makes them easier to break? I'm going to need to investigate further when I can. If I can't take it down with this, should I just give up on it and just use a gun? I could pass it off as a magic item. I can't pretend I can't use magic itself once they see me using it. However, Layla will probably ask all sorts of questions if she hears about this. I already passed it off as a family heirloom before. I told Fred the guild would probably take measures, but I don't actually believe we can count on that. If there was a way for people to enter boss rooms, they'd be coming and going all they wanted. Once someone found out about something like that, rumors would spread quickly, and if nothing like that has ever happened, unless the guild tightened security to the point where it wouldn't even need to be a secret, we've really gotten ourselves into a lot of trouble, I think, as I wrap myself in a sheet and go to sleep. Even then, I can't relax too much. Chapter 130, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 6. We really can't advance. Hikari reaches forward, but her hand is stopped, like there's a wall there. The staircase to the 6th floor is in a hole in a hollow root of a big tree. It seems pretty easy to miss if you're just walking and not really looking for it. I guess there can be staircases in places like this too. At this point, 70% of this floor is filled on map. We sure walked a lot, but that's also because we fought monsters and picked things, instead of just walking in a straight line. The wolves might be back to where they were before by now. As for our fighting strength, we have the 4 of us, plus 10 adventurers, including Fred. 8 of them fight at close range, and 2 use magic. I've heard about their strategy in the last battle, but they tell me it might be hard to draw them out again. The Shadow Wolf didn't seem to have much control over its underlings, so maybe it could work, but we shouldn't assume it will, especially because we really lack manpower. That means we're going to have to fight at close range. The magic users should hide and support the others by firing magic from afar. If they don't have a place to hide, they should at least stay far. One of the adventurers says that they are experienced, but probably wouldn't be able to handle wolves if they get surrounded by them. I guess that makes sense for people used to being in the back row, but we can't spare people to guard them. Our plan is simple. Take down as many wolves as possible before the Shadow Wolf joins the fight, and when it does, have Sarah keep it busy while we take out the rest. If the Shadow Wolf targets someone else first, they're just going to have to deal with it until Sarah gets there. It's a matter of luck. If we can take down the others, we can then focus on the Shadow Wolf. Mia can look for openings and try shooting her holy arrow too, but we shouldn't expect too much from her. As we talk, I notice we're relying a lot on what might happen. It's kind of like we're leaving it up to God, or more like how a poor marksman will always hit the target if given enough shots. First, even if Sarah's blows don't break through the shadow armor, it could cause damage to accumulate over time. Also, shadow armor is a type of magic, so it could run out of magic energy if it has to keep using it. This possibility comes from Fred and the others, who say that mage-type monsters stop using magic attacks once their magic energy runs out. In any case, we're looking at a war of attrition. Who knows if they're right anyway? I guess we just want to believe that's the case. Among the adventurers are some who are scouting, so they take the lead as we approach the territory of the wolves. Map gets filled, and what's displayed is updated. Using magic energy detection, I can see less than 50 reactions, with one conspicuously big one. We walk until we reach the edge of the forest, and observe the wolves from afar. It looks like the Shadow Wolf has spotted us, but I guess it's not interested, because it doesn't react at all. The other wolves don't seem to know we're here. It looks like they haven't noticed us, says Fred, and the other adventurers nod. Really? I hope they're just talking about the wolves. Let's put the plan into action. Attract their attention with magic, and use that opening to get closer. They're firing themselves up. They know it's over if we fail here. No one seems too keen on fighting that Shadow Wolf, but we're not getting out of here before it's down. I feel like they had half given up already. I don't think that whole system of the guild sending a rescue party would be put into effect in such a short amount of time, but considering how boss rooms work, I don't think anyone was counting on that anyway. That much is commendable at least. The magic users start chanting and preparing their spells. Hikari and Sarah ready their weapons, and I also unsheathe my sword. I look at Mia, who is standing next to me, and notice she looks pale. She started trembling the moment she laid eyes on the Shadow Wolf. I would have reacted the same way if I came across one of those things when I was new to this world, but I've gone through all sorts of things, and it feels like the fear I should be feeling is numb, although it'd be a problem if things even stronger than that were around. I grab Mia's hand with my free hand, and she holds it tightly. I can feel it's sweaty. I also grab hers tightly, like I'm telling her it's going to be all right, and I feel like she's trembling less. The battle starts with the thunderous sound of magic. We're a bit far, but they say it's within their range, although their accuracy suffers. Area magic is activated, and luckily for us, it hits and roasts a few wolves. And just as they become alert, I hear adventurers yell triumphantly and see them running forward. Why are you drawing their attention? What happened to the plan? As I think this, the battle continues. The wolves' attention turns to these adventurers, and Hikari and Sarah move freely. I guess in a way it worked out. The adventurers steadily take down one wolf after the other, with their backs turned to each other so as not to leave any blind spots when they get surrounded. Hikari is also taking down wolves, while not pushing herself too much. She slashes with a knife, and the wounds cause paralysis after a while. I see Sarah bisect a wolf with one swing. It borders on overkill, and it brings down the value of the materials. Only the meat and fangs would be salvageable like that. Not that it matters now. The battle has been going for 30 minutes, and the wolves don't seem to really want to fight anymore. But they can't back down. Certain death is waiting behind them. There's only a few left, but that's when the shadow wolf finally moves. It stretches its shadows to pierce everything, including the wolves that are currently attacking adventurers. Fred senses danger, and tells everyone to pull back, but it's too late for the two adventurers that get caught. They don't sustain fatal injuries, but their limbs are severely wounded. Pull back. Everyone else, cover them, yells Fred. But the shadow wolf isn't stopping. Its shadows creep like tentacles and strike at both friend and foe. It's like it's toying with them. Is it because it's so powerful? Is it being manipulated by something? Those attacks don't seem logical, but they sure are overwhelming. The wolves can't dodge them, and go down one after the other. The adventurers block them with their swords, but that's all they can do. They're getting scratched too. Just as I'm thinking that we're not going to defeat it like this, the attacks suddenly ease. I look at the shadow wolf, and see Sarah managed to get close and is currently attacking it. The shadow attacks are like sharp spears being thrown, but Sarah expertly dodges them, repels them, and strikes at the shadow wolf's body. I hear a loud blow, but it doesn't work. It's blocked by the shadow armor. However, the armor doesn't stop the shadow wolf from being pushed back a little. The shadow wolf looked completely disinterested until now, but it's angry. It bares its teeth and growls, as its squinting eyes recognize something as a real enemy for the first time. Sarah. She takes some distance, and gets ready to attack again. I can feel the tension between those two from here. The adventurers all gulp and do nothing but stand and watch this display of high-level attack and defense, almost like they forgot they're in the middle of a battle. Chapter 131, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F. Part 7. An hectic exchange of attacks is happening in front of me. Sarah swings her axes to block an attack from the shadow armor, which is followed by an attack by the shadow wolf, that's coordinating its attacks with those from its shadow armor. But Sarah expertly uses her axes to defend herself and quick moves to evade. She doesn't show the slightest bit of an opening. The adventurers can't keep up with those movements, let alone move to help. Hikari has erased her presence and is looking out for an opening, but she is also not interfering. Mia is trying so hard to follow the shadows that she forgets to breathe and starts choking. Are you all right, Mia? She nods with tears welling up in her eyes. Take a deep breath and calm down. Stop trying to follow everything, and instead take a step back and try to get a feel for the bigger picture. For example, instead of looking at Sarah, try to look at everything surrounding Sarah. It looks like Sarah is moving frantically, but she's actually keeping her movements to a minimum. The shadow wolf itself is also not moving that much. It just feels that way because the shadows it controls move in such a flashy way. Mia, it doesn't matter if you miss, but get ready to use Holy Arrow. It might help Sarah. I really don't want to put her in danger, especially when I don't think the spell will hit, but holy magic is the weakness of the shadow wolf. If it feels threatened, it might turn its attention to Mia. I can follow the movements of the shadows, and I feel like I can even evade them. But protecting Mia, that might be difficult. If I prioritize using a barrier while defending, I might have to rely on Sarah's help. I talked about this with Sarah and Hikari last night, and of course, I also explained the risks to Mia, but she still said she wants to do it. That means I just have to do what I can. I grip my sword tighter without thinking. I would feel more relaxed if it was just me, but the responsibility of having to protect someone else feels heavy. She starts needing magic energy, and contrary to what I was expecting, it's stable. It's like a manifestation of her resolve. The Shadow Wolf is pushed back by one of Sarah's attacks, Holy Arrow, and that's when Mia fires. The shining arrow takes proper shape and flies straight towards the Shadow Wolf, leaving a white trail behind it. The Shadow Wolf immediately stretches its shadows to brush it off, but the arrow erases them. It recognizes the arrow as a threat and tries to take evasive action right away, but Sarah doesn't let it. There's a small opening, as the Shadow Wolf notices Sarah's attack and stops to defend against it. It manages to stop it, but the holy arrow hits it immediately after. The change is immediately obvious. The shadows are peeled off, and reveals the body of the Shadow Wolf. Its fur is a deeper black than other wolves. Is this why it was mistaken for a dark wolf? The one that's most surprised by this is none other than the Shadow Wolf itself. The shock makes its movements stiff, and it seems to panic as it takes a big jump back to avoid another attack by Sarah. But where it jumped to compose itself is Hikari, who has been concealing her presence all this time. Hikari quickly runs towards it and slashes with a stroking motion. This surprises the Shadow Wolf, and it quickly strikes back, but Hikari easily evades it. The Shadow Wolf cautiously moves the paw that was slashed, like it's checking its damage. But it eventually stops and looks towards Mia. Mia takes a step back, and the magic users, who haven't been doing much since the start, attack. The Shadow Wolf is flustered by an attack it wasn't expecting, and is late in dodging. Their fire magic hits it, leaving scorch marks on the outer skin. The Shadow Wolf has high defense even without the shadow armor, but it's still shaken by taking damage. No, I feel like it's something else. In any case, the adventurers run forward, sensing a good opportunity. The Shadow Wolf growls, and then jumps at them. Fred blocks its swinging arm with his sword and is blown back. But other adventurers take advantage of this to slash at their enemy. It felt like a proper attack, but Fred blocked it. Does the Shadow Wolf not deal damage unless it has its shadow armor? The Shadow Wolf then blows back the adventurers surrounding it, like it's annoyed by them. But Sarah takes their place and swings her axes. The Shadow Wolf decides to block this attack instead of dodging it, but an axe rips its flesh. Fresh blood sprays, and the Shadow Wolf shrieks. The Shadow Wolf is clearly afraid, as it takes a big jump back and looks at its slashed arm. It stands there looking at it, almost like it's frozen. But no one moves to attack it. It's like the mood changed. The presence of the Shadow Wolf itself is clearly different. That feeling of power, like it was toying with weaklings, is completely gone. It looks at its opponents cautiously, like it's looking out for every little movement. Sarah attacks, but this time, the Shadow Wolf dodges and counters. It's not just attacking directly anymore, it's now mixing in feints to try to catch Sarah off guard. Hikari is still looking for chances to attack, but she sees none, and stays still. Mia and the others are also preparing spells, but those skillful moves don't give them the chance to fire them. It's leading the adventurers, and stands at all times in a position that turns it into a wall. There's no carelessness or even arrogance in that stance anymore. Chapter 132, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 8. Basically, it's learning. That's the impression I get from the way the Shadow Wolf is moving. As time passes, it's polishing its movements and moving in the best way it can to kill us. First, how it receives attacks. It's been taking evasive action towards every attack by Sarah, evading or deflecting the attacks of Fred and 3 other adventurers with its claws, and countering the other 4 without trying to block. This new combat style has rendered one person incapable of fight. It has been moving like it understands what enemies will or won't deal damage. Fred tells the 3 whose attacks don't connect to pull back, otherwise, they'll just needlessly take damage. We have a message from Fred. We'll take over guarding them, so focus on guarding the girl. He says to split into 3 groups and attack. Is he trying to have multiple trump cards? If the Shadow Wolf learns to perceive Mia's attacks as a threat, it will draw its attention and limit its movements, helping Sarah and the others attack. Is that what he's after? Master, it's no good. I move, and Hikari joins me. She hurt the Shadow Wolf with that first attack, but once it put its guard up, she couldn't damage it even when her attacks connected. The problem is in Hikari's raw power. When her opponent moves around furiously like that, she can't control her magic energy very well and maintain it, as she needs magic energy and attacks at the same time. Because of that, her magic energy disperses while she attacks, and she can't deal damage. Then protect Mia too. Its shadow abilities might return, and one person might not be enough to guard Mia against that. By activating magic energy detection, I can see a small fluctuation of magic energy deep inside the Shadow Wolf. It wasn't moving at all before, but now it's moving almost like a heartbeat, and releasing suspicious waves. It's also slowly expanding, so it might be a matter of time until its shadows return. We need another holy arrow to stop it, but will it let us do it? We spread out in 3 directions, and fire magic when we get into position. The Shadow Wolf focuses completely on evading. It's focusing more on defense, meaning we also have more time to attack. But it quickly starts dealing with these attacks. It scrapes the ground with one of its front paws, sending dirt and pebbles into the air as a makeshift smoke screen. It takes a lot of distance, and moves to attack each magic user individually. This turns it around and makes it so we don't have enough people. The adventurers in charge of defense are clearly outclassed, and while the magic seemed effective at first, they're taken down without much resistance once the monster gets close. First it goes after a magic user and an adventurer guarding him. It gets close, dodges magic fired at it, downs the guard by swiping him away, and kills the magic user by biting him. He didn't even have time to scream. Even if it's an enemy, I can't help but think those movements are crisp and skillful. It comes for us next, because we're relatively close. Mia fires Holy Arrow repeatedly, but it dodges widely as it comes closer. It's clearly after Mia, and probably doesn't even see me as a threat. Not that that's a big problem now. I hold up my sword in front of Mia and silently make magic energy flow. It slows down because I'm an enemy it hasn't seen yet, but it presses forward after dodging another holy arrow. It swings its arm to kill us both before Mia can fire again, and I swing my sword in response. The velocity of that swing almost blows me back, but I lower my center of gravity and hold. Sparks fly as the claw and sword collide, and I push as hard as I can to not get pushed back. That exchange lasts for only a second, before the Shadow Wolf jumps back. I see Sarah coming to help from what is a blind spot for it. That's why. Are you all right, Master? Yes, thanks to you. The Shadow Wolf is glaring this way with a hateful look on its face. Is it because Sarah is here? Is it because it couldn't take us out in one fell swoop? In any case, it's not attacking again. I look at the sword in my hand, and see it's not at all chipped because of the magic energy coating. But my hand is numb, and it's a little hard to put strength into it. I might be in trouble if I have to block another attack like that. Then I hear the Shadow Wolf raising its voice loudly. Of course, I don't understand what it means, but I get the feeling that it sounds like a shout of joy. Looking at its expression too, I see it looks amused, and I feel sadism coming from it. I see a smile of sorts on it that sends a chill down my spine. It's full of magic energy. Sarah, it's going to use shadows to attack. Just as I say that, a shadow attack flies this way from a distance. It seems somewhat random, without a clear target, like it's firing multiple attacks at random. They're not just coming towards us. They spread everywhere from the monster. I swing my sword at them while covering Mia behind me. They're not as strong as the claws from before, but each attack feels heavy. Still, I can repel them with my strikes aided by flowing magic energy. Sarah goes further and uses her power to smash those attacks. I look towards Fred and the others, and it looks like they just barely guarded against them. A magic user had his arm pierced, and he's writhing in pain, but it's not fatal. Only one adventurer is downed by that attack. He tried to repel it with his sword, but it was flung away and his body was pierced as he lost his footing. That leaves 9. 5 lives have been lost since the start of this battle. Chapter 133, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 9. This disastrous scene leads one adventurer to scream and jump into the forest to get away. No one stops him. No one takes their eyes off the enemy in front of us. Master, any tricks left? Asks Sarah. I do have a countermeasure, but I only get one shot with it. Got it. I'll attract its attention the best I can. But if you're making a move, who'll protect Mia? I look at Mia, and she doesn't seem well. Would it be safer if she ran from here? I'm fine. We should be more worried about that person and heal him. Is she talking about that wounded magic user? Even now, she's still concerned about other people. Me on the other hand, I only care about the safety of these 3 to be perfectly honest. Big Sister Sarah, can you hold it back? Hikari? We'll meet up with the others and have them defend Big Sister Mia. I'll do it too, of course. So Master. I look at Sarah, and she nods. It's time to make a decision. Sarah, I'm counting on you." Sarah hears that and takes off running, and we do the same. Sarah attacks, and the shadow wolf dodges, even though it has its shadow armor back. Instead of blocking with its shadow armor, it attacks with shadow strikes mixed in. It's clearly using those shadows better, and although her physical abilities are very good, these continued attacks are leaving Sarah out of breath. Mia fires a holy arrow while running. The shadow wolf tries to defend with its shadows, but the arrow pushes through and towards the monster. But this time, the shadow wolf calmly evades it, like it knew this would happen. It's like it was trying to see if it really couldn't block an holy arrow with its shadows. Sarah takes this opportunity to make a move too, but the shadow wolf also handles her attacks. It's clearly used to fighting by now. We reach Fred and the others, and Mia starts healing the wounded magic user. "Do you still intend to fight?" I ask Fred, as he watches Sarah fight. The shadow wolf with a blank look on his face. He snaps out of it when he hears me and turns around. His eyes look dead. It looks like he's given up, and is prepared to lose. "You're still fighting it?" he asks, like it's hard to even muster up the strength to speak. I feel like I can hear it in his voice that he just wants this to end. "I don't know if it will work, but I have one move left. But for that, I'm going to need to get close and attack it. And that leaves only Hikari to defend Mia." "So you want us to protect her?" "You're the ones who brought us here, right?" "I guess." "If you wanted to just give up, you should have said so instead of putting us in danger too. If you can't do it, then take them and get out of here. At this point you're just in the way." To be honest, it's true, it would be easier to fight with them gone, because it would broaden the battlefield. Although that would make it trickier later when people asked us how we defeated it. "All right, I'll stay." "Fred, it really is irresponsible. We're the ones who asked them to come here." "You pull back, we might get reinforcements from the guild." Fred has an amused smile on his face as he says this, but there's also something refreshing about his expression, like he pushed away the uncertainty from earlier. "So what's the plan?" "Just focus on defending her." "Hikari, do you still have potions?" "Yes, no problem." "Mia, do you need mana potions?" "It's all right. I can't drink them all if you give me more," says Mia while smiling. She's right. And I think she'll be fine if she can still joke, although she could be putting on a brave face. "I think you can just clear away the shadow attacks." "Mia, I think it's best to prioritize heal. If you can fire an holy arrow, or rather, if it isn't dangerous, do it to scatter the shadows." "Should I use a barrier?" "3 of them? That would empty my MP. I could drink a mana potion and charge. But first, I take out my spare sword and attach it to my waist. I can pull things from the item box whenever I want, but it would be slower." Everything's ready, so I approach the monster from a different direction than Sarah. The shadows come to keep me in check, just as I thought, although it definitely sees Sarah as more of a threat. Maybe her blows are doing some damage even with the shadow armor. It's not really reacting to me. The fact that its attention is mostly on Sarah is perfect for me. Keep being careless until I can get close. I destroy shadows coming at me. Focusing on attacking, or rather, on only me is actually less of a burden. I'm not going berserk or anything, but I'm actually feeling kind of elated. Wait. Is this a sign that the stress is getting to me? My parallel thinking is going in a dumb direction. Oops, it changed the pattern slightly and threw off my timing. Careful. But apparently it's getting irritated. I feel like its attacks are getting less precise. Is it starting to lose focus? The fact that it's learning and getting better means it had very little combat experience. There's the fact that it was born recently too. But having such high abilities from the beginning means it never had to fight for this long. Monsters and people are different. Their ecology is a mystery, but if someone studies it, I'd love to learn about it. One of Sarah's attacks connects, and while the shadow armor protects the monster, it doesn't stop it from being pushed back. I try to slash at it too, but it does nothing. I'm making magic energy flow to my weapon, but all I did was scratch the surface a tiny bit. There's a huge difference in the toughness of the shadows and its main body. Even though my attacks are supposedly stronger, it counters with its shadows, and I repel them with my sword. But defending puts me in an awkward stance, and each attack is draining my energy. The fact that I can't plant my legs firmly means I have to let my arms do all the work. The next attack pushes my sword back, and I won't be able to guard against the one that follows. I brace myself to eat that strike, but the shadow wolf actually takes evasive action, before a shining arrow passes right in front of me. Mia is backing me up, even though I told her not to push herself. Not to mention that the attack made it change its target, and it's now dashing towards Mia. I can't get there in time. Sarah is after it too, but she's further away than me. It's really going fast. Is it trying to tackle and send her flying? I infuse a throwing knife with magic energy and throw it, but it's easily repelled. It didn't even slow it down. Fred stands in front of Mia to try to stop the monster's charge. The tip of his sword is shaking, but it's obvious he won't back down. It's almost there. Will I make it in time? But then, Mia activates magic again. She can't focus it very well, and magic starts flying around and dispersing, but it works. The Shadow Wolf stumbles as it sees something it hasn't seen before. I think it's under the impression that the spell dispersing much like that is some kind of area attack. I can reach it. I power up my magic energy and slash at it. No, I smack it with a sword. The sword slash skill is raising its power and speed too. It feels like I did some damage to the shadow armor. The Shadow Wolf shrieks, and it feels like it didn't really mean to. It turns around and our eyes meet. I see its eyes filled with hatred. Are you sure about that? I'm not the only one you have to worry about. Sarah slashes its paw as hard as she can, and the Shadow Wolf shrieks again. I try to attack again, but shadows strike at me from a blind spot and fling my sword away. I groan, but that noise is drowned out by Sarah continuing to attack. She mercilessly strikes the same spot again. The Shadow Wolf's attention is completely on her again. I unsheathe the sword hanging from my waist, and magic energy is immediately sucked from me. I can't control it. At this rate, it might drain all my MP. But at the same time, the sword is enveloped in a divine-looking shine. The Shadow Wolf senses something bad, and quickly stops to take evasive action, but Sarah moves not just to attack, but to stop it too. She crosses both axes on its paw to stop it from moving. I have to aim for the neck. The Shadow Wolf also knows what I'm aiming for, as it focuses its shadow armor on defense and makes it thicker. Is it doing that instinctually? At this point, I feel like it's also upped its game in terms of how it fights. But sadly, for the monster at least, this is different. I leave a white trail behind as I swing, and rip through the shadow armor. The arm it raises to try to defend, and keep going all the way until I cut its neck. Chapter 134, Majolica's Dungeon, 5F, Part 10. Its head falls with a thump, immediately followed by what's in my hand shattering. The blade shatters and turns into shiny particles of light, leaving only the handle. My body shakes as I fall to the ground, but something catches me. It feels warm. I look up, and my eyes meet Sarah's. I'm handed a mana potion. I rush to drink it, and I feel my lost strength coming back and spreading through my body as I recover MP. What was that? Fred sounds surprised, but Akari and the others have the same question in mind. A sword with a holy element attached. But I was told that it was too specialized, and it would break after one swing. By the way, it costs 200 gold coins apiece. That last part is a lie. If you had that, why didn't you use it? He stops halfway through. But I understand what he means. Sorry, but you saw how it worked. I could only use it when I was absolutely sure I could sever its neck or bisect its body. And if I told you I had it, would you have believed me? He can't answer. I doubt I would have believed it either, if I didn't have the appraisal skill to check its effect. And I didn't know if I could use it well. It kept sapping my MP with no sign of stopping, so I could very well have run out of MP and collapsed before I got a chance to attack. More importantly, can you give me another mana potion, Mia? I'm still not feeling too great. The defective item really showed no restraint with how much MP it took. Even if it could be used twice, my body wouldn't have been able to handle it. Did you run out of magic energy? Apparently. I was told that the sword sapped magic energy when used, and if the person using it didn't have enough, they could be crippled or killed. But it looks like I have a nice amount of magic energy. This is also a lie, but if I lay out the reasons why I hesitated to use it, I doubt they could blame me. Call me dishonest or stingy, but I'm always going to take precautions to make sure I'm safe. Truth is, it was actually dangerous, and I was scared to use something I've never even tested, even though I made it. More importantly, what about the return stone? If the Shadow Wolf was the reason why it didn't work, it should work now. If not, we're going to have to look for other conditions we have to fulfill. But it seems the light is back to the return stone. Casting appraisal also shows me the note saying it doesn't work is gone. It looks like we can use it. Then all there is to do is go back. Or at least I wish I could say that, but looking for the others who took refuge comes first. What a pain. Oh. Mia is sitting down on the ground. Fighting against a superior species for so long must have been exhausting for her. And now that the battle is over and the tension is gone, all that exhaustion must be hitting her at once. Are you all right, Sarah? I'm not hurt, but I can't say I'm not tired. Same here. Let's check map along with presence detection. I don't see any monsters around here. So, what are you doing? I'm going to cook food to relieve fatigue, although it's only simple stuff with ingredients I prepared in advance. But I guess I should put the Shadow Wolf in the item box first, head included. Fred is surprised to see this, but doesn't really say anything. Thanks for that. Today's soup should be a simple one, that falls easily on a tired stomach. Making it a little saltier should be good for our tired bodies too. Master, good job again today. Yes, but thank you too, Hikari. You really saved me. Hikari tilts her head. Honestly, Sarah worked really hard, but it was also thanks to Hikari that we took down the Shadow Wolf, even though she doesn't think she did much. The Shadow Wolf seemed to be moving slower there at the end, and if it wasn't for that, who knows what would have happened to Mia. And I'm pretty sure I know why that happened. The same thing happened to me after all. I wasn't sure if it would work on a superior species, but apparently Hikari's poison knife attack started showing its effects after some time passed. She only managed to hit it once, but I think that played a big part in how things turned out. I look at Hikari again, and give her a second helping. It looks like it got a passing grade, in terms of taste. Ah, good grief. Why did we have to go through so much trouble on the 5th floor of the dungeon? Isn't there anyone I can complain about this to? After we rest, it's time to deal with the aftermath. First we collect the wolf corpses lying all over the place, and then we talk. We talked about looking for the others, so I guess that's what we'll do. What a nice person Fred must be, to want to look for them on a floor this big. But I have one condition. First, we head to the staircase to the 6th floor. I want to register there, and check to see if the invisible wall really is gone. It looks like we can go down without any issue, and I'm done registering. Next is the 6th floor. Although we're going to be using this device when we want to return to the surface, so we'll be back. Hey, when we defeat a boss, what happens to the monsters on that floor? If I remember correctly, monsters spawn to be the boss lackeys. I wanted to know what happens when you take down the boss first, but apparently almost everyone takes out the other monsters first, so they don't get in the way. In a game, they would just vanish. I don't see any on map, but then again, we were hunting them while we walked around, so it wasn't showing any anyway. So what now? I'm tired and I want to go back, but you want to look for survivors, right? Yes. Hold on a second. I can communicate with them through the card. It couldn't be used before because we were in a boss room, but it should work now. Fred tries, and gets a response. I can't hear the other person, but they're definitely talking. Although from where I'm standing it just looks like he's whispering to himself. I guess it works like a phone. He tries calling others, but doesn't get a response. In the end, did only 9 survive? Fred also asks the survivors over there to try to contact members of their parties. They're headed this way. Can you wait for a bit? While we wait, I ask him to tell me more about how to use the return stone, and stuff like that. He says it only works on fellow party members, and they have to be within range. If someone's not in range of the return stone, they get left behind. The adventurers arrive while I hear this explanation. They're happy to see each other alive, and keep asking how we defeated the Shadow Wolf. Fred tells them he'll explain when they get to the guild, and so we use the device to go back. My body is enveloped in light when I use it. I feel this strange sensation like I'm floating, and then in the blink of an eye, the scenery in front of me changes. I see a room bathed in a faint light. It feels kind of fairy tale-like with so many lights hovering around the room. That concludes our first adventure in the dungeon, with the 4 of us getting back safely. Chapter 135, Majolica, Part 7. After coming back, we're taken to a place that feels like a conference room. Apparently they were concerned because the people that left to go hunt the monster were taking too long to return, but they weren't planning on sending anyone else. The guild employees were confused when they saw only 9 people return, including people that weren't even a part of the hunting party. But after hearing Fred's explanation, they dashed out of the room to go get the guildmaster. "Can you explain it one more time?" asks a woman with sharp eyes who looks a little high-strung. After entering the room, Fred explains everything in turn. How the superior species was a shadow wolf, not a dark wolf, how the floor turned into a boss room and we couldn't escape until the shadow wolf was down, and everything else. The guildmaster listens to Fred silently until he's done, and grabs her head when he's finished. "So how did you take down the shadow wolf?" "We were assisted by this party. I haven't seen them before. They only registered here a few days ago." The fact that Fred is answering all the questions makes this a lot easier. "So how did you do it?" Of course she's going to ask that. And this time Fred looks this way like he's asking for help. "I don't need to hide this, so I'll just tell her. I used a special weapon to finish it. But I can't do it again even if you ask me to hunt something like that one more time." "What do you mean?" "It's exactly what it sounds like. It was a disposable weapon that I could only use once, and it broke when I used it. This is what became of it. I take out what's left of the sword, the handle." "What is this?" "When I used the sword, the blade vanished." "Don't ask me why. I don't know either. I bought this while traveling." "From a merchant or a blacksmith? Do you know that person's name?" "I bought it from a merchant called Miyafuji, I think." "I see. Tell us if you learn anything else. Also, can you let us have this?" "I can't. This saved me, so I want to keep it." "Someone who knows about this sort of thing might figure out where it came from. I want to avoid that if I can." "I see. Then let's talk about the reward. The payment will." "You can give the reward to Sora and his party." "Hey, you can't do that, Fred." "Can you really feel proud accepting a reward after running from your hunting target?" Fred says with a low tone of voice. Everyone except the guy that spoke awkwardly turns away. He's about to continue talking, but someone else stops him, saying they already got money for expenses when they accepted the hunt, and since they were called on such short notice, apparently they received a good amount of money. "Not per party either, per person." "I don't mind splitting the reward, but Fred's not having it. He says we can just split what we get from the wolves." Although he doesn't feel right accepting that either, because without us they would have ran and left the wolves there. I don't know if he's just really serious or a nice person. "I couldn't do that." We're then taken to where they take monsters apart, and I hand over the wolves and the shadow wolf. The wolves are sold as they are, and we split the reward. As for the shadow wolf, I keep the magic stone and 10 kilograms of meat, but sell the rest. I get 100 gold coins for it. I guess it looks like I lost money hunting it. Even if I sold the magic stone, the total wouldn't reach 200 gold coins. "Thanks for saving us," they all say, except one who is scowling at us right until the very end. I'm not sure what to do about that, but I guess I'll mark him just in case. After saying goodbye, we go to the guild's reception desk to report on the other monsters we hunted, like the goblins. The shadow wolf earns Sarah points too, so she ranks up from E all the way to C. Not that I'm complaining about that, but the way people rise in rank seems clunky. It's all because the shadow wolf was hunted, and parts that prove monsters were hunted were delivered. But looking at just the results like that doesn't really prove someone is strong. How do they know people aren't delivering parts from monsters other people hunted? I guess in this particular case they have Fred's testimony, but in total, I got 130 coins from this expedition to the dungeon. It's a nice profit, especially after I turn the medicinal herbs into potions. Not that I have a standard to base this on. But I could also sell food we harvested on the 5th floor in the Merchant Guild. Let's see what Hikari has to say about that. As soon as we leave the guild, I see Layla, and just as I'm about to call out to her, she gets really mad. She says we didn't come back when we said we would, and when she went to the guild, they told her a superior species was found on the 5th floor, so she was worried. Let's talk more about this when we get home. We should tell them about this. We're greeted by Talia when we get back, followed by Elsa and Alto. I ask them to prepare a bath, and sit with Layla and the others in the guest room. And then, I talk about what happened during this dungeon exploration. Layla looks really serious when I tell her about how the 5th floor turned into a boss room. So that's what happened. I feel for the people who died, but I'm happy for the ones who made it back, especially the 4 of you. It feels very good to hear those words. Chapter 136, Majolica, Part 8. It's been 3 days since we returned from the dungeon. What happened on the 5th floor has become a hot topic of conversation in the guild, and it's spreading like a quiet ripple. People say the management system in the guild is too lax, and the adventurers who found the monster in the first place are under deliberation. People also talk about the adventurers who lost their lives during this incident, and the ones who defeated the Shadow Wolf. All sorts of rumors are swirling around. And me? I'm in bed because I caught a cold. Mia comes here all the time, and she gets upset if I try to sneak out and work on stuff. She got me to lay down and stay quiet by telling me she'll stay here all the time if I don't. I'm just so bored, and there's so much I want to do, that it just makes me want to get up and get to work. I think I'm fine. I'm not coughing anymore, so I'm sure I can get back to my normal life tomorrow. Checking if a person's forehead is warm seems so primitive. It's not accurate at all, and having her face so close to mine isn't helping my temperature go down either. Mia is genuinely concerned about my health, so she's not embarrassed at all about being so close we could kiss. Am I the one who's too self-conscious? No, I think it's just that I'm too used to being around girls. Apparently this world has doctors too, but only a handful. That's why people buy medicine in the chemist guild, and of course, different medicine for different symptoms. They say good medicine tastes bitter, which means the one I'm taking must be really good. And there are no capsules or anything here, it's all powdered medicine. The way it violently expands in my mouth feels like torture, but I think it works great. I don't have a fever anymore. You're too concerned, Sora, says Mia while carefully cutting something that looks like an apple. The way she does it still doesn't look very safe. It's sad that we couldn't save them, but you shouldn't think it's your fault. I'm not that concerned with that, but I ask Mia why she thinks I am. That's just what it feels like to me. You say you don't care that much, but that's not how it feels to me. It's because you're nice, Sora. I'm not nice to everyone. I have the blessing that is my skills, but I'm not all-powerful, and I don't delude myself into thinking I can save everyone. That would just be arrogant. If I gave it my all and fought without thinking of the consequences, maybe I could save more people, but it could also sacrifice others. That's why my biggest concern is protecting myself, and I put my partners over random strangers. I don't think that's going to change no matter how strong I get. I'm just human, not a hero or anything. It feels to me like you don't really know yourself. I look at Mia's face in profile, and it feels a bit sad. The next morning I feel like I'm fully recovered, so I decide to go for a little walk around town, as a rehabilitation of sorts. But it's not like we wander around aimlessly. We go to item shops to check the prices, and check out equipment. I heard that the prices of potions tend to change a lot when big events or incidents happen, so I want to see what they're like, and I also want to see if I can find good bargains in equipment shops. I'm not looking for magic weapons or anything like that, but I want to see if I can find better quality ones. After going around a few item shops, I see that the prices of potions haven't crashed. We look around to see what else they have, and find holy water. This serves to repel undead and to pour on weapons to give them the holy attribute temporarily. Would it have been easier to defeat the Shadow Wolf if we had this? Then again, only 2 stores have it, so maybe it's rare. I buy a few and stock up on monster repellent too. We also go to several different places to check out their weapons, and I use appraisal everywhere. It seems it's common to use Tamahagane or Damascus steel here. Their quality depends on who made them, and so does the price. I also see a silver-coated sword here and there. Apparently these are made specifically to be used against undead. I can find all sorts of weapons specialized to fight specific kinds of monsters if I look for them. I also look for something closer to magic swords, but I don't find any. These specialized weapons are expensive and lack in versatility, but they seem useful. Old man, aren't there any mithril swords or anything like that? Are you going out hunting for big game, lad? You know real power is. The man starts complaining in response, but stops when he sees Sarah. Is it for that young lady? For now at least, I just want to know how much they cost. I saw someone I know using one. Mithril weapons go from 50 to 200 gold coins. There are ones that are cheaper because they only have a mithril coating, but I don't recommend those. They're not very durable, and they're very hard for an amateur to maintain. That's expensive. They're the weapons high-ranking adventurers use. Even just carrying one shows someone is strong. Layla said they made money in the dungeon, But much time do they spend there? Or is it that the further down you go the more profitable the monsters get? I don't see them in stores, so are they usually made to order? Yes, sometimes people have them displayed in stores, but that's rare. There's also people who bring mithril to be made into a weapon. If you bring me mithril, I can get in touch with a blacksmith that will make what you want. So apparently you can get it in dungeons too. In treasure chests? Now that I think about it, the Shadow Wolf didn't drop a treasure chest or anything. Aren't bosses supposed to drop them? I buy some more and weapons to experiment, and we head home. Chapter 137, Magic Item, Magic Energy Seeing Glasses. After getting home, I teach some more about cooking, and stay in my room alone to do alchemy. That dungeon exploration made me think about a few things. More than just the dungeon, my way of thinking that everything will turn out fine somehow was too soft. I feel like since I read about what kinds of monsters appear in those floors, I was walking through the dungeon without much sense of danger. I acted all high and mighty in the guild and said that the adventurers were poorly prepared, but I would have probably been completely helpless if I didn't have my skills. The safest option when I heard about the superior species would have probably been to turn back. I was trying to have a safety margin while in the dungeon, but I need to take into account that I could always end up being dragged into something unexpected, and when that happens, it's too late to think about what I should have done. Also, I'm going to have to defeat bosses if I'm going to be exploring the dungeon. I want to lay a foundation in case anyone sees me using a gun. Then I can say that I got it from a boss treasure chest. Guns are my trump card, but their oddness makes them difficult to use. If people knew about them, they would still be rare weapons, but I could probably use them without much issue, because people would know of their existence. Probably. Although it would still be a good idea not to use them unless I had to. What I fear the most is that someone might see that strange weapon, start connecting the dots, and look into who I really am. I have to protect myself from being exposed and having that kingdom stretch its hands towards me. Maybe I should look into the people that were summoned into this world before me. But first, we have to become stronger, and everyone needs to master using their magic energy, starting with Mia. I start wondering why it isn't going well. But the reason is clear. People can't see magic energy, so they have to go about it by feel alone. Layla and her party can use magic energy well, but they have the groundwork of what they learn in the academy, and experience as adventurers. Yor also does research on her own, and I've seen her talking to the others about it, so that might play a part too. There's also the fact that I'm probably not good at explaining it. So what should I do? Make it so they can see magic energy like I do. I place all the items I need on a table. There's something on the list of transmutable items that seems to fit what I want, so I'll be using that as reference. The Shadow Wolf's magic stone, glass, ore, mana potion. First I see what ore I have. I need something both tough and light to serve as the frame of the glasses. I make that while making magic energy flow. Once that's done, I transmute the Shadow Wolf's magic stone and the glass, while picturing lenses that show magic energy. I have to make a lot of magic energy flow into them to give them strength so they don't crack. Then I take a break. I need to drink a mana potion, because I'm at my limit. Once my MP is back, I combine the frame and the lenses, and it's done. It seems simple when put into words, but I worked hard on this. That and the process of trial and error means it took me about 2 hours. And I had to do many small adjustments. Mia, do you have a moment? I realize I can't test it by myself, so I knock on the door to the next room. When Mia opens the door, I notice she's wearing her pajamas. Was she getting ready to go to bed? I don't think I've seen her wearing that before, so it kind of gets my heart racing. No, not kind of. What is it, Sora? Ah, sorry. Can you put these on? Mia looks curious when I hand her the glasses. I don't strongly prefer girls with glasses or anything, but I still think it's nice. I keep that last part to myself. All right, I've put them on, but she looks kind of perplexed. Oh number. Did what I was thinking show on my face? I immediately put on my serious face. Can you look at this with those on? I take out a magic stone I made for magic energy training, hold it up in front of Mia, and make magic energy flow into it. Eh? Mia sounds surprised. Do you see anything? Yes, I see light flowing from your hand to the magic stone. Correct. Those glasses are a magic item that makes magic energy visible. Magic energy? Yes. It's hard to look for magic energy by feeling alone, right? I figured it would be easier for all of you if you could actually see it. What do you think? I can understand it with these. This is great. Incredible. Sora. She's more excited than I expected. I hand the magic stone to Mia, and she makes magic energy flow into it too. It goes more smoothly than ever before. She keeps going ooh and ah. Probably because she's excited. Big sister Mia, you're noisy. Hikari appears from the back with sleepy eyes. She's also wearing cute pajamas. The same as Mia's actually. I'm sorry Hikari. Did I wake you up? Yes. I'm sleepy. Let's end it here for today. There's more I want to test, but let's do it tomorrow. I say, but Mia doesn't look too convinced. I guess part of it is because I came knocking at her door late at night with this in the first place. I was just feeling unsure. I wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing if it worked. Mia goes back to her room with the glasses still on her face. I'm going to have Hikari and Sarah try them too tomorrow. If they can use magic energy too, that should up our fighting power quite a bit. But Sarah doesn't have a lot of magic energy to begin with, so she probably can't use it unless it's with a weapon made of a highly conductive material like mithril. Should we have her use her magic energy in other ways then? Magic energy isn't spent unless magic is used, so it's a waste if it's left alone. Chapter 138, Intermission, Part 6. We're here. Yes. But why can't we go any further? They said it's dangerous because there's bandits. Why did they have to come out now? We said we're in a hurry. Don't complain at me. The hunting party should arrive soon anyway, so it's fine. Is that them? Probably. There's a lot of armed people there. There's a really gaudy person leading them too. I think it's them, but is that? Yes. It feels like he got all dressed up in front of a full-length mirror. Is the Beast King going out to fight the bandits? I don't think so. The people accompanying him all look really tired, don't they? He has probably been bossing them around. Yes. But why did you look at me like that when you said that? You're being too self-conscious. Let's go look for an inn. Yes. One where we can take a bath and relax and eat something nice. This tired body needs healing. I heard about one that's a little expensive but has a nice service. Then that's where we're going. The Beast King really got blown away. Yes, but we got to accept an escorting quest because of it, so it all worked out in the end. That's true. We can travel and make money at the same time, and in a normal wagon too. Yes, so this is Preeks. This is where the Magic Institute is, right? Yes. But I don't know the difference between this and the Magic Academy. Are you thinking about enrolling? I don't know. I think things are fine for now, but what about you, Rurika? I like things as they are, and I'm not really interested in studying more or anything. So how do we go to Majolica? Through the capital Maia, I guess. The slave trade is big there too, so we should go through the... Yes. But we haven't heard anything about Eris here either, and people would probably talk about her if anything happened. Because elves are rare. We haven't heard anything here in Afar, so maybe she's not in the country at all. Yes. But we should be meeting Sarah soon. That's right. There aren't any escorting quests here. Do we go by omnibus? That is probably a good idea. But don't you feel the air here is tense? Did something happen? Maybe there's a lot of hot-headed people here compared to other places because of the dungeon. That's just prejudice. Oh, what? The jewel in the necklace Sora gave me is cracked. Is it? Wait, my bracelet is cracked too. Is this some kind of bad omen? Maybe it's because we wore them while fighting. But I wasn't really in danger or anything. Then is it because riding beast wagons is so rough? Maybe. I do remember being knocked around a lot the first time. Sora made them himself, right? Next time we meet him we have to complain and tell him to make something better. That's a little shameless, don't you think? But Chris, if you're going to get a present, shouldn't it be something good? Isn't it the thought that counts? Good grief, this girl. Be greedier. HN, is that you, Rurika and Chris? Who are you? Hey, we did that escorting quest together, remember? Goblins. Hey, too close, Geez, why is that what makes you remember me? Because it's an impactful name? Forget it. Weren't you going to the Beast Kingdom? We were there. But we just arrived here in Afar. I see. Did something happen? You feel kind of down all of a sudden. Sorry. Seeing you two reminded me of Sora. Sora? Is he doing well? Wait, What's wrong? So you don't know. We actually figured we'd go back to the kingdom through the South Gate City, and we met Sora there. Yes. And then he said he was accepting a quest to hunt wolves on his own. And apparently he bit more than he could chew. Did something happen to him? The village that put out the quest was attacked by orcs, and he used himself as bait to draw out the orcs and save the villagers that were taken. And then? I don't know, but his broken sword, guild card, and blood-stained robe were found near orc corpses. Are you alright, Chris? Are you alright? Why yes. Did someone go out looking for him? Yes, those villagers put out a quest, but neither the surviving orcs or Sora were found. To make matters worse, a demon was seen flying over the forest where Sora was. Demon? Too loud. Sorry. Demon, you said? Didn't you hear? A demon was seen near the South Gate City. Apparently a lot of knights and adventurers were killed. Ah really? Yes, so the search was called off because they figured maybe Sora. I see. Thank you for telling us. No problem. And, don't brood over it too much. This sort of thing happens in this line of work. Yes. So where are you going, Siphon? We're headed to Preeks. Yano knows someone there, so we're thinking about exploring the dungeon there. I see. Be careful. You too. Take care. There he goes. Yes. But Chris, are you really alright? I am. Yes, I'm alright. You're not alright at all. Let's just rest for today. Yes. Chapter 139, Majolica's Dungeon, 6F. I was thinking about resting for a while longer, but we're going back to the dungeon. All because Hikari said she wants to go to the dungeon again, even though she never showed much interest in anything besides food. The reason is pretty obvious. She wants to see the results of her training. Her control of magic energy went up a notch thanks to the magic energy seeing glasses. Hikari had an interest in magic anyway, so she started working harder than the others. Because of this, and the fact that she has been practicing even before I made the glasses, she was able to get the hang of controlling magic energy pretty quickly. She can now envelop her knife in magic energy as easily as she breathes, and can also maintain it. Now we just have to see if she can still do it while fighting. If she can do that, I think it's safe to say she mastered it. Right now, we're preparing to explore the dungeon again. I told everyone to get ready, instead of leaving everything to me. I want to give them a chance to think for themselves and get what they need. I'm sure this will be a good thing going forward. That said, I'm still the one in charge of meals for the most part. There's something else I need to check. If I'm going to the dungeon again, the current position of Rurika and Chris. I'm going to leave a message before entering the dungeon, but I still need to know how close they are. I send magic energy to the emitter, and receive a response on the receptor. Map shows me they're already in the magic state of Ifar. They're up north, so in the direction of Maia. HN. The reaction is gone all of a sudden. Did it reach its limit? They're closer than I expected. They might very well get here while we're in the dungeon. I tell Talia that Rurika and Chris might come by asking for Sarah, and to let them stay here if we're still out. Of course, when we reach the guild I make sure to leave a message again too. And right after that, we go straight to the dungeon, and I can feel a few eyes on us as we go. We head to the entrance to the dungeon, request to enter it, register our party, and pick a floor. This time we're starting from the 6th floor. Map turns to a map of the cave again, and we advance through the labyrinth. Hikari, you're walking too far. Bring your pace down a little. I warn Hikari, and ask Sarah to take the reins so to speak. Hikari's attentiveness is kind of all over the place now. She should be focusing, but I guess at her age she can't help but be impulsive. It's fine on a floor that doesn't have traps, but if it wasn't for that, we would have to stop and have a talk about it. She wasn't like this when we were traveling together, but thinking back, was she just tense? It kind of feels like she's loosened up and is acting her age more. Her elders are just going to have to pick up the slack. Killer bees appear on this floor, but their characteristic wing noise means we most likely won't get caught off guard. Superior species of killer bee don't make noise, and approach their victims like assassins, but I doubt they can make full use of that ability in a cave with such good visibility. I guess they could wait around a corner and attack. After advancing for a bit, we start hearing those noises. They're very noticeable, but the echo makes it hard to tell where they are exactly. This path has many twists and turns, so we can't see them. We just hear that creepy noise echoing. We start walking slower and more carefully, and Hikari also switches to her monster hunting mode. The bubbly air around her is gone now, and she's paying close attention to her surroundings. After turning a corner, Sarah suddenly stops and peeks ahead. She tells us via hand signals that there are monsters ahead. Hikari looks at me. She remembers what I said to do in the first monster encounter of this exploration. First, Sarah will jump forward and attract their attention. Then, Mia will fire a holy arrow from a distance, and then Hikari will attack. Sarah will back them up in the meantime. Sarah gives the signal and jumps out, banging her axes together to purposefully make noise. The killer bees turn around to face us, and Mia fires an holy arrow. I told her before that she doesn't have to hit, because the targets are so small. What matters is activating her magic well. Hikari is already approaching the killer bees and calculating how to take them down, but contrary to what we expected, Mia fires 3 holy arrows in a row and takes out all the killer bees. I guess it's because her magic is stable, but the time it takes between shots has been shortened by a lot. Mia is surprised and Hikari looks annoyed, as she puffs her cheeks. She walks over here with her shoulders drooping. All that excitement is gone. You'll get another opportunity. Mia's magic was just too good this time. You should compliment her. Yes, that was great, big sister Mia. I pat her head, and her mood improves a little. We keep exploring, but don't come across any more enemies, because we find the staircase pretty quickly. The next floor has blood snakes. When I tell that to Hikari, I feel like she gets a little more motivated. Chapter 140, Majolica's Dungeon, 7F. The overall structure of the dungeon doesn't change on the 7th floor, but one change catches my eye. Now there are stones of various sizes on the ground. It's not enough to really make it hard to walk, but enough to be noticeable. We're going to have to be careful about that when running around monsters. There don't seem to be a lot of monsters here either. Did someone pass by here before and take them all out? This place is completely silent, except for our echoing footsteps. I get a bit worried and look at Hikari, but she's still focused and looking around cautiously. That makes me feel a little relieved, but I also get the feeling that she's more focused than usual. It also feels to me like she's doing it unconsciously, so she might get tired without even realizing it. Sarah, if we find a place where we can rest, let's stop there and have lunch. I think Sarah is also concerned about Hikari, and she finds a nice place for us. I prepare our food while everyone rests. We didn't even find any monsters, but I'm still tired. This warm soup feels really nice, and hits my empty stomach really nicely. I turn over to Hikari, but she's not eating frantically like she usually does. She's chewing everything carefully. Something feels strange about her. We didn't find any monsters. Does this floor just not have a lot of them in the first place? I don't know. Maybe another party has been through here, or maybe we're just picking the right paths to avoid monsters without even realizing it. Sarah's thinking the same thing I am. Usually we'd be happy about not coming across any monsters, but I want to take down 1 or 2 for meat. Although I'm fine with not coming across any goblins or anything like that. I haven't used map today. I'm not even using presence detection in all directions, only the back. Even using it on the back probably isn't necessary. But I'm taking this opportunity to practice. There's no point in thinking about it. Let's just make sure we're careful. After this break, we resume our exploration with Hikari leading the way. I tell her to be careful not to lead us around in circles. I know I'm probably being annoying, but I can't help but be worried. Mia laughs a little, and Sarah looks at me with a sort of tepid expression. Am I worrying too much? It's hard to strike a good balance. We keep going for a while, until Hikari suddenly stops and carefully approaches a corner. I feel an urge to check presence detection, but I don't. I want to see if I can feel anything without it, but it turns out I can't. I don't know if it's because of the skills, or because I never had that ability in the first place. Hikari tells us via hand signals that there are 2 monsters. Mia won't attack this time. Sarah is going to support Hikari, but it's going to be mainly Hikari who fights. She makes magic energy flow to her knife, and once she's ready, she jumps out. Sarah follows her, with Mia and I right behind her. We're all holding our respective weapons, just in case there's a surprise attack. We see blood snakes slithering this way, completely undisturbed by the stones in their way. We have to be careful about them though, because stepping on one in a weird way could lead to a sprain. Hikari moves forward without looking down, but she avoids stones like she can see them anyway. She passes by a blood snake with a streak of light. The knife is too small to cut off its head, but it leaves a deep wound. Blood gushes out, and the blood snake shrieks and rampages, but it's not too long until its movements become slower, and they eventually stop completely. Hikari doesn't check this one, instead going straight for the other blood snake. Rather than continuing to push forward, it stops and swings its tail. Probably because it saw how easily the other one went down. Hikari starts swinging her knife and accelerating even more. The blood snake is caught off guard and doesn't have enough time to compose its posture. It's stabbed below its throat, and the light vanishes from its eyes as it stops moving. I'm pretty sure that's where the magic stone is. I'm guessing destroying it means instant death. I check it, and see that I was right. The magic stone is broken. I can't use it like this. I'm sorry, Master. Magic stones can be sold, and I'm collecting them too, especially to use with alchemy. Don't worry about it. That was the most reliable way to take it down. Let's worry about the quality of materials if we have the leeway going forward. But remember, safety first. Monster materials and magic stones can be replaced, but you three can't. I need to make sure she understands this. I'd be a little disappointed if we were talking about rare materials, but there's no need for her to put herself in danger for them. There's no need to think about that unless we can easily defeat monsters. The Orc Lord was half roasted too. So it's not like I don't have a history of wasting materials. Yes, we were lucky to be able to salvage so much meat back then. And the magic stone was fine too. Although I sold it, I store the blood snakes in the item box. We'll drain their blood when we get back, or later when we camp. I don't think it's a good idea to do that in the middle of this path, because other adventurers might think something happened if they saw it. Then again, doing it later when we camp might end up being the same. We take down 5 more blood snakes before we reach the staircase to the 8th floor. I take out the magic stones and stuff them in the item box without taking them apart. We're camping near the staircase today, and we need to prepare for tomorrow. In a way, this is where it really begins, so we need to make sure we're well rested. And it goes without saying that Hikari's mood has improved. Chapter 141, Majolica's Dungeon. 8F. From that floor to the 10th is where adventurers have trouble. Up until the 7th floor, we mostly find lone monsters, and at most we'll find a group of 5. That changes here. Wolves appear on the 8th floor, including variant species, but what we really need to watch out for is the way they move and packs. They work in packs of at least 5. But I've read that most attack in packs of over 10 wolves. Sometimes they even attack continuously in waves, not letting adventurers rest. You've gotten good at using magic energy, Hikari. From now on, make sure you pay attention when you use it continuously. If you keep making magic energy flow without stopping, you're going to run out eventually. Yes, I'll be careful. Mia, try to watch Hikari and Sarah, and support them with Holy Arrow. But don't just focus on them. And watch out for any enemies coming near you. Make sure you watch the whole battlefield. I'll do my best. You don't have to be so tense about it. I know I'm acting all high and mighty giving instructions, but I'm basically just an amateur. And Sarah, you understand the flow of magic energy now, right? Master, even if I do, I can't use it. Just making it flow to my weapons leaves me out of breath. That's right. Sarah doesn't have a lot of magic energy. Maybe the same goes for all beast people. I doubt there's going to be an explosive increase or anything like that even if she trains. It's true, with the amount of magic energy you have now, it's probably hard to infuse weapons with it. But what about making it flow inside your own body, not your weapons? What do you mean? Well, can you put the glasses on and look at me? Here it goes. I make magic energy circulate around my body like blood. Then I hold my sword in this condition and start swinging it. It feels like I'm swinging it faster than normal. Master, you're faster. Hikari confirms it. I figured that was the case, because my body feels lighter. Magic energy isn't just for weapons. You can strengthen your body and increase your physical abilities too. This uses less magic energy than if you made it flow to your weapon, so it might be a good idea for you to learn this method so I can increase my physical strength even more. I think that's a good way to see it. But of course, using it non-stop is going to deplete your magic energy, and you should get a grasp of how much it actually improves your physical abilities. If you don't know how much of a difference there is, the time it takes for you to get near monsters might change and throw you off. It's probably going to leave you confused at first. You're right, I can't use it until I understand that, and I need to know what's my limit for continuous use too. But still, I'm glad to know it's useful for me too. Honestly, I was jealous. Being jealous of their growth was probably making her flustered. And she's probably happy to know that she can still get stronger. I'm sure she knows better than anyone else that you need to be strong to protect others. The next morning, we go down to the 8th floor. It doesn't take too long for us to start hearing wolf howls all over the place. And it's clearly not just one wolf. This is a bad move inside a dungeon, because they're just telling people where they are, but monsters probably don't think about that sort of thing. Then again, maybe they're actually trying to make us aware of their presence and put pressure on us. I don't know. But just the fact that I'm even thinking about this is probably what someone or something intends anyway. The noises are getting closer. Mia is walking in front of me, and her face from the side looks tense. I'm sure she's nervous. Sarah stops and looks around, and we hear footsteps. Do they know we're here? We hear their footsteps and growls, and they come rushing in from the other side of the passage. Sarah takes a step back and swings her axes at an incoming wolf. The way she swings an axe in each hand is almost like they're two different creatures. It always feels strange to me. When I try to use two blades, my left hand becomes sluggish when I attack with my right hand, and I can't attack with it very well. I can't help but be impressed by how Sarah uses both hands. Even parallel thinking won't let me use two weapons well. Does that mean I need a different skill? We repel the wolves' first attack thanks to Sarah's efforts, and their next attack is coordinated, without needlessly rushing forward. But we stay cool and take them down one at a time, slowly reducing their numbers. 7 are down, leaving 8. That means there were 15 in total. The wolves don't stop fighting, even after half of them are gone. In fact, their growls are louder, and they try even harder to intimidate us. And then, my presence detection picks up another pack behind us. They're concealing their footsteps and trying to breathe quietly while they get near. Hikari, cover Mia. I turn around and grab my sword. I only feel wolves, so I can afford to be a bit flashy. I picture magic. Flames covering the passage and burning everything. Firestorm. The flames crawl through the ground, cover the air, and fill the passage as they advance. They don't stop even after engulfing all the charging wolves, and they're finally extinguished after violently hitting a wall and exploding. Once the smoke clears, there isn't a single wolf left. It's like they were never even there. I knew I could do it, but this is dangerous. I need to be careful when using area of effect attacks. It looks like the others lost their will to fight, because their movements become duller, and Sarah takes them down one after the other. I'm sitting with my knees to the ground right now, with Hikari standing in front of me with her arms crossed. Master, do you have something to say? I'm sorry, I got carried away. I fired powerful magic without really thinking about it, and burned everything. The monsters trying to attack us from the back were all defeated, but the materials were all turned to ash. And that leads us to an upset Hikari. I'm sure he just wanted to let loose for once. Forgive him. Thanks for the mature response, Sarah. But be careful. What if it hit us? She's right. But judging by the way they were coordinated, those wolves were probably growling to call their friends. It's starting to look like his floor is going to be less straightforward than we thought. Turns out that did have a meaning. We can't take their coordination lightly. We focus even more as we look for the staircase. In the end, it takes us the whole day and 7 more wolf packs to reach it. 130 wolves are now spending part of their eternal slumber in my item box. But it looks like I still have plenty of room in the expanded item box. Chapter 142, Majolica's Dungeon, 9F. The 9th floor. Goblins hang out there. Normal goblins, goblin fighters, goblin archers, goblin mages, goblin priests, goblin champions. They form parties and attack adventurers. Their numbers vary from party to party, and some have only regular goblins, and some have none. The ones with jobs are smarter than normal goblins, and use tactics. They are very coordinated, and use their specialties to their full advantage. It's almost like fighting humans. I've heard that sometimes Cheval recorders use them to give their knights real combat experience. Mia, if there's a mage, use Holy Arrow to disrupt its spells. But Hikari and Sarah, don't assume that will work, and be careful. What about you, Sora? I'll disrupt them from a distance too. But they also have long-range attacks, so they might try to disrupt me too. Don't focus only on the magic, and watch out for their movements. We'll try to prioritize them. But the distance means they can stop us before we can get close, so they'll probably be the last ones we take down, says Sarah. Yes, I can distract them with throwing knives, but those are limited. There's only so many throwing knives I can carry before they start to be too heavy and hinder my movements. The distance probably makes it easier for them to deal with throwing knives too. I think they have great reflexes. It's fine if we don't advance as fast as before, let's just be safe. But if we encounter monsters, let's try to deal with them quickly. This floor has a lot of monsters. This and the previous floor are called the Bane of Rookies floors. People can lose their lives because monsters keep coming no matter how many they take down. So it's easy to be overwhelmed if you don't exterminate them fast enough. After checking our equipment, we go down to the 9th floor. We advance for a bit, and encounter a group of 5 goblins, with a mage and a champion among them. Sarah attacks the champion, Hikari the regular goblins, and Mia the mage. I cover Mia and help if things get tough. But Sarah takes the champion down easily and joins Mia, so there's not much for me to do. Mia also activates magic quickly and easily takes down the mage. After the battle is over, we take the magic stones and proof that we defeated them, and move on. This repeats a few more times, until we reach a safety zone. Several battles in a row take a toll on our stamina, so we need some rest. Goblins with jobs really are trouble. They keep backing each other like they always know where the others are. Sarah's right. They always move like they know where the others are. I feel like there are way too many times when they come to each other's aid, even though they're not even growling like the wolves. Do they learn that as they roam around, or are they born with that function built in? It's really troubling. We have a light lunch, and before we get going again, Mia and I each drink a mana potion to replenish our MP. Goblins are sly, so they do pincer attacks, use themselves as bait to lead us to small rooms, and use other tricks. We can't just move forward and take down monsters as we see them. We try to stay cool-headed, but as we go from one fight to the next, sometimes we fall for their tricks, and they successfully lure us. I fire magic at full power when that happens, but we call out to each other to avoid putting anyone in danger. Master, my arm hurts. Hikari has swung her knife hundreds of times by now. Mia has also been smacking monsters that get close with her staff, and her robe is dirty with their blood. I could wipe them out with area of effect magic like Firestorm, but I'm not using it. We're sort of guiding monsters towards Mia, to get her used to melee combat. Of course, with safety as our top priority. Sarah has been doing a good job controlling everything. Hikari has been looking for efficient ways to take down the goblins, that will cut down on unnecessary movements and don't make her as tired. Her movements are becoming so crisp that I'm worried she's becoming a killing machine. But the number one reason why I'm not using area of effect attacks is that I'm simply worried about friendly fire. I've been looking at the whole picture and firing magic at single targets if I feel we're at a disadvantage, and cutting down fighters and champions if they get close. They're powerful enough to not be beaten by force alone, but I make use of techniques to make up for it. I've been hit a few times, but nothing close to fatal, and I haven't suffered any cuts. Also, about magic. I've been practicing using magic to keep enemies in check. I can lower the power of spells, focus more on speed, aim for their noses instead of their bodies, and have it explode there. It's like a Nekodamashi in sumo. It doesn't cause damage, but it does make them flinch and stop chanting. However, making it so spells explode without hitting is kind of an annoying process. I feel like just firing magic with the intent to hit would be quicker, but I keep telling myself that being able to do more can only be a good thing, so I keep trying various things. Mia keeps asking questions after we fight. I feel like that helps me a bit, but I keep that to myself. I think being able to make an opponent flinch without actually having to hit it is what's making her interested. Although she still can't get it right, after trying a few times. It's hard to hit the faster ones with magic. I haven't been using guns lately, but how would they fare? The Orc Lord deflected them with its sword. I should check it at some point, but I haven't had the chance. After 200 dead goblins, I was starting to think they were spawning infinitely, but they're not appearing anymore. In a way, the most troublesome part was removing their magic stones and the proof that we defeated them. But we kept at it and did it to all of them. Although we don't have the time to burn their corpses. We find the staircase not long after, and go straight to the 10th floor. Chapter 143, Majolica's Dungeon, 10F, Part 1. Usually when we reach a staircase close to midnight, we rest and go down the next day, but boss floors are different. Of course, depending on what monsters appear, Sometimes it's a good idea to go straight down anyway. Rooms that are multiples of 10 are always boss floors. They always have a boss room and 2 safety zones. I guess it would be pretty bad if the boss room was right after the staircase. Even worse if a small party like ours had to stay the night on a floor like that where monsters seem to spawn infinitely. It gets me thinking that even the dungeon has a conscience. Then again, it's not like this system can't be bad either. Like what's happening right now. A few parties are waiting for the boss room to be available. Once a party enters a boss room, it closes and won't open until the party is wiped out or the boss is defeated. Boss battles can take more than half a day depending on how strong the party is, and if you're unlucky, you can end up waiting for a long time. Wouldn't it be better for some parties to just go make money on other floors? Apparently not, because the treasure chests that drop in boss rooms are very appealing, and so is the idea of getting rich quickly. Parties that choose to go for boss floors are often looked at with disdain, but there's always parties who weigh the probability that they'll beat the boss against the probability that they'll die, go after bosses, and because of that, a certain business of sorts is running rampant. People who act as proxies and sleep in boss floors to secure a place in line. I don't know if the guild knows about this, but it's pretty much implicitly decided at this point who gets to use the boss room on the 10th floor. We learn about this after having dinner, when the door to the boss room opens and no one tries to go in. Sorry, it's already been decided who goes next, we're told, and after 30 minutes, a party comes running and pays the man. They hand over some food too, and go in the boss room. They do this like it's trivial, and something they've done many times before. Maybe it would be a good idea to use the device and go back for now, but who knows when we'll get to fight the boss if we do, so we choose to stay. Actually, should we go back and report this to the guild? Then again, what are the chances that they've worked everything out beforehand in case a party tells on them, especially a new party? We end up spending the night here, taking turns to keep watch, and waiting for tomorrow morning to challenge the boss. But it's the same thing as before, and it happens 3 times in a row. It's been an hour since the boss room opened, and no one is going in. Hey, if no one's going, can't we just go in? No, the order has already been decided. I see some guys giggling, but no one's here. That's how we do things. Rookies like you need to just shut up and follow our system. You can just leave if you have a problem with that, or you can lend us those girls for a night and we'll think about it, he says while looking at them like he's licking them with his eyes. Ooh, I'm feeling bloodlust behind me, but these guys don't seem bothered by it at all. Do they just not notice it? Does the guild know about this? Who knows? It's never been a problem, right? He says, asking for the other guys' approval, and they all nod. Then I'm going to report this to them. I saw the parties going in, so I'm going to report them along with your names. I use appraisal and make sure I remember them, even though I'd love to forget right away. Is that a threat? The mood here is taking a turn for the violent. No, it's not a threat. We're not demanding anything from you, we're just going to report you. It's starting to feel like a fight could break out at any moment. But then a party arrives. HN, did something happen? Well, sir, actually, these adventurers seem a bit old, and although they have nice equipment, their levels are low, lower than Mia's even. What's with them? Hey, is this your first time here? We have rules, and we can't have you break them. Who made those rules? The guild? You? Damn kid, is that any way to talk to your elders? We're B-ranked adventurers. Do you know what that means? We can crush you. People around us start getting riled up. It feels like he really believes he's strong. Is there a problem with the guild here or something? Well, we're generous, so you can go if you lend us those girls. Go alone? Of course. They burst out laughing, but quickly quiet down. There's a heavy sound, and suddenly the guy in front of me is gone. He got blown away into a wall and lost consciousness. Sarah is standing where he was, after swinging her axe. Did she hit him with the side of the axe? If she hit him with the blade, there would be blood everywhere. Sarah is standing silently and glaring, and the frightened men take a step back. HN. Is this because last night while we were having dinner I casually said that Rurika and Chris might be reaching Majolica soon? Sarah. I call out to her, and she turns around and casts down her eyes. It's not like I blame you or anything. I was getting pretty mad too. What do we do now? We're pretty on edge after waiting for so long. Crush, he said. That means we can do the same, right? The glares make the men take another step back. What do you think? Hikari, what if there's a guy in front of us we don't like? This is a dungeon, and there's a boss room in front of us. What would happen if we broke all their weapons, and took all their potions and their food? What would happen? Nothing. They didn't deserve. I see. They deserve it. Then there's no problem. Especially that guy that just flew away. He can go 3 days without drinking or eating. I glare harder, and they start shaking. They're starting to see where they stand. Who's using the boss room next? You? Or is it you? I ask different parties, and they all say number. I guess it's our turn then. Ah, and Drac, is it? We're moving on. But go back and report what you've been doing to the guild within half a day. We'll probably go talk to them about it too. I don't know how long you've been here, so I have no idea when you can use the device. I say as we head to the boss room. I hear something behind us, but I think it's safe to say we can ignore it. When the 4 of us are in, the door starts closing on its own behind us. How is it making that decision? Once the door is fully closed, something that looks like a magic circle runs through the ground, and a bright light fills the room. Chapter 144, Majolica's Dungeon, 10F, Part 2. As it turns out, conquering the boss room takes us less than 10 minutes. Once the light settles, we see a group of goblins surrounding a goblin king. The number of goblins round the boss is random. Sometimes you get a lot, sometimes not so much. Once these goblins are taken down, they don't get up again. Maybe it's different depending on how much time you spend here. I don't know. We're facing 50 of them, and I don't feel like breaking down and explaining every single one of them. Are you really going to fight alone? Asks Mia, sounding concerned. That's something I asked last night, because I want to test myself. We're away from other people's eyes, so I can test the efficiency of my gun too. No, it's definitely not because I'm stressed and I want to vent. I tell Mia not to worry, and walk towards the goblins. I guess that puts me in their battle area, because they all ready their weapons at the same time. That's where I activate a skill. I actually learned it before we entered the dungeon, and I've been using it while we explore, and used it on those adventurers before. Skill Intimidate. Effect: dulls the movement of those weaker than the user. It becomes stronger as it levels up. It doesn't really work on people with higher levels or superior species, but it has a noticeable effect on those weaker. I can also pick if I want to use it on a single target or multiple targets, but using it on multiple targets lessens its effect. But how does it decide if my level is higher or lower than my opponent's if I don't have a level? I use it on all the goblins in this room, and they all stop. Their movements are visibly duller, except for the goblin kings. I get ready to use magic, and chant 2 spells, Firestorm and Tornado. I have to chant them inside my head to activate them at the same time. I can do it with parallel thinking, but unfortunately I only have one mouth, so I can only vocally chant one at a time. The 2 spells are activated, combine in the middle of the group of goblins, and burn a larger area than I was expecting. The hand of fire spreads out from that center point, and burns with crimson flames. This powerful tempest of flames incinerates every goblin except the Goblin King. I guess despite everything, it's still a superior species. This would all be pointless if it wasn't stronger. Black smoke is rising from the Goblin King, and I slowly walk towards it with my gun ready. This 5th generation gun is the exact same as the 4th generation one, except for its durability. But the bullets are different, because I attached all sorts of effects to them. This time I'm using bullets with the fire effect. These ones don't burn on impact. They explode like a bomb being shot out of a gun. I think they're the most useful bullets I have, but they're probably going to ruin materials. I fire, and it reacts by using its sword like a shield to block, because there's a good bit of distance between us. Actually, I think it was trying to deflect the bullet, but it exploded in flames. It stumbles at first, but it lowers its center of gravity before I fire the next one, and manages to hold. I'm surprised it withstood that. I guess while it's easy for me to use a gun, superior species can also easily evade and guard against them. The Orc Lord used its sword to deflect them too. That's why I worked more on these bullets. But I'm happy about this anyway. The whole reason why I'm fighting is to test their effectiveness. I slowly walk forward while firing, mostly at the torso, but also at the limbs. Not firing at the same spot means the monster is slow to react, and gets hit more. Being closer helps too. It might be hard to hit unless I'm relatively close. I'm really having trouble figuring out the right time to bring this weapon out. The closer I get, the more one-sided this gets. At a certain point the Goblin King can't even move anymore. Part of the reason why I moved forward was also to put some distance between me and the other three. The king is glaring at me with hatred in its eyes, but there's nothing it can do. I use Intimidate, and its movements become duller for just a moment, but that's a fatal opening in the face of a gun. Arm, leg, and torso all get shot one after the other. Its sword cracks, and will probably break after a couple more shots. An explosion causes some of its flesh to burst, looking like something took a bite out of it. The king's face twists in pain. It's looking weak, or rather, panicked. The next bullet breaks the sword and its leg, and the king falls to its knees. I make magic energy flow in my body and accelerate, and then as the king lowers its head, I unsheath my sword and aim for its neck. The sword with magic energy infused cuts through it without any resistance, and the Goblin King's head is easily sliced off. I was going to keep pushing it with bullets until the end, but I also wanted to check how my body moved, so I decided to finish it with the sword. There's also the fact that I want its magic stone, which would have been broken if I kept firing like that. That didn't take long, and I've been wounded a lot when fighting superior species, but this one was a piece of cake. That was great, Master. As I save my victory and bask in its afterglow, I suffer an attack by Hikari. Hey, that hurts. Watch your head. I know the battle's over, but don't just come running and clinging to me like that. It's dangerous. Yes. I pat her head. I get that she's excited. Master, what absurd weapon. It's a replica of something that exists in my world, Sarah. You say there's no magic or anything like that there, but your world is looking pretty disturbed too. It's not like everyone carries one, but I don't think they would understand even if I tried to explain. You're absurd, Sora, and if you have that kind of power, then there's a lot of people I can help, right? I get what Mia is saying, but it stands out too much, and there will probably be people plotting to get their hands on it if they see it. I don't really want to use it unless I have to. Not to mention that I don't want to rely on it too much and become complacent. I get how you feel. It might make things easier, but it will stop you from improving in other ways. And that's speed. We can talk about that later. How about we check the treasure chest first? Says Sarah. She's right. I'm curious about the treasure chest the boss dropped too. It's kind of exciting, but Hikari just steps forward and opens it like it's no big deal. Well, it's not like it changes anything. I just wanted to hold on to this expectant feeling for a bit longer. But I get it. It's a waste of time. There's two things in the chest. Oh, a return stone. And this is mithril. I take the Goblin King's head, as proof that I defeated it I guess, and take the magic stone before we leave the room. Its body is in a terrible state, so we leave it there. We register with the device, and go back. This thing feels less like a fantastical item and more like I'm operating a touch screen. That takes care of our first boss battle, and our second dungeon exploration comes to an end. Chapter 145, Majolica, Part 9. We're back in the guild. It's kind of noisy, but that's alright. We report that we hunted the Goblin King, and I show its head and magic stone. They take the head, but I keep the magic stone, so I don't get any money, and so I deliver monsters we took down from the 6th to the 9th floor. I keep 10 magic stones of each monster except goblins and deliver the rest, including materials. I also ask that they take apart one blood snake and give the meat back. One blood snake is enough to produce quite a lot of meat. I have a few more things to do here in the guild. I'll see you later at home. None of them leave, because I guess they're worried about what I'm going to do. Oh well. Hikari and Sarah, I need you to run an errand. I think it's early enough that Talia and the others haven't gone out shopping yet, so go with them and buy a large amount of ingredients. We beat our first boss room, so I want to make something special. Tell them that too. I actually have something else in mind, but I'm dancing around that. Can I count on you? Yes. All right. Hikari says yes, and Sarah also doesn't say number. As for Mia, it might be best if 2 people offer their testimony, so I think it's a good idea for her to stay. I don't know if I could convince her to go anyway. Thank you then. The 2 girls leave, and I head to the reception desk again. Is there anything you need? I want to see the guild master. If that isn't possible, someone of relatively high standing. May I ask why? I want to ask something about the dungeon. About how people use the dungeon, I guess. We went there to challenge a boss room, but saw that there's a line, and people have to wait for their turn. but the people actually challenging the boss room weren't there, and instead there were others who were paid to wait in line for them. Is that how it works here? I start talking pretty fast unconsciously, because talking about this made me remember it and got me mad. Is that true? It is. And they got in our way multiple times when we tried to enter the boss room. The receptionist lady looks troubled. That's why I wanted to talk to someone of higher standing. There's no point in getting mad at her. If you can't pass judgment, you can call someone who can. Were there really people doing that? There were, and we saw people that came in after us and to the boss room ahead of us 3 times, says Mia, and the receptionist is looking more and more troubled. She's peeking at the slave collar. Is she thinking that I told Mia to say that, and she can't disobey me? Is what you just said true? Someone behind us asks. I turn around, and see who I'm pretty sure is Ash of Guardian Sword. Yes, it's all true. Your commander is a stickler for the rules, right? Then I'll ask you, is there any rule that permits people to stand in line in place of others in front of boss rooms? No, that is not allowed. Then, did the people doing it get permission from someone? Everyone was acting like it was natural. Did the guild authorize it, or clans? What are you talking about? Ash's commander enters the scene. I think his name is Jake. I explain it again. Is that true, Sora? Right? It is. I wanted to talk to you anyway. Hey, is the guild master here? Why yes, she is. Then I want to talk to her. Let us borrow a room. The 3rd conference room on the 2nd floor is empty. You can use it. Very well, then we will be waiting there. Can you call the guild master? The receptionist bows and runs. So that's what it's like to be influential. Jake sees her go, and starts walking silently, with Ash right behind him. Should I follow them too? I guess I don't mind, because it looks like they'll listen to me, although I did feel a bit of enmity coming from them. We enter a room, and I sit down. Mia sits next to me, and Jake and Ash sit in front of us. It's completely silent, and the mood is heavy. I think about saying something, but Jake closed his eyes as he sat down, and has a "don't talk to me" aura around him. Is it because it would save me the effort if I speak after the guildmaster arrives? Yes. Let's stay positive and assume that's it. Mia looks concerned and grabs my sleeve, but I give her a light tap on the hand, as if to say everything's fine. Eventually Reese, the guildmaster, comes in. She looks around the room and everyone in it, and I can see her scowl just a little, before she clears her expression and sits down. I kind of get the feeling that there's an invisible wall between her and us. So, why are you all here? She asks me, and I tell her what happened on the 10th floor. Is that true? It's true. There were people of Guardian Sword there too, so you can ask them. Are you really telling the truth? If this is a lie, we won't forgive you for trying to disgrace us. I guess they have a strong sense of camaraderie. They're glaring at me. I tell them the names of the people that were there. Ash looks at Jake, lowers his head, and leaves after hearing those names. There are records of when we entered the dungeon, right? You could check and compare them and see for yourselves. Or does the guild authorize that sort of thing? No, nothing like this was decided by the guild. Adventurers might agree on these things among themselves, but it's a little underhanded. Reese peeks at Jake. It is underhanded. If it really is happening, that is. Chapter 146, Majolica, Part 10. It feels to me like what he says is directly negating our complaints. We will know the truth soon enough, but I have something else to ask. About a rumors going around in the guild. Rumor? I don't come here often, so I don't know about it. I see. It's about the hunt for the superior species that appeared on the 5th floor. And about rookies that watched adventurers die and did nothing. All right, but I want to know the specifics. Do you know about this, Guildmaster? I may have overheard. Then why didn't you deny it? Do you think it's true? No response. Could it be that she's purposefully leaving it be as some sort of test? I look at Reese, and she has a small, gentle smile on her face. But upon closer inspection, I see a small wrinkle between her eyebrows. I don't really know what to think. Then let me ask you this, Commander. If you accepted a quest to hunt a superior species, what would you do first? Prepare. Check what kind of monster it is, what items we would need. We would have a lot to do. I assume that's all that normal. Then why did no one do that? In regards to this hunting quest, I mean, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, all of this happened because people heard it was a dark wolf, but it turned out to be a shadow wolf. But both dark wolves and shadow wolves, despite being monsters of different ranks, have more or less the same weaknesses, right? Yes, Both are weak to the holy element. The difference is that dark wolves can be beaten by relatively strong people even without using holy attacks. That seems to be the case. But there's our first problem. They only brought supplies to camp. Why did no one bring items to hit the monster with its weakness, the holy element? There were 50 people participating in that hunt, right? And no one brought any of it? It's baffling. Then again, maybe someone did, but they were killed before they could use it. The second problem is the levels of the adventurers. They were B and C ranked, and I'm pretty sure the Adventurer Guild considers Shadow Wolves to be A-ranked monsters. So they were probably outmatched. But when I saw them fight, the monster was on a completely different league. I've seen other B-ranked adventurers, and to be perfectly honest, the difference in their power was too big. They said they were B-ranked, but how strong were they really? Their equipment wasn't bad, but they couldn't fight very well. In fact, they even ran and abandoned the others when they decided they had no chance. Of course, it's not like I can't understand treasuring one's own life like that. So your colleagues died because I had something that could defeat the Shadow Wolf but it didn't use it sooner? They accepted the quest, so they should have taken responsibility and hunted it themselves. They ran away, didn't prepare their own food and instead came to us like parasites. And this is all my fault? Bring them here. Remember, I'm a merchant exploring the dungeon. Is your organization so soft that you give high ranks to adventurers that are outmatched by a merchant? The whole situation was close to breaking down completely before we entered the picture anyway. Jake hears me, and quiets down while crossing his arms. Is he gathering his thoughts in his mind? This isn't good. I feel like my emotions are going to burst. Like something dark is welling up inside me. But then, we hear a knock on the door. Ash is back. Whatever was rapidly swelling is dispersed by this. Ash approaches Jake and speaks in his ear. Bring them here. Ash quickly leaves the room, and brings them here. Some gulp when they see Jake. Do you know why you were called here? No, we weren't told. Then let me ask you. They said that you used underhanded means to take places in line to enter a boss room. Is this true? We have never done such a thing. One person immediately yells while straightening his back. The others all look away. Jake looks at them silently, just staring with a stern expression. All right, I'll believe you. That means you have tarnished the name of our clan members. How do you intend to take responsibility for this? I don't. Really, you can believe them if you want. But if I'm telling the truth and they're lying, how do you intend to take responsibility? He's not responding. Is he just saying that because of his position? Does he really just believe them because they're his fellow clan members? I can't tell. I can't even tell if he really believes them. But if I use this opportunity to get the guild to investigate, something's bound to come out. Guildmaster, please just look into it like I said earlier. See what parties went to that floor, and when they entered and returned. If you do that, you might start seeing things you didn't notice before. And by the way, I have no intention of forgetting about the abusive language they used against us. I've said all I wanted to say. A few of them seem shaken by what I said, but that doesn't matter to me. Honestly, I wouldn't have cared if they didn't get in the way of our exploration. I really don't care if someone dies because they're careless, or because of a drop in quality, unless they band together and come bother us. But this time I got involved in these things, so I wanted to say my piece. Honestly, this isn't the only dungeon, so it's not like I have to stay here. Why do I have to get roped up into trouble everywhere I go? Go bother the ones chosen to be heroes with that sort of thing. If I'm always going to get dragged into trouble where there are a lot of people, should I just build a house somewhere quiet and take it easy there? That's something I want to do after I've saved up a good amount of money. The atmosphere in the room is getting bad, so I decide to leave. It looks like some of them still have things to say, but I ignore them. Sora, are you sure you want to be so belligerent? It's fine. It's not like I wasn't actually angry. Don't overdo it. Even if it's about us. But I think it's natural to be angry after being talked to like that. I'm not saying the three of them are mine or anything, but I can't forgive those people for treating them like that just because they're slaves. I mean, if she agrees, I'm not going to argue. But those nasty looks are also part of the reason why I can't forgive them. What? I've been staring at Mia while thinking. I say it's nothing, but for some reason she looks happy and holds on to my arm. I don't know what happened. Chapter 147, Reunion, Part 3, Chris Point of View. We arrive in Majolica before noon. Our traveling expenses are leaving us a little worried, but we traveled by omnibus to get here faster. I look next to me, and see Rurika looking nervous. I'm also a little nervous. Are we really going to see Sarah again? I should simply be happy, but part of me has mixed feelings. I think it has to do with what Siphon said about Sora a few days ago. Honestly, I probably still don't have my feelings in order about that. Rurika is acting like she is in high spirits as always, but I feel like deep inside she is feeling sad. Here we go, Chris. As always, Rurika is pulling me along with her. I'm not brave or anything, so she is always covering for me. I don't think this is good, but I can't do anything about it. How long am I going to be following someone else's back? It's always been like this. It probably always will. I want to change, but that hasn't been going well so far. We enter the guild, and it seems a bit noisier than I expected. Did something happen? Everyone's eyes fall on us. I pull my hood down deeper and follow behind Rurika. After checking our guild cards in the reception desk, they tell us about a certain house. Apparently that is where Sarah is living. How come? We take a map and follow it, and arrive at a big house. Apparently it is being rented. I wonder how much that costs. We have always stayed in inns and never rented a house, so I honestly don't really know the prices. We're not being tricked, are we? Rurika is losing her nerve a little. We need to be brave to knock on that door. Hang in there. I offer a little prayer for her, but then I'm pushed forward. The door is right in front of me. I turn around and see Rurika with a little smile on her face. Her eyes are not moving though. I guess I have to do it. I use the knocker, I think it's called. I look at Rurika again, but she turns away. After waiting a little, the door opens without making a sound. I say opens, but only a little bit, and a little maid peeks out from the other side. Welcome. Do you have any business here? How cute. It hits me straight in the heart. I can really feel this little maid is trying hard. My name is Chris. We heard that Sarah is living in this house. Is she here? The maid tilts her head, and closes the door. I can hear footsteps as she walks away. This might be a problem. Do we have the wrong house? But then, I feel another presence approaching from the other side of the door. The door opens again, and I see a different maid. We heard about you from our master. Are you Miss Chris and Miss Rurika? Miss Sarah is out shopping. She should be back by lunchtime. Please come in. I can't take my eyes off the way she beautifully carries herself. And she's so mature. My eyes end up landing on her chest. No, they don't. We enter just as the maid said. This place seems so clean. Please wait here. There are chairs around a big table. Is this where they eat? We sit down, and the little maid we met at the door brings us drinks. She is a little unsteady and I get a little nervous watching her. But I don't let her notice it. I take a sip, and a sweet fragrance spreads inside my mouth. It's good. Chris. I already know what Rurika wants to say. That maid has been sneakily staring at us this whole time. I'm sure she thinks she is hiding, but we can see her perfectly. We smile and wave at her, and she rushes to try to hide. But she soon goes back to where she was and continues staring. How long have we been here? Suddenly, the little maid raises her head and leaves the room. After a while longer, we start hearing loud voices, and the little maid comes in carrying some things, followed by a slightly bigger maid. An even bigger girl walks in behind her, and then, Sarah. I recognize her face, but is that really her? I can't believe it. I whisper, and she looks surprised. She looks at me, tilts her head, looks at Rurika, and jumps this way. I can't breathe. Her chest is blocking my mouth and nose. What are those? Lethal weapons. I struggle until I'm freed. Air tastes sweet. Rurika and Chris, says the girl with cat ears. That voice is a little lower than I remember, but there's no doubt about it. Yes, Sarah. I'm so glad to see you're safe. Tears start gushing out. I try to stop them, but I can't. I can't stop my voice either. We finally met again. Finally. She hugs me again, but this time gently. It feels warm. It really is Sarah. Our friend we have been looking for all this time really is here. There have been many times when we thought it was pointless, and we would never see her again, but here we are. I look at Rurika, and she's also crying. I face forward, and see that Sarah is also crying. We were separated that day, but after 9 years, we finally got to see our friend again. Chapter 148, Reunion, Part 4. We leave the conference room and bump into Drac and the other guys that were making money in front of the boss room. They look surprised when they see us, and their faces twitch. I don't know what they're feeling exactly, but they're trembling. Sora, right? We're back just like we promised. The adventurers who spouted all that nonsense are behind him. I turn my attention to them, and they take a step away from us. I didn't even use intimidation. You're late. It's been quite a while since we talked. I feel like their faces twitch even more when I talk to them, but whatever. The guild master is on the second floor, in the third conference room if I'm not mistaken. Go over there and explain. If you can't find your way there, ask a receptionist. Of course, you can lie about what happened, but you'll pay later when we find out. This is very clearly a threat, but I don't want any more trouble to fall on my lap, so I really want them to just tell the truth. I was thinking about going straight home, but it's past noon already. I figured we were going to be in there for a while, so I told them not to wait for us to get back to have lunch. That means there's a good chance we won't have anything to eat if we go back now. Of course, they'll prepare something for us if we say we didn't have lunch, but that would take time, and I'd feel bad about making them do it. Instead, Mia and I go to the stalls, and we decide to buy some sweets to bring home too. If I'm not mistaken, Chris and Rurika, or I guess I should say, girls in general in this world, like sweets too. Mia tells me about a place built in an inconspicuous place, and that's where we buy our sweets. It feels so natural to see her get excited picking them. What really surprises me is that she already knows about places like this. Are you sure about this? Are you talking about the quantity? It's fine once in a while. Are you worried because it makes you F? I sense that's a dangerous question, so I stop. She knows that already, but she might get self-conscious if she hears it from someone else. We have these tasty sweets, so I don't want to spoil them for her. It's not at all that I'm holding my tongue for my own safety. After that's done, we go home. We try to open the door, but it opens before we can. Talia greets us and bows. How did she know we were here? Is she hiding a skill or something? Master, we have guests who asked about Miss Sarah. I see, thank you. So they reunited just as planned. As I get closer, I can hear people having fun talking. Master, welcome back. Welcome back, Master. Welcome back's big brother. They all say, and Rurika and Chris get up and thank me. They seem kind of nervous and distant. Why is that? I see you've managed to meet again. Have you been talking a lot? Yes, about all sorts of things. I hear I caused them a lot of trouble. Is Sarah embarrassed? But she looks happy too. So, I want to talk about the future. Sarah is your slave, isn't she? How can we free her? Asks Rurika with a serious expression. No, it's more like she's pleading. But it's not like I want anything from them. I can free Sarah if that's what she wants. It's not like I bought her because I actually want a slave. They make weird faces after I say that. Did I say something strange? But she told us you paid 500 gold coins for her. You need the same amount of money to free a slave, or at least that should be the case. Even if the master says it's not necessary? Maybe if it was agreed when the contract was formed. But what was the contract like anyway? I feel like Mia's was pretty inconvenient for her, but we didn't fuss over the details too much with Sarah. My intention was to free her right away. I don't remember the contract very well. I was so focused on buying her, that I didn't think about what came next. Master, my contract states that you can free me at your discretion. But being a combat slave means I still need to earn half the amount you spent. So you need to earn half that amount while exploring? So 250 gold coins? I think we've made 50 gold coins so far, which leaves about 200. But I still have medicinal herbs and stuff like that I haven't sold. What about those? Apparently, it can't just be the money we make while cashing out. It might be advantageous for the master, but it feels to me like it's purposefully lowering the amount of money slaves make to keep them bound for longer. Then can you keep coming to the dungeon with us for a while longer? I think we'll make more the further down we go. But we might end up having to move to another town. Did you do something again? Mia laughs awkwardly at that question. Sorry. It looks like Sarah is going to be under our care for a while longer. You can stay here in the meantime if you want. Thank you. But why are you being so nice? Asks Chris, sounding puzzled. I don't really know what to say. Because you've been so good to me too, of course. They seem even more confused. It feels like we're not seeing eye to eye at all. That's weird. Is it because of this? Sora? I take off my mask, and they look surprised. So that really was it. I made a new mask with the recognition obstruction feature, so this became a pretty efficient item. I'm really proud of this one transmuted item. It's been a while. I'm glad we could meet again, I say, and suddenly Chris jumps into my chest. Are you that happy to see me again? I'm kind of embarrassed. But then she starts crying. Are those tears of joy? She sounds like a kid crying. Someone help. I look at Sarah, and she tilts her head. Hikari doesn't react at all. Mia looks sort of troubled, like she wants to say something but can't. Why? I ask Rurika, but she's crying too. She notices the tears on her face and wipes them before speaking, sounding a little embarrassed. Well, we met Siphon on the way here. We asked about you, and he said you died during a quest. I see, I get it now. That's why she's so happy to see you alive. Me too, of course. It sounds like I worried you a lot. We'll have to talk about that some other time. Yes, that would be great. Sarah, sorry, but can you take Chris and let her rest? She fell asleep. Did she get exhausted from crying? She started making sleeping sounds all of a sudden. Sarah holds Chris in her arms and takes her, with Rurika following right behind her. That leaves us, so we start getting dinner ready. We finally reunited like this, so I might as well show them what I can do. Chapter 149, Reunion, Part 5. We're having a banquet tonight. We beat our first boss floor, but what we're really celebrating is their reunion. Talia and the others help me cook, and I try making something new too. Beef stew. I think I replicated the flavor pretty well, but what's more important is that Hikari and the others like it, since they don't know what it's supposed to taste like anyway. I also cook meat I normally don't use, like shadow wolf meat. Mostly grilled steaks. Of course, I accompany that with various vegetables, because it's important to keep that balance. While we eat, the conversation always finds its way to me and Sarah. Everyone's introduced themselves, but that only scratched the surface. We also talk about our adventures. Rurika and Chris' experiences in the Beast Kingdom, our adventures in the dungeon, and stuff like that. We finish off this fun time by having sweets as a dessert. Talia and Elsa return to their room with a sleeping-looking Alto, and Hikari and Mia go take a bath. The ones left in the guest room have some drinks, juice, and we talk a little more about our respective situations. I see, so you're a stray. I figured you were hiding something, because of the gaps in your common sense. It's natural. I got transported into a strange world all of a sudden. And you can't blame me for being careful after the way I was treated. That does sound pretty awful, but we met thanks to it, so I guess it's not all bad. That's true too, I guess. Thanks for saying that. But I have a question. I was summoned into this world? But are there any other ways to come to this world, or other people that came here from other worlds? Who knows? All I know about it is what I heard from Grandma. She was a strange person, so she knew all sorts of things, says Rurika, and the other two nod. Ignis knew I'm another worlder by appraising me, but he assumed right away that I was summoned here. Does that mean he doesn't know any other ways to come to this world? But never mind that. I'm not so sure about you dragging cute girls around with you, especially slaves. That's juice, you know. Why are you talking to me like you're drunk? And with a mocking tone too. What choice do I have? I couldn't get identification for Hikari, and a lot happened with Mia too. I talked to them about Hikari and Mia's circumstances too, with their permission of course, although Hikari seemed pretty indifferent about it. Rurika and Chris were more surprised to hear that Hikari was watching me than Mia being a saint. So, what are you going to do next? I guess go to the dungeon with you, if that's possible. Maybe we'll just get in the way. I don't know. Are they worried about the gap in their strength being too wide after hearing about Sarah's heroic exploits? And money? We don't have money. That sounded like it came straight from the heart. Like it was really earnest. We mostly walked when we were in the Beast Kingdom, but we've been moving around in omnibuses in the Magic State, and we haven't really been accepting quests. It sounds like they just wanted to reach Majolica as soon as possible. The few escorting quests they did accept weren't very profitable either, because they were more concerned with where they took them instead of how much they paid. Then you can just come with us. It's fine, isn't it, Master? Sure. It can be pretty difficult with just 4 people. That didn't sound very persuasive. Sarah is exasperated for some reason. Having more people lessens each person's load when we keep watch at night, doesn't it? Although resources and stuff like that can be a problem in regular parties. For now, we need to aim for the 10th floor again. It wouldn't be easy for just the 2 of you to catch up to us, right? Mia and Akari are done with their bath, and Chris, Ruruka, and Sarah go next. After they're done, it's my turn. Baths sure are nice. I wasn't that big a fan of them in my world, but now I feel like looking for hot springs and stuff like that. I wonder if they exist over here. Before I came in, Ruruka jokingly asked if she could come in with me. Chris jumped in to stop her with her face bright red, and Sarah didn't react at all. And eventually, even Ruruka started to blush as she kept talking. She fell by her own sword. When I'm done with my bath, I come back to see Ruruka and Chris' eyes looking kind of dead. Is it just my imagination? I go back to my room and take a deep breath. So much happened today. It was one unpleasant thing after the other since this morning, but I'm really happy about seeing those two again. I really didn't expect them to cry like that. Were they that worried about me? I need to make sure I tell Siphon I'm alive too. I take out materials from the item box. I have a lot of magic stones, but they're all of poor quality. Now that I think about it, I heard something about magic stones having different grades. I should have probably started paying attention to that a long time ago. My main source of income was always medicinal herbs, so I only focused on them when I was studying that sort of thing. That said, if I combine magic stones of poor quality, I can make something better. The problem is that performance drops compared to magic stones that were good to begin with, and I have to use a lot of them. It's less of a problem since I'm the one collecting them, but if I was buying them in stores I'd go bankrupt in no time. Not to mention that there's only so much I can combine using alchemy, and it requires an investment of time and magic energy. Also, if I'm using magic stones instead of selling them, that cuts into my rewards, so I need to make sure I see some sort of return on this investment. But the biggest issue right now is Mithril. I was going to take it to that man in the weapons store, but I figure I could look into whether or not I could make a weapon myself. And that's why I decide to learn this. Skill creation effect enables weapon, equipment, and magic item creation. At first I'm not sure how this is different from the alchemy skill I've been using, but apparently I can see a list of blueprints of items discovered in this world in accordance to the skills level. It's basically a superior version of alchemy that adds more items that I can make. Although I still need to gather the items I need for what I want to make. This doesn't work by pounding metal, like a blacksmith. Apparently I can make a sword with magic energy the same way I make things with alchemy. And I might even be able to use alchemy and effect attachment in tandem with this to make the items have positive effects too. I have a lot of ore, so I'm going to try making a throwing knife first. It will help me increase the skill's proficiency too. This really is like a dream skill that tickles a guy's fancy, and apparently it's a higher rank skill, because I had to spend 2 skill points to learn it. Just thinking about it gets me a bit excited. I was going to go to sleep right away, but I feel wide awake. It's just a shame I don't see any items related to firearms listed in the creation skill. Chapter 150, Confession, Part 2. I hear a knock on the door while I make a throwing knife. I turn to look, and see Chris. She's wearing traveling clothes, but lighter ones that she apparently wears when she sleeps. I guess they don't carry clothes specifically made to be worn to bed like pajamas when they're traveling. Do you have a moment? She looks serious. I get the feeling that something's bothering her, so I can't say number. I put everything on the desk in my item box, and ask her to sit down on the chair. Then I sit on the bed. She hangs her head at first, but then she looks up, and speaks after having seemingly made up her mind about something. I have been thinking about a lot of things, after hearing what you said. I talked about it with Ruruka and Sarah, and they told me I should do what I want. I actually wanted them to give me a push on the back, because I'm not brave or anything, but no good is the feeling I get from her lonesome smile. But still, you told us your secret, so I want to talk about mine. No, wait. Will you listen to what I have to say? I wait for her to continue, because there's a pause. I guess that's just how much this is troubling Chris. I'm actually not human. My race is, well, elf. She whispers something, and her ears change shape. They turn from rounded to slightly pointy. I feel like the air around her changes too. So, I learned that the moment I used magic energy detection. She has more than double the normal amount of magic energy. Her hair and eyes also change from golden to a vivid silver color. You don't look surprised. Sorry, but I already knew. Since when? She suddenly jumps towards me. Calm down, your face is too close. Chris then notices what she's doing too, and sits back down while her face turns bright red. I learnt it today. I can use all sorts of skills, and there's one called appraisal. Appraisal? Yes. For example, do you know what this is? Mithril ore? Exactly. I'm showing her mithril ore. Do you know the characteristics of this ore? I don't. I know from reference books that it's light and tough, but nothing more. And Rurika says she wants a mithril weapon too. I see. But by using the appraisal skill, I can see it has other special traits. Mithril ore, or I guess I should say mithril in general, is highly conductive when it comes to magic energy. Magic energy? Yes. I think it's easier to show it rather than explain it. But I can only do that when I finish making a weapon. But as for magic energy, can you put these on? I hand Chris the magic energy seeing glasses. Yes, she also looks nice with glasses. This is an item I made to practice controlling magic energy. Here it goes. I make magic energy flow, and Chris looks at it intently. She doesn't blink once. Was that just now? That light you saw is magic energy. I know. Give me your hand. She gets flustered when I grab her hand, and starts flapping her hands as her face turns red again. Don't make magic energy flow. Maybe you don't know you're doing it, but focus and try to feel it. I make magic energy flow from my right hand to hers, and it slowly goes round her body. Chris lets out a little sound, and immediately closes her lips tightly. I feel like her face is even more red, to the point where it's actually a little worrying. I let go of her hand a minute later. Is she alright? She's breathing heavily. Was that magic energy? Yes. But I feel like we've gotten a bit off track. I don't know how we got here from talking about the appraisal skill. I really am bad at explaining things. I take out medicinal herbs, and this time give her a short explanation of what kind of ability appraisal is. I can learn all sorts of things by using appraisal like this. By doing more or less the same thing, I can appraise you and see that your race is listed as elf. I couldn't do that before, so I only learned about it today. Could it be that you are so good at picking medicinal herbs because of appraisal? Yes. So what can you see with appraisal? Name, job, race, level, and condition. For example, Chris Alpha, Spirit Sorcerer, Elf, level 22. Don't worry. I can't see your 3 sizes or physical characteristics or anything like that. She's glaring at me. Is she hiding her chest with her arms because of what I said? I'm sure she is. I misspoke. I just wanted her to know I couldn't see that sort of thing. I should probably not think or say anything more about it. That's how I know you're an elf, and I learned it today. I see. Wait. Does that mean Eris is your big sister? Yes, she is. But you changed yourself to look human. Does that mean she does the same? I don't think she can use magic to change her appearance. At least she couldn't back then. And this magic is quite difficult to maintain. I see. I hope we find her. But are you sure it's alright if you don't go out looking right away? We were talking about exploring the dungeon, but don't worry about that. Rurika and I have been talking about this for a long time. We need to be stronger. Did anything dangerous happen? Traveling is always dangerous. A lot can happen. 2 girls traveling alone, especially such cute girls. There are a lot of bad people out there. I've met my share today even. Of course, there are a lot of good people out there too, even ones that look frightening. It's late, so let's end it here for today. Coming to a guy's room late at night can be a problem too, right? I trust you, Sora. That's kind of a troubling response. It feels like it's basically a roundabout way of saying that nothing's going to happen with me anyway. Not that I'm some lowlife that would attack her or anything. Well then, good night. Yes, good night. It's not good to stay up late talking when you're tired from traveling so much. Sleep well. I accompany her to her room. Not that I have to go far. I stay in front of her room until her door closes, and go back to my room. Chris actually lied about something. She said she's an elf, but it shows me she's a high elf. I've never read or heard of high elves here before. It's a race and title that appears in fantasy settings in my world, but you'd think there would be records of them if they existed here. And yet, there are none. Does Chris simply not know? Did she just tell me she's an elf because in her eyes they're all just elves? For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to ask. Chapter 151, Majolica, Part 11. Today Sarah is going to show Rurika and Chris around the city, and they're going to buy clothes along the way, so I gave her some money. My wallet is starting to feel lonely. But nice everyday clothes are a plus for me too, because I get to look at them. And I don't want to go through that hell of following them around as their walking wallet again, so I decided to stay. Hikari and Mia also went, so I'm alone in my room. My stock of medicinal herbs has been piling up, so I have to start making potions. It takes me until noon to finish them. From now on, I'll either make a few from time to time, or decide on a maximum amount to make in a single day, even if I have tons of medicinal herbs. It's not good to overwork myself so much. I rest until everyone gets back, and we have lunch together. Alto is worried when I let out a tired sigh as I sit down. What an attentive kid. Although Alto seems to only speak only when it's really necessary. Elsa on the other hand talks so much that Talia gets upset at her from time to time. I go to the living room to relax after lunch, and everyone else gathers here too. Elsa even brings drinks. Sora, I have something to ask, says Ruriko after taking a sip. Will you let us join your party? I don't mind. Chris also told me yesterday that you want to explore the dungeon. I feel like my answer makes her feel relieved. So, we would like to go to the dungeon as soon as possible. I don't think I need to worry about this with the two of you, but make sure you're ready. Of course. And, we want Sarah and the others to come too. Is that all right? The three of them nod. So it looks like they already talked about this. I know you're tired from traveling so much, but when are you going? We will be getting ready tomorrow, so the day after tomorrow. And I have something else to ask. If it's alright, we want the 5 of us to go, says Chris, sounding remorseful. So I'm being benched when you're around? Well, we can take it easy. That's why we made it to the 10th floor once already. But we want to do it without your help this time, says Sarah. And Hikari and Mia also nod a few times. I can't say I'm not concerned, but being overprotective would also come across like I don't trust them. But I want to at least lessen the danger. We could meet up on the 5th floor. If you enter through the 6th floor, we will know where the staircase is. Ah. But you can't come to us. Mia comes up with a compromise after seeing I'm worried. She has a point. The 5th floor was annoying. Master, I'm going to become a great cook, so look forward to it. Hikari? Cooking? The same Hikari that specializes in eating and nothing more? She makes that surprising suggestion after seeing I'm still worried. Let's just bear with it. Yes, overprotectiveness can hinder growth. Tell me how many potions you need, and I'll give them to you. But tell me today. I'm going to sort out my stock and sell the ones I don't need. Yes, thank you Sora. I'm worried that selling a lot of them at once will crash their prices. But I could also miss my chance to sell them if I take too long. And it's just human nature to want to sell things while their prices are high. But still, going to the dungeon without me. Maybe I could make a magic bag or two if I combine magic stones. They won't be great, but I guess I could make them as a stopgap until I can make something better. And we could just sell them when they outlive their usefulness. Not to mention that it will increase my proficiency. And I want to raise the skills level. Then I'm going to my room to prepare too. I get up, and so does Mia. Is she going to her room to rest? I guess not. She's following me to my room. Mia, do you need anything? I feel a silent pressure. She's all smiles, but she's releasing this aura that tells me I shouldn't go against her. You tend to overwork yourself when no one is looking. I can't deny that. Honestly, staying here just the two of us makes me nervous. But I can't work in the guest room with everyone watching either. There's also the fact that I haven't told Talia, Elsa, and Alto all about me. But still, I peek over at Mia, who is looking around the room. Alone with a cute girl that told me to do whatever I want. Her personality seems to have mellowed out a lot compared to the first time I met her. And we're technically slave and master now. So the situation has changed a lot from the time I taught her about magic energy in the Holy Kingdom. Forget about it. Forget about all that and focus on your work. Empty your mind, and just work on making the items. At first, Mia does what looks like magic energy training, but she takes a break, and then watches me work. I'm not too self-conscious about feeling her eyes on me, but I can't ignore them either. Once I'm aware of it, my attention flies away from what I'm doing. Yes, I think I'm done for today. Am I bothering? She asks with a concerned tone. No, I just finished what I wanted. I'm tired, so I'm stopping for today. I'm thirsty too, so how about we go back? I say, and I guess Mia must have noticed something, because her cheeks are red. What happened? I don't remember saying anything weird. We go back to the guest room, and Hikari, Elsa, and Alto are talking. Elsa, Can you bring us something to drink? Yes, big brother. Alto, come help. Elsa takes Alto by the hand to the dining room. Before, she would rush out of the room in a hurry, but I guess Talia's training is working, because she's become a lot calmer and more capable. What were you talking about? You're cooking. Really? Yes. So I want you to teach them more things. You can join us too when we have the time. Hikari looks away for some reason. Weren't you just talking about becoming a great cook? Chapter 152, Majolica, Part 12. Hikari's fully equipped, and does a little spin. Is she showing off because it's brand new? Everyone else is waiting, but it feels like she's expecting something. Should I give her a compliment? If I should, of course I will. Not making waves is the secret to a nice life. I'm learning too. I'm not going with them, at least not at first, so I pay special attention to the items. I base my preparations mostly on Ruriko and Chris. Everyone's taking potions on the specialized pouches around their waists, and the spares go in the item bags. They also have monster repellent, a few sheets, food in pots, and more. Of course, that includes water. Chris can create it with magic, but they should take it anyway in case anything happens to her. And they're taking spare clothes too. I made 2 item bags, and Hikari and Chris will each carry one. Sarah and Mia will also be taking backpacks they bought, which are small enough that they won't hinder their movements. They'll be taking preserved food in those. Rurika insists that it's common sense to divide things between everyone, so they're all set even if something happens. I agree, but is she speaking from experience? Maybe I should start doing the same. Because of all this, they end up going to the dungeon a day later than they planned. It looks like they already have their cards, so now we just have to register as a party. If we don't do this, we won't be able to communicate through our cards when it's time to meet up. We know from our last time in the dungeon that we won't be able to reunite in there. We enter the Adventurer Guild, and people's eyes immediately focus on us. Actually, they're only looking at me. It could be many things, so I don't actually know what it is. I figure it's a waste of time to bother with that, but then I see Fred standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon. He has 2 others with them, and I remember their faces. I'm pretty sure they're survivors from the hunt on the 5th floor. Sora, are you headed to the dungeon? And do you have more people with you this time? He kind of twitched when he saw us. Why, yes. We just happened to bump into 2 childhood friends of Sarah. And now we're going to challenge the dungeon together, so we have to start from the 1st floor. You look pretty lightly equipped, Sora. Yes, I'm going to the 6th floor, and I'll be waiting for them on the 5th floor when they get there. I see, so that's why Miss Sarah and the others are carrying stuff. Rurika and Chris have weird reactions to him saying Miss Sarah. Rurika in particular has this evil smile on her face, like she just found a new toy. Let's pretend we didn't see that. Are you going to the dungeon too? We're not. I guess I should say we still feel a sort of lingering attachment. We actually want to go, but our partners are gone, so we just sort of came here even though we're still figuring out what to do. These are Gaon and Adele, but we weren't in the same party. I just sort of came here without thinking too, and bumped into them. Sora, right? Sorry about those weird rumors. If an adventurer dies while doing a quest, it's no one else's fault but their own. And it's even more shameless to pin the blame on someone that didn't even accept the quest. I'm pretty sure Adele's a magic user. The big guy next to him is nodding along. Is that a spear he's holding? I think I remember him using a sword then. Gaon doesn't talk a lot. He used a sword during that fight because his spear was broken during the first encounter. That's why he used a sword even though he's not really used to them. I can use a sword too. I'm just better with a spear. It does sound like he's not a great talker, but judging by how well they understand each other, I think it's safe to assume they used to be in the same party. Fred. Adele moves his hand to tell Fred to come closer, and the 3 huddle near each other and talk. It's mostly the other 2 who talk, and whatever they're saying seems to surprise Fred. Sora, if it's alright with you, can we accompany you in the dungeon? We won't get in your way or anything. We just want to see how a party that defeated a shadow wolf explores the dungeon. I must have made a pretty weird face, because he rushed to add that second part. That is pretty sudden. I can't help but suspect that there are ulterior motives involved. Despite what they say, a lot of their partners died. They must resent me at least on some level. I don't mind if you enter the 6th floor with me. I'm going to meet up with them on the 5th floor, and then we're heading to the 10th floor. Is that all right? It would be hard to reschedule even if you tell me you need time to prepare. So I offer a compromise. They don't have items or anything, and I don't think they could accompany them from the first floor. Yes, that's fine. Then let me check with the girls too. If they say no, then it's a no from me too. I'm talking with them on my own, but if the girls have a problem with this, I'll refuse. But they say they don't really mind, even though I think it will be kind of a pain. The 3 guys register in the party, and the others enter the dungeon. They're going to come back once they register on the 5th floor. But will they be alright going through a floor each day? We'll meet up here in 7 days, in the morning. Is everyone alright with getting their own items? Yes, that's fine. Thanks for listening to our request. I know that wasn't very reasonable. And you should be a bit more careful. About what? Those rumors, and that stuff that happened on the 10th floor. Hikari was blasting me with an aura of bloodlust when I talked to you, and Miss Sarah is probably watching out for anything too. Is that why he reacted that way? I think so too. I don't think anyone will actually go after you, but who knows what'll happen if someone starts feeling cornered. Is he saying that because we conquered the 10th floor so fast? I guess it's true that we got through the boss room pretty fast, even compared to parties that went in before us. That's all I wanted to say. See you later. Fred and the others bow a few times, and head to the reference room here in the guild. Apparently they're going to study the dungeon from scratch again. And me? I head to the merchant guild to see if I can buy something, and it turns out I can. I have to compress it in the item box, but if it all goes well, it's going to help us explore the dungeon in the future. I also sell potions, and get ready to sort the items in the item box. I follow their advice and keep an eye on presence detection in the meantime, but don't see any signs that anyone is following me. Chapter 153, Majolica's Dungeon. Rurika's point of view. This is my first time in a dungeon. We heard a lot from Sarah and Sora when we reached Majolica and reunited with them. What Sarah's been doing, Sora's experiences, and about the other 2 girls who are with them and seem to really like Sora. Now I understand why I felt like there was a sort of wall between us when we first met. He was summoned into this world and thrown out into it by the people that summoned him, so his position was probably pretty unpleasant. I wish he had talked to us, but at the same time I understand why he couldn't do that right after meeting us, and from what Hikari told us, it sounds like we might have been dragged into something if he did talk to us. It's not like we had a lot of time to spare while traveling either. If it was me in that position, I probably wouldn't know what to do. Chris says she's able to move forward because I pull her along with me, but that's not true. I've been trying hard all this time precisely because I have her with me. That makes me think that Sora is great. He was thinking about things and taking action all by himself. And he even risked himself for other people too, even if there were also times when he got a bit careless and put himself in danger. He says he has a lot of things he hopes to accomplish by exploring the dungeon. He also says he will free Sarah for us so we can keep looking for Eris together. There's still that monetary contract, but that will probably be settled too. Chris, Sarah, and I have been talking about where to go next. But I want to take this opportunity to try to get a little stronger, especially after hearing about Sarah's incredible experiences. There's also the fact that traveling has been getting rougher with each passing year. We've been hearing a lot more about monsters that used to be pretty rare. There are always experienced adventurers with us when we accept escorting quests to go from country to country or town to town. But we've come across monsters that even they couldn't defeat a few times. There have been times when those monsters were just barely driven away. And the last country, the Dragon Kingdom of Hafer, is apparently pretty rough too. I also really want to see how much Sora's grown since the last time we saw him, because I was the one who taught him the basics. But I'm keeping that part to myself. His 4-person party has already reached the 10th floor. We were thinking about maybe joining other people looking for party members. But since Sarah and the others agreed to come with us, we're going to explore the dungeon with them. I'm sure it's just as much because they're genuinely concerned, and because they want to see how strong they are on their own. What do I mean by that? I asked them more about it, and they told me some crazy things about Sora. How he manages equipment in his item box, stores materials from defeated monsters in it, defeated an A-ranked monster, got through a boss room on his own. It all sounds made up, and apparently when things got really dangerous on the road, he intervened and solved everything in the blink of an eye. It doesn't even sound like the Sora I know. That's why they want to see if they can really get through the dungeon without him. even though they've already reached the 10th floor. Sora was reluctant to accept, but finally grudgingly accepted Mia's compromise solution for him to meet us on the 5th floor. I feel like that girl's pretty good at dealing with him. We've had some trouble getting ready too, so we entered the dungeon a day later than we hoped. We have 2 item bags given to us by Sora, and different kinds of potions. The item bags are surprising enough, but he has a lot of potions. Did he buy all these? I feel like that would cost a lot. Sarah doesn't seem fazed by this at all. I mean, it's important to have good quality potions for safety's sake, but how am I even going to be able to use this? It's kind of scary. They're just potions, but I can't help but see the money they're worth when I look at them. The surprises don't end after we enter the dungeon. Sarah said she wasn't too confident, but isn't she a bit too strong? Sure, she's a beast person, and her physical abilities are different from mine on a fundamental level, but she's swinging those heavy things around like they're nothing. I don't think even A-rank adventurers can move like that. And Hikari too. I asked Sora again and again if it was a good idea to send a little girl here, but she's actually strong. I hear she received some sort of special training, but she might even be able to beat me. Maybe I'll ask her for a mock battle later. Mia's fighting style is normal. She's a healer, so she's staying back like healers usually do. Sometimes she shoots a holy arrow when necessary. She seems to have good control over her magic, and she's using holy arrow sparingly like she knows her own limitations. She's not that used to fighting physically, but she can handle herself. You really are strong, Hikari. Yes, but Master's stronger, and he taught me lots of things, like how to make magic energy flow and how to use that to their advantage. I don't really know what they're talking about when they first start talking about magic energy, but they hand me something called magic energy seeing glasses and explain it to me. I don't say anything about the name they gave to that magic item, and I think that's pretty nice of me. It's strange too how Chris doesn't look surprised by this at all. But apparently Sora already explained all this to her before. When did that happen? So making this magic energy flow to weapons increases their power. Hikari is giving me a live demonstration, as she's been cutting down enemies left and right with 1 slash each. Even hard bones don't stand a chance. She says at this point she still only uses it when she's fighting relatively easy monsters. But why is that? You have to be careful not to use too much magic energy, or you will faint, says Mia, telling me what happens when you run out of magic energy. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to use it, but Hikari says she's going to teach me later. I ask Sarah if she can use it too, and she says she can't use it the same way as Mia and Hikari, because she doesn't have a lot of magic energy, but she's practicing using it in a different way that she learned from Sora. Sora, just how much did you grow in these few dozens days we've been apart? I feel like I'm going to be learning that soon, but now, it's time to make dinner. Sarah is keeping watch while the 4 of us cook. Hikari, stop staring and cut those vegetables. Those seasonings don't go well with that, so don't use them now. Eating only meat isn't good for your nutrition. I feel like I shouldn't tell them this, but cooking has been the most tiring part so far. Chapter 154, Redoing Majolica's Dungeon, Part 1. I meet up with Fred and the others in front of the dungeon 7 days later, just like we agreed, and we enter the dungeon on the 6th floor. I use my card to contact the others, and get a response right away. They're already on the 5th floor. Apparently this feature that lets people registered in the same party communicate through their cards only works if they're on the same floor. No one really knows why, but adventurers are thankful enough to be able to talk to people far away like this. It's very helpful because as adventurers keep going down, it's not uncommon for them to fall into traps and get separated from their parties. I'll try firing magic in the air. Tell me if you see it. And so, I use fire magic. I'm a bit worried that it will hit the ceiling, but it doesn't. It explodes about 50 meters up in the air, but the noise might attract monsters, so I make it so it doesn't echo. Confirmed. Heading there now. Don't rush. If you can't get here in a day, make sure you rest. I turn around, and for some reason Idil's face twitches. We'll make preparations to camp then. Should we hunt the monsters around here and secure this area? This time, the entrance to the 6th floor is in a cave in a rocky area, so the staircase is in a hole in the ground. Fred and Gown take the lead and scout ahead. The area around the cave is all bare rock, but there's a forest up ahead. It feels like the forest is surrounding the staircase, and this area probably looks pretty strange seen from the forest side. But this is a dungeon, not a place where common sense should be expected. The scenery doesn't look right. But it is what it is. It's hard to manipulate Earth when the surface is bare rock, so we move our camp to just before the forest. I say camp, but all I do is make a small wall and clean up the ground. But that's enough to impress Adele. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I didn't do this last time. I'm not going to explain everything about how I used earth magic and my skills and magic energy and all that. He accepts it when I say it's a skill. But does that mean there are skills specifically used in construction? I should have probably looked into that sooner. But I think I'll check out what kind of skills are those. Paper is a precious thing in this world, so books and stuff like that aren't sold in stores like I'm used to. I've never seen a library either. We come across wolves while exploring. They're taken aback at first, but Fred and Gown grab their swords and take them down with Adele supporting them with wind magic. And me, I'm acting as Adele's support, and taking down wolves that go around and reach us. I'm obviously not using my gun, but I use Intimidate here and there to stop my targets so I can swing my sword at them more easily. Not bad, I say after we scout this area. Fred is surprised, but looks happy too, although it doesn't feel quite right that he's happy about hearing that from someone younger than him. Just goes to show that we were totally unprepared. And he immediately goes back to picking faults and makes himself sad. And I have quite a bit of combat experience, but not much against superior species. I mostly just fought what I knew I'd be fighting. He elaborates by saying it's normal for adventurers to pick flaws based on the monsters that appear there, and take only the items needed to fight them. That means people build a pretty good foundation to fight against monsters they're used to fighting, and can raise their reputation and go up in rank by hunting a lot of relatively strong monsters. That's why he thought of himself as being pretty strong. But his confidence came crashing down after facing that superior species. The three of them have been working as adventurers in this city, and almost never worked anywhere else. That feels odd to me, but they say a lot of people are like that. That's why you have all those items, right Sora? I've been traveling around various places, and since I don't choose them based on what monsters appear there, I have to be prepared for anything. Well, having an item bag helps too. But you're a merchant, right? It's honestly unbelievable. Yes, I'm a merchant. It's not like I go out looking for danger, but the monsters that attack me don't care. I need to be equipped to protect myself at any time. I think you'll understand if you get out of the dungeon and walk around outside. That's only half true. If I don't have things, I can make them. But I still need to have the necessary materials with me. Fred and the others take the wolves apart while we talk. They drain their blood and take them apart very smoothly. They say that taking monsters back with them as they are just increases the stuff they have to carry, so taking monsters apart was one of the first things they learned. I definitely can't do it like they do. When I first started working as an adventurer I wanted to try to learn, but now not so much. If I have time to take apart monsters, I'll make potions with alchemy instead and make more money that way. It's not like I've been accepting quests to hunt monsters either, and delivering a lot of them at once would draw attention, so I just stuff them in the item box. It's time to eat, and I'm the one cooking. I ask them what they normally make, and they say they either sprinkle some salt on something and roast it, or just eat preserved food. Is that enough for you? Is that how it's normally like? Apparently yes. Only a few adventurers go into the dungeon with cooking utensils. We go to sleep, and I use a barrier on myself and activate parallel thinking, but nothing really happens. But they don't get here the next day, or the day after that. We've been talking every night, and I make sure to fire magic into the air to show them where we are. I told them there's no need to rush, so we just have to wait. Meanwhile, we check our surroundings to make sure we're safe, and do some mock battles. I'm getting used to fighting too, so my win rate is pretty good. Fred fights with a sword, Gown switches between a sword and a spear, and Adele uses a staff and a short sword. It's nice to be able to face people using different weapons. Fred and Gown are always exhausted by the end, but I don't think that's good. I mean, we are still in a place where monsters walk around. This is how we spend the 4 days we stay here, until the girls arrive safely. Hikari jumps into my chest as soon as she sees me. Did you miss me that much? Master, I'm hungry. Oh, I guess she's just hungry. The sun is about to set, so I might as well make a nice dinner tonight. And I really feel like eating with bright and cheerful girls is a lot different than eating with rugged guys.